Ladies and gentlemen, the doors are now open if you'd like to make your way into the stage area. Thank you.
is somebody that really knows where all the bodies are buried in terms of entertainment, what goes on in terms of creating entertainment. Megan, welcome to London.
Thank you. Thank you.
Give her a big hand. Then all the way from Los Angeles, California, we have the founding member of one of the most important companies at the future of Web 3. How many of you are familiar with Web 3 versus Web 2? Some of you are. Well, we'll get into it in a little bit of detail. But Alex comes from a very distinguished background in the film, in the tech business, was with Lionsgate, the movie company, for some years, and now is responsible for running Xsolla, Xsolla, and X.LA, a company that specializes in monetizing digital goods in video games, and really one of the great specialists in the world in the fast emerging world of Web 3. Alex Barkaloff. Alex. And this is a very international grouping, all the way from Stockholm in Sweden. I'd like to introduce you to Victor Friedel. Victor is somebody that has also an extremely distinguished career. Victor is the executive producer of the huge ABBA show that is now on in London, which they built their own arena, and we'll get into some of the details on that. Furthermore, he is also very involved in looking at developing new modern entertainment with Pop House. Pop House is the Swedish company that Victor is the CIO, but also the executive producer. Victor Friedel, welcome to CogX. So we have a really distinguished group, and of course to see all of you here this morning, it's a great pleasure. What we'd also like to just say, first of all, Megan, we'll start with yourself. You run this important school which is on the same level as MIT or University of Southern California in terms of creating new talent. Just tell us, first of all, a little bit about the chirographic period that we're in.
Okay, yeah. Well, I believe that never before have storytellers and artists been so important to the world, because we actually live in a chirological moment in time. We're at a crossroads, and it's both terrifying and exciting. And it's terrifying because of what I call the 3 A's, and everyone on this panel will know what they are: automation, algorithms, and artificial intelligence. Routine jobs, even in the entertainment industry, are being automated out of existence, and we haven't invented jobs yet that will replace them. And mass surveillance is also now intelligent, so deep fakes, and we're fearful because there are currently no standards, testing rules, or codes of ethics for any of them. But on the other hand, we've never lived in a moment more thrilling. And I think the pandemic has shown us that not only has it been an accelerant to new modes of production and technologies using real-time collaboration tools, virtual production, but we've also got hyperconnectivity everywhere. And that means that a place like Nebraska, a land-grant university, Research One, can be connected in a rhizomatic network of artists and technologists to the world. And I think that this time also calls out the absolute centrality of the emerging media artist, because our technology is always emerging, and it's these artists and storytellers who can use the actual digital tools that we have, can help us make sense of it. That's what I think.
So you're based in Nebraska, and Johnny Carson, who was the legendary American talk show host who really created the format, the school is named after him.
Yep.
You've got some $60 million to fund what you're doing. You were brought in specially from Australia to run this, and your notion is to build this so that you can not only emulate but also surpass the kind of creative depth that you get coming out of the MIT Media Lab or schools like that.
That's right, and I've actually just hired senior researchers from MIT to help me do that. So yeah, we're a Research One university. It's an undergraduate program. We teach students from foundations to code, design, tell stories, and be entrepreneurs.
And what are you finding in terms of this new generation? Are they storytellers with an understanding of tech, or are they storytellers that need to have a dollop of tech smeared onto them?
They have an understanding of tech. I think they need to understand story. Their criticality, learning to be critical thinkers and system thinkers, is even more important than being technically proficient. They have that. We're beyond digital natives. You know, we're now in a time of digital fluency.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Fantastic. Okay, so thank you very much, Megan. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard this straight from the heartland of America, but also, more importantly, great creativity that is weaving together next generation of the future of entertainment. Because the future of entertainment is very, very much woven into data, technology, but you still need to have creativity. And talking about creativity, Victor, what a great pleasure to have you here. First of all, you're in London. You've got an incredible success here in London. Just 2 weeks ago, you opened the ABBA show, if I could just say, Pop House, that you're a senior team member of, was actually founded by Björn Ulvaeus from ABBA and Connie Johnson, going back to 2014. But the group also owns and operates the ABBA Museum in Stockholm, the Pop House Hotel, Circus, Hasselbacken, and a great new space in Stockholm called Space. So first of all, just give us a little bit of a sense. When you opened the ABBA show, and I understand you've sold over 300,000 tickets.
400,000.
400,000 tickets, and you've been open for 2 weeks.
Yeah, we sold 380,000 tickets before we opened. So that was a West End record, or we're not really part of the West End, but we like to think that we are in terms of competition. And it was, amazing response here in the UK and the press worldwide, except for Sweden, actually. Swedish press didn't really get it, but that was not a big surprise for us. Tremendous response. I've been there for 5 nights. So I've seen it 5 times, and it's as good every night. It's actually better because the audiences, the word is spreading that if you dress up, it's even more fun. So people are just really connecting to the avatars.
Okay, so now here are a couple of questions. First of all, the development of the production. You brought in George Lucas's company, Industrial Light and Magic, in California to help you with some of the special features. You've got computerized lighting. Give us some sense of how you constructed the production elements, because effectively it looks like ABBA, it feels like ABBA, it smells like ABBA, but...
And it sounds like ABBA.
It sounds like ABBA.
And I think what it is that it is ABBA. I mean, that's why ILM came in to help us, because we had them just before COVID hit Sweden. We had a secret studio rented in Stockholm. We had about 100 people from ILM coming in with all their only guys with computers. And then we had the 4 live ABBAs performing all the songs in their, now 70s, with the capture image suits on. So it's their movements, it's their mimics. Björn and Benny had to shave off their beard. That was a deal breaker, almost a deal breaker. So we had to create a fake beard for one of them. So it is them. And I think that's how you go for it. You merge the real ABBAs with the avatars, or create the avatars with the tech that is just beautiful. And then, as you said, with the lightning and everything, so you actually go for it.
But the point is, you've got very, very tight synchronization of all of the lighting. It's all done with computer linkage of spotlighting, specific spotlighting in a large arena. What's the capacity of the arena that you built?
3,000 people, exactly.
Okay, so those 3,000 people that are included within, you also built the world's largest high-resolution color screen.
Yes. To my knowledge, it's the biggest one.
And what is the size of it?
It's about 44 meters wide and 10 meters tall, and almost 2 times 8K in terms of resolution.
And are you using hologrammatic characters, avatars, so to speak?
Yes, but they are in the screen. It's hard to understand. Even really smart people that come there, they don't really get what is that they see. I think once you let go of that, maybe with the help of some, I don't know, beer or a glass of champagne, then you relax more, and then you actually. My wife, for instance, when I took her, she got to attend the premiere. She's almost a bit Amish. Sorry about that, but she's like, she doesn't like tech, which is weird in our relationship because I love it. But she, after one song, she was like, "I love this. It's them," and she grew up even more with ABBA than I did.
And so in terms of the way that the show actually works, you have a live band behind the screen.
No, they're actually in front of the screen, and sometimes they are there, and sometimes they are not there, but they always are playing.
So you hear live music that's behind the vocals of ABBA.
Yes.
So that reinforces the fact that they are playing live, they are there.
That's a big thing for Björn and Benny and the girls, as they call them, for Frida and Agneta, that it's live. And they have been training for the last 2 years, handpicked by Björn and Benny, and sounds amazing. I would say actually, last time I saw it, it was the best. So it's actually changing also. They can't do big improvs because everything is, then the lightning and everything wouldn't work. But it's in terms of how tight it sounds, it's amazing.
So there have been reports that it's cost $140 million to put the show on. You're looking at a 4-year run in London. You're looking at developing spaces elsewhere. Tell us about space that you opened in Stockholm and why that's an important new environment.
Yeah, for us at Pop House, we see ourselves almost like an investment company in tech or in more of entertainment. So we opened space last November, December in Stockholm, a little bit due to COVID, and it's the largest gaming center in the world. We call it the Digital Culture Center. So it's 7 floors in the skyrise. If you throw a dart at Stockholm, it's basically bullseye. Wow. That's Sergels Torg. And it's more than 400 computer stations, beautiful specialized computers where you can both consume a lot of games and other content types, but you can also learn how to create. And I think that's where Meg and I sort of found a common path. We lure them in with the gaming, but now when it's school break in Sweden, you come in for 1 crown, basically what's that, like 10p. You can come in and you could play for 8 hours. And then you come in, if you're a kid, you sit there and play, and you see something going on over there. What's that? Well, that's actually something called Space Academy, where you can learn how to embrace tech so there's motivational speakers, there's teachers that can help you to code Scratch or Python, sort of early introduction to coding. And we all know that even though there's a lot of people here today, we're lacking a lot of tech people in the industry.
So the games industry as such, which we know is 6 times bigger than the global movie business, very, very important. So your focus is all about gamification of both technology and entertainment. You've got an Avicii experience, which you've developed in Stockholm.
Yeah, as you said, we come from the ABBA Museum out of Björn's heritage. But then we also now have created an Avicii museum. We call it the Avicii Experience, together with his parents, to celebrate the joyfulness and the playfulness that Tim Berling, also known as Avicii, used when he developed what we now know as global anthems.
So Pop House are really looking at investing in taking established entertainment artists and then building some kind of cross-media, multimedia, electronic, technological, gaming-related something. Can you speak about some of the prospects that you're looking at, or just give us some sense of...
The only thing that we have announced so far is that we have acquired the rights for Swedish House Mafia.
Swedish House Mafia.
Yeah, Swedish House Mafia. And then I would love to tell you more, but hopefully in a couple of weeks we we hope to announce at least 5 major global acquisitions this year.
Incredible. And this is all coming out of the Pop House.
Coming out of Pop House.
Pop. Just like that.
Making things pop.
Very good. Well, that's a good segue into Alex Barkalov, the founding partner of X Solar and X.LA. Alex, you heard about the video game industry and how incredibly huge it is. Tell us about X Solar and Web3 and what you do in terms of really maximizing revenues in gaming and games.
Thank you very much, Ralph, and great to be here. Xolo is a company founded in 2005, and it is today the largest game fintech company. So we have 700 global payment methods everything from obviously all the credit cards to all the unique methods in each geography of the world. And so we're a multi-billion-dollar company doing that. So you can think of us as the Shopify of the games world, because it's also marketing support and all of that. So if you're a very large game maker, like Epic Games, Fortnite, or Roblox, to 4,000 others, they're all our partners.
4,000 games developers?
Yes, yes. So we're the most extensive in the world, and so our ecosystem is about 300 million players. So, and what's interesting about that, now that we enter into the Web3 space, is that everyone in this room, of course, knows NFTs and what is happening in crypto. Unfortunately, not a very good week for that right now. But really, the fact remains that only about 3 million wallets, crypto wallets, have ever purchased an NFT, and that is a very generous high rank if looking at all the data. And yet there are 3 billion creators online or gamers online. So how do you go from 3 million to 3 billion, and what's the disconnect? 3 million does not sound very big in the world that we play in here. So the problem is that it's very complex outside of the techie groups that we're all in. If we're very tech-minded and we know about creating the wallet and connecting to various chains and funding the wallet and stored value cards and KYC forms and all of this sort of thing, it is daunting for a lot of people. So in Web 2, we can just use our own payment methods. And so we can also utilize all sorts of processes for digital asset management systems. So you can buy an NFT, we could host it for you, walletless or lazy mint it for you, and then when you're ready to create your own wallet or take it off into cold storage with a USB ledger, you can absolutely do that. Or you can do that from the very get-go. But we are using this as a way to scale to the billions from the millions. I would say that's a big part of what we're doing.
So let me give you a case in point. You've got some gamers from all over the world that are playing, say, Clash of Clans or Assassin's Creed or one of the Grand Theft Auto, one of the major games, and you want to buy digital goods in a game. Would Web3 be more effective than, say, buying a digital game through, say, an Amazon platform? Just give us a sense of how Web3 works to monetize the digital purchase of goods that would then go to the owner of the game, that gives them a basis for being able to develop a whole array of interesting digital goods.
Right. So gaming audience is one of the audiences of several audiences, by the way, so I just want to clarify that we serve. The creators, we're reaching out to many enterprise studios, film companies, that is, music labels, et cetera, et cetera. We want the whole creator audience to partner with us. The idea being that the game audience is also a very important one. What happens in the game audience, to answer your question, Ralph, is that a lot of virtual goods have already been purchased, and this is a very touchy subject for very serious game players. They don't want Web3 more or less invading their space. They don't want game dynamics affected. However, they bought so many virtual goods. Wouldn't it be great to also monetize those virtual goods, be able to trade them out? So this is one of the things that we're doing even in the games world, but especially in all the creative areas that we're going to be partnering with.
So Megan, when you hear what Alex has spoken about and hear Victor and the extraordinary production and production values, when you spoke earlier about nomadic artists, storytellers, technologists, when you hear these comments, obviously you've got to cast an eye on the future, because you're training the people that Victor says there's a great shortage on a global basis for, and certainly here at CogX, we're very familiar with what's needed to drive the business forward. What's your impression when you hear about what Alex is doing and what Victor has so incredibly done?
Yeah, is the complete need for interdisciplinarity, almost post-disciplinary artists and technologists. And the way that we approach teaching code as artists is fundamentally different, right? So that we teach people to code so that they're actually creating something, that it's about an expression of their creativity. I think it's why I've been so successful in getting women into our school and graduating them and having them being engaged in both actually getting double majors in maths or in science, not just emerging media arts. So that's really interesting. The other thing is about creating students or graduates who don't feel siloed within industries. I think traditional film television schools, I learned game engines so I can make virtual production for movies, or I learned game engines and I'm going to go in the game industry and I don't want to be involved in the movie industry. And we've been really successful where our students don't even really mind what the output is, as long as it's about in service of the creativity, and that's completely unusual for us. And what they're finding here in the UK, where they need 60,000 workers in film and television and virtual production over the next 5 years, they're not able to find students who have learnt how to use a game engine to work for Epic. They want to work for Epic, they don't want to work for film and television, whereas our students are being facile with both.
So, for example, someone who wants to work with Unity,
yeah.
is that, and where you say you're also building new audiences for traditional art forms, people come for an extended reality XR, a hackathon, and then stay for the dance after the hackathon.
Yeah, we've got dance in our centre, and that's what happens. Computer scientists come in and they are in for the hackathon, but then they actually learn about these traditional forms of theatre as well. And I think it's interesting what you're saying too about the theatrical experience of Voyager, and your wife who prefers more traditional, less techie things. It's actually, as you've clearly done, is engaging with people from theatrical backgrounds and with live theatre is what we need to drive it forward and find these new audiences. Yeah.
So, Victor, when you hear what Megan has to say, and certainly Alex and the whole gaming thing, and you with your emphasis on gaming, even though you're very deeply embedded in the music space, tell us what you're seeing in terms of the way that you develop the technology when you're with Industrial Light and Magic in Marin County in California, Northern California, and looking at what's going to really tickle and tease someone's deep interest in an entertainment product, so that you get a sense of ownership of wanting to be part of it. How do you do your A&R, or what I call I&R, innovation and research?
Well, first of all, I want to hire both of you. To the next thing.
Here we are. CogX does it again.
We're always we've stopped talking about NFTs. We're talking about Web3 now because it's just easier to understand for everyone. So that's extremely important. I think if we would have launched ABBA Voyage next year, mostly all the tickets would have been on the blockchain. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it now, but hopefully in a year we can do it. I'm thinking, there's so much thing going on here. I think when it's the same amount of people in Sweden that is missing as in the UK. We're talking about 75,000 people that we need to have before 2025, and we know, we have to do everything we can in order to maintain that kind of innovational spirit that we have. And when we talk about tech, we're not only talking about tech as we talk that we're powered by technology, but we're also inspired by technology. Some of the great things that are coming out of tech today can also help to inspire storytelling and do things that were not possible before. And coming back to ILM, I think why ABBA Voyage is working is because it's so well done. And somebody said that ILM told the producers, Svana and Ludwig, that if they would have known what they were about to go into, they would have said no. Because if they do a Star Wars movie, it's like an arm and a lightsaber, just milliseconds, it's a lot of quick things. Now it's 4 live representations of humans for a full show. And
that's a 2-hour show.
It's
plus minus.
Yeah, plus minus a little bit, and it's a major undertaking. and all the shadows, the hair, and then working with people that actually have, I don't really like how I look there, and that's about 100K to just render that. So we try to keep the ABBAs out of it, and Björn is really focused on lip syncing, so he wants it to be absolutely lip synced everything. And then, as he should be, he's an artist and a professional. And then somebody said, well, at concerts on the big side screens, normally it's always a little bit of a lag. But this is not a concert, Björn said. This is a totally different thing. So it needs to be 100% lip synced. So we're still tweaking the show, but well, hopefully we can take this after London or even before. That's the great thing with avatars; they can perform in different places around the world at the same time. Nobody really cares, and I'm not being judgmental now, but nobody will notice if we replace the drummer. But we can't replace the ABBAs. But we could have one, for instance, in Vegas at the same time as here in London.
So where this is a great move away from what was a classic example of Tupac Shakur and
the hologram, at Coachella.
Biggie Smalls. And then subsequently, Roy Orbison did a hologrammatic tour of the UK. But this is on a much, much enhanced technological scale. This is completely different.
It's
so much more in terms of using SAS within the framework of building the format, the narrative of the live experience.
Yes, and that's absolutely right. Also one of the reasons why we decided to create our own venue, because there's the 3,000 seats, there are no cheap seats, and there are no, you have a good viewing angle from everywhere. So we needed to control the room. Right. I think that's what the whole team has done beautifully.
So I can see there's some professionals in the audience here. Dennis, I'm sure it would be lovely just to build a venue somewhere in London for this. Alex, you tell us a little bit about some more about X.LA, and also you very friendly with the son of Frank Zappa, Ahmed Zappa, who himself has been very experienced in developing these kinds of electronic and technologically enhanced performances. But tell us a little bit more about what your platform can do to help emerging entertainment forms. Give us an idea.
Right. So, again, to add more clarity in terms of what Web3 is, it's the ownership economy. It's passing the gig economy, where...
So is Amazon the gig economy?
Uber, TaskRabbit, Airbnb.
Right.
So the ownership economy is very humanistic vision. So your creators, whether they be coders and game creators, or also you can write a script, or you could write, you can take wonderful photographic images, or you could, pen an article. You are creating something of value, especially in the creative world. The issue has been in the past that if you own part of it, as in you have underlying rights, well, unless you're very famous and have a lot of revenue that's generating from that, it's hard to get access to any revenue. And even if you do, then there's the issue of, well, you need lawyers and accountants and all that to go and find it and get it and make sure they comply. In the blockchain, it's all recorded and it's all open ledger, so we can operate in a trustless society. That's a very important thing. And to that end, we are a revenue sharing protocol for the Web3 world, for the creative industry. We have 50 initiatives that we've invested in.
Give us an example of what they are.
So we have initiatives that have a lot to do with performance space as well. We have initiatives that have to do with creators becoming their own record labels, as opposed to record labels themselves. So for up-and-coming musicians, we have another project for story writers where you can become your own publisher, and so we're investing heavily in that, and we're basically connecting with a lot of very, very well-known writers, and also creating a user-generated content platform for that as well. And so The idea being that you can write an article, that could be fiction, that could be a business article, that could be any kind of narrative you like. You can enable nanotransactions. So you can pay 1 pence or 1 penny or whatever the amount would be, continue reading, and it's yours forever if you're the reader. So that's an example of things that were not easy to do in Web 2 environment because of the lack of efficiencies. But now we can do those sorts of things.
What are you seeing in terms of the video game and the esports areas that are in this kind of threshold point?
Well, so esports has been a very, very big thing, but unfortunately, the traditional world hasn't recognized esports as big as it is and as powerful and as the ability to cross-fertilize. And so big ad agencies are starting to recognize that, and advertising will be a big part of that. Obviously, the great influencers that have come that are big gamers, we're partnered with a few of these. So and so we're going to develop esports pavilions and esports venues as well for that. So,
what do you think of that, Victor?
Love it. I mean, we were happy to host at Space in Stockholm. We just hosted the final of FIFA. They're still called FIFA. I know they have some.
Electronic Arts.
Electronic Arts and FIFA. So we hosted the championship now, and they loved coming to us because we have all the stage and the LEDs and the cameras, lighting, everything. We thought of a lot of things, not everything, but we have everything in an arena in the same venue as Space. It's interesting to see. You mentioned that it's 6 times the money that the movie industry, and it's amazing. This was an American production company doing it, and they were 200 people. They still thought COVID was on, so we had a lockdown, but they're super serious and actually more professional than a lot of other productions that we host in our venues. And it's just because it's more money into it. They can't fail.
So I've got a question for all 3 of you. There's a plan at the moment, next year, 2023, to create what would be the world's first ever Olympiad of video games and esports. Not Olympiad, Olympiad, as in esports. And of course, if you play esports as a team member, FaZe Clan, 100 Thieves, Team Liquid, some of the big teams, you are known as an esports athlete. You're not even recorded as a player. So if one was going to be developing an Olympiad, what would you say should be included within that? Because you need to do a venue of it. Obviously, Dubai and the Emirates, very keen to bring something like that. Stockholm now obviously becomes an important point. Do you think that that's a good idea?
Yes, and I think that having lived through several Olympiads in Sydney, London and Beijing actually, alongside every Olympics there is a cultural Olympiad.
Right.
So it should also include a cultural Olympiad.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
And in terms of the major publishers of games, do you have contact with the major game publishers? I mean, you mentioned Electronic Arts, but Alex, how about you?
Yes, no, those are our partners in Xsolla. So Xsolla is a traditional games platform company, so we have all those relationships with the major ones.
And Activision Blizzard, now owned by Microsoft, who paid $69 billion to buy the platform.
Exactly.
Wow. Any more?
Any more?
Which other publishers are important?
Oh, all the way from Fortnite, so Epic Games, to Roblox, to Take-Two Interactive.
Oh yes, Take-Two.
So we have all those as partners, and since 2005. So that's our partner base, and 4,000 others, as I mentioned. But those are the pretty major ones. So it's an interesting alliance between the publishers that want to release new games features, and this now creator audience or influencer audience that wants to participate, and we can be the enabler of saying, how do we create value? Well, we do it with the rev share protocol. You do something to help play this game, we can basically create a medium of value exchange. We can drop, again, NFTs. We could drop revenue, utility NFTs, we can enable experiences. So if you do this, then you get to go do that and create that sort of system logic. So any number of things like that.
What's your general view about NFTs? Do you think it's in the early hype stage? Do you think it's a real product? Do you think it's got staying power?
Yeah, absolutely got staying power. I think it's more interesting, the technology with the blockchain, actually, than the hype and what's been going on with some artwork that has amassed a lot of value and then fallen down and up again. I think it's interesting to see where the ownership comes in. We also talk a lot about soul-bound ownership, so something that you actually get in a game that is tied to you, and there's no monetary interest, but it's very something that you could show off, or that you could have on. Even you're allowed to print a T-shirt if you have this. You're allowed to print a T-shirt in our store. So it's more of a token of affection to a game or something.
Right.
And then what's interesting, what you said, Alex, if you stop playing a game, you amassed a lot of swords or whatever in that game, but maybe you stop playing the game, but you still want to bring them with you. That's how the ownership of Web3 comes in. So you can actually take them out of the game and bring them not to a new game, but still have them with you as sort of digital tokens of your life. And there's interesting if this Olympiad would go in UAE. Of course, they have tons of hotel rooms, but the gaming community is so much larger, and not everybody could be there. So it should also, of course, be hosted in some sort of metaverse, so that everyone is allowed in. I think that could be a really inclusive thing to do.
Well, it's interesting in India and with Bollywood. Of course, Bollywood makes twice the number of movies a year than Hollywood. And collectibles of NFTs is a huge thing for Bollywood stars, which are well-known companies in India, one particular, Hungama Digital, very important company doing that. So, Megan, when you hear all of this stuff, obviously you live in the world of optimism because you're building talent that is making stuff for the future. What do you think about what you've heard today from Alex and from Victor?
I think it's amazing. Our students have been experimenting with minting their own NFTs. They're really not interested until proof of stake becomes much more widely accepted, and Ethereum's about to launch theirs anytime now, because they have real concerns about the impact on the environment of what blockchain and NFTs do. So we had real pushback from not just our students, but from other students as well, to engage in this space. Yeah.
Alex?
Yes, very good point, Megan, because basically the consensus mechanism has been very woefully inefficient, and now the whole idea is, how do we make it a greater transaction throughput to allow it to be greener, to allow it to also be more accessible? And the issue right now is, great, go connect, go link cross chains and all that, and that creates all sorts of insecurities, of which we've all heard a lot about. But a lot of that is going to be fundamentally changed by one company, in fact, that we're working with, like Layer Zero, for instance, as a good example.
Layer Zero.
Layer Zero, yes. So every blockchain is a layer 1. Some people do scaling with what's called a layer 2, so you could get out of the blockchain, do quick calculations, and then record to the blockchain. But then bridges are another way that people work, but we've seen what's happened in some cases recently. So there's ways of burning the tokens as you transfer to another chain as well. So we're experimenting with all of those things. And then we're going to become a layer 1 as well. So we own, as Xsola, we own 100% of XLA, but we want to own 0% in 5 years, because we're going to basically let all the creative industries just own, and we're going to be a multi-chain DAO. So that's
multi-chain DAO.
Yes,
which is
the decentralized autonomous organization,
right.
And we're exploring all the ways to create the society and the governance and sub-governance models. But anyways, that's all technical talk for saying, how we're going to evolve. But getting back to NFTs for 1 second, it's just started. And to Victor's point, the utility aspect of an NFT is going to be so greatly expanded in terms of being able to not just have a provenance for artwork, but to be able to say, this is what you can do, this is how much you're owed, these are things, these are experiences that you've been to, you're recording and memorializing important aspects of what you're doing. In a way, you can have a T-shirt that says, I am an NFT. So this is how it's going to expand. So even though it's a narrowly defined word at the moment, or phrase, it is going to greatly expand and allow to be a central part of the experiences that you're creating.
So here's something. Spotify have now got 93 million songs on their platform. People's time is challenged. Of course, we're living in a time famine, but with what you're seeing with entertainment, and of course the need for people to have personalized forms of entertainment, you personalized ABBA, personalized Avicii, personalized space, whatever it might be, are you finding that you've still got to come up with new ways of actually presenting the entertainment in such a way that you can blend esports and gaming and other elements to weave in the kind of technologies that people now take for granted in modern life?
It's a good question. I think maybe what we do is faking it a little bit. We just take elements of other type of businesses that are more mature in certain areas, and we bring it into entertainment.
Right.
So it's not really rocket science. I mean, what we do is that we elevate. If you have a song on Spotify, automatically it will increase in play, just to the fact that there are more people getting connected in the world to musical stream platforms. So it's freemium or premium, doesn't really matter. You're going to earn more money over time. What we try to do is that we try to get things that are a little bit, where the curve is not sort of taken off yet, and we amplify it with, it could be a Netflix show or a musical or things that we know, and we do marketing activities and around that, and trying to just get that trajectory to go up a little bit higher.
So this is not rocket science, it's rock it science. You've got to rock it.
That's right.
Correct?
Okay.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it from the real true specialists of the future. These are people who are showing a signpost into how you take your technology or your entertainment content project or platform and build it into such a way that you plant the seeds of something that will get you a great audience. I'd like you to please give a really warm round of applause to Megan. Thanks so much for coming all the way from Nebraska. Alex Barkaloff all the way from Hollywood and LA and La La Land. And thank you so much, Alex. Great to hear about Web3. And Victor, just thank you so much for giving us an insight into this extraordinary project. Obviously, you've sold 400,000 tickets. If anybody here wants to get to see the show, what do they do now?
You talk to me afterwards.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
400,001. I want one.
he wants one. Everybody wants one. I hope you all got your CogX hats that were on the chair. There's some still available on the front here. Make sure that you wear them. Cognition X is a wonderful event. Charlie Muirhead, you've done a great job. We'd like to ask if we could go to that initial slide, please, of the people that are on this session. And then, Daniel, if we can take a picture, because I know that these... there we are, take a picture. If we could stand on the edge of the stage, because this is something to take to Nebraska, to take to Los Angeles, and to take to Stockholm. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming and being here. Thank you very much. Yes, let's take a couple of questions. Okay. Why don't you say, what's your name and where are you from?
So what opportunities and plans are there? Because you've only talked, in my view, about the virtual world. So what opportunities are there to connect those two worlds? Really connect them?
It's already happening. I mean, most of the football teams, soccer teams in Sweden, or handball teams, they actually have esport teams as well. So, because you can't play, even if you exercise a lot, you can't exercise 24/7. So you can then go into, from your training, you can go onto the computer and vice versa, and they have balanced schedules for that. So many of the real esport teams today, they are as physical as any other sports team, to your effect, when it comes to the Olympiads or E-Olympiads. You have coaches, you have physical trainers and everything. So as maybe a little bit of an older generation, we'd like to think sometimes that computer games are just nerds sitting around eating pizza and drinking Red Bull. That's not the case anymore. I mean, so it's a different story, and I think that's a little bit mindset just need to change with parents and everyone else.
I would make an...
Just quickly, because
Sure. So yes, everything is about real to meta integration. So it is not just the metaverse where you see everything virtualized. It is the idea that everything you do in the real world gets recorded, transacted, and your relationship with whatever it is, even amongst ourselves. But yeah, it's the real to meta integration.
we started with a lady. We will end with a lady. This lady in red. Tell us your name, where you're from, and please ask our specialist.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm Sophia. I run a company called Tech for Non-Techies, and we have an awesome Tech for Non-Techies podcast, which you should all listen to. So my question is about NFTs. There have been issues about fraud on NFTs, which is basically shadow trading. So for those who don't know, shadow trading is, for example, I make an NFT. Imagine we are great friends. So you buy my NFT, I buy it back. And so it looks like there's lots of trading activity. So the price goes up, but really it's just the two of us. And then, all these unsuspecting people buy it. Then we stop trading it. We make loads of money.
And your question is?
So what are your artists, or the people that you're working with, are they concerned about shadow trading? And are there any initiatives? Are you maybe working on shadow trading? Because it is a really big concern, obviously.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point, because the types of fraud, and that's one type of fraud that happens in this world, is very different than the Web 2 types of fraud, and the way that it's, let's call it logical fraud. There's, people can hack into your bank account. That's Web 2 fraud. Here, they can legally steal money. Everything is just code. This code says execute this, and it does it, and you can do nothing about it if that code says to do that. So then somebody could do any sorts of shadow minting or any number of things like that. It's about improving the code, the underlying code, and preventing these things. We're looking at middleware architectures to help along to basically say, let's put a wrapper on this. For instance, you buy an automobile with a code, right? And we don't seem to have these codes yet, but we're going to be creating that. It's an evolution, and we're going to seal up the ways in which. Here's another thing: even when they steal that, or let's just say people steal large amounts of money, we know where they are, and they can't trade it out. And so it's a very strange new kind of fraud era, but it's logical, issues that need to be fixed.
I think we've run out of time. Our clock, we'll pick up that question with you, Alan, immediately after this. But so, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Rima, thank you very, very much. Great to see you here, and enjoy CogX.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ralph. Thank you. Brilliant. One of my favorite findings from that entire session was that one of the producers of one of the most technically advanced shows in the world, his wife is Amish, which is a brilliant combo. We're going to be running, so we're not having a full turnaround. We're going to have a slight pause now, and then we're going to run straight into a session called Bias In, Bias Out, getting the next 10 years of talking to machines right. And this is really focused around the fact that essentially how we communicate with computers and machines in the next 10 years is going to define so much going forward. Alan causing a ruckus in the front? No, not me. And how we try and avoid bias in those things. I think we're just about to reset the stage. We're looking in good shape. I'd like to welcome our moderator for the next session and our panel, Sven Petersen. Oh, not ready.
Okay.
I got away.
So, we're just waiting for people to come back with their coffee in hand. Shall we just sit down?
Yeah, let's.
In order of our pictures?
Yeah, I think so.
Suzanne?
Yeah, that's me.
Ryan?
I guess that means I'm here.
Yes, there you are. Oh, these are deep.
We can swap around just to confuse everyone.
Very good. So, welcome everybody. I'll just start while people come in with their coffees and waters. I hope you enjoyed this wonderful session. That was exciting. I think we can rival that session with an even better one, and hopefully with lots of questions from the audience on the subject of biases in artificial intelligence. So a very controversial, intense, good, very applied topic for us. And I'm surrounded by what I would call explorers and practitioners of AI, which I'm pleased to introduce. And Suzanne Brink works for HireView, a business that's been around since 2004, started really in web-based and camera-based assessment, and has built an AI engine that helps her, in collaboration with data scientists and engineers, work through assessments and the analysis of people in the context of interviews and other similar situations, but she will talk more about that. Welcome, Suzanne. We have Nayur here to my right. Nayur Khan is a partner at McKinsey, and he's also deeply involved in the work with one of our sponsors here today, Quantum Black, helping a wide range of clients and companies very practically scale up AI for their businesses. And he also takes a role in looking specifically at inclusion and diversity within that topic. So great to have you here, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Ryan Sweeney, also with one of our sponsors, Rev.com, runs business development for a business that's in the first place in the business of storytelling, which I find really interesting, and AI, text-to-speech software. You'll tell us more about how that feeds into this discussion today as well. So thank you for joining us. And my own name is Sven Petersen. I work for Egon Zehnder. I'm a partner in a firm that's been around for quite a while, hiring senior leaders into boards and level reporting to boards. And I feel I'm here today because I sort of have to deal with the people at the most senior level who have to make sense of all of this. They need to provide the holding frame for their companies, for their organizations, to understand what all of this, what we're discussing today, really means. So with that, maybe let's dive in, Ryan, with some thoughts and findings that you can tell us about at Rev.com.
Sure, thank you. I'm actually going to utilize this podium here. Thank you, Sven, for the introduction, and to the CogX organizers for setting the stage literally and figuratively for us to have some very important discussions around critical topics, including ethical AI. And if you've seen the news just in the last couple days, you'll know that this continues to be a hot topic. And especially after the last few years that we've had, we need this kind of communication and learning more than ever. So thank you again, and for the great weather. You make the Southern California guy feel right at home. I'll only be here for a few minutes, hoping to help the stage for our discussion with an illustrious panel. But before I do, I would like to acknowledge that I am a white male talking about bias, and white males have not been disproportionately disenfranchised by AI as it has for many other groups. My experience in this field comes solely via the lens of the work that we do at Rev.com, and the meaningful first steps that we've made to mitigate bias in ASR technology, which stands for automated speech recognition, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. And may I have the slides up, please? My verbal cue.
Mm-hmm.
I'll start by saying that every human exhibits bias, surprise, surprise. To each their own, we all have them. If you look at this image and think of a call center with thousands of agents, each exhibiting his or own bias, what you actually have is a highly diversified, high-variant output as it relates to bias on any specific input. It's expensive and complex, but it is diverse, not necessarily by design, but it's diverse. If you call that person and you don't connect, that person doesn't understand you, you just hang up, call back, and speak to someone else. Now, if you train an algorithm to replace or augment these call centers, as many CIOs and CEOs have done and will continue to do for obvious reasons, what you get is a scalable, cost-effective solution, but if you're not careful, it won't have that glorious diversity that we had in the previous system, that you had with the system that had thousands of independently biased agents. Whatever bias is present in the algorithm will be applied at scale to all of its inputs. That's just really one example of where the shift to AI gets precarious. The number of applications for which our voice is used is growing exponentially. Even just the pandemic has helped accelerate this further. The in-person communication that we've had has diverted aggressively to digital. Twilio, if anyone is familiar, the customer engagement platform alone processes 40 billion call center interactions a year. That's one company over 1 year. Rev was started over 10 years ago with a mission to build great work-from-home jobs, which seems timely today. We have over 70,000 what we call Revers, or freelancers, transcribing content from customers in media, education, finance, healthcare, just to name a few. And a byproduct of that effort is arguably the best data set in the world for which to train our AI. The result is not only the most accurate engine on the market, but also the one that exhibits the least bias. By having an organically diverse set of workers around the world transcribing mass amounts of audio from different voices around the world, we have one critical piece of what's required to build an ethical AI engine, just one piece. One example of our work applied in the real world is HireVue, and we're very lucky to have Suzanne Brink here from HireVue. Thank you. HireVue, as Sven said, is an enterprise hiring platform that's focused on fairness in the hiring process at scale. They analyze interviews to make suggestions about the best talent for the job, and it is paramount that the AI-driven transcript, as in many voice applications that we use, whether we know it or not, that transcript helps inform prediction models and insights that result in the hiring or the decision not to hire someone. For context, this is how our AI performs against some other providers. As you can see, it's not perfect. We're not perfect, but our mission is to collapse the dots in the bottom right-hand corner of each graph. And you can see that Rev 1.0 to 2.0 is actually getting better. It's a continual process to lessen the bias in our engine. This is just over the course of a year. And by the way, I should say that the lower is better when we're talking about word error rate in the ASR world. So as I sort of cue the final cliche interconnected image, as many of us have probably seen ad nauseum, as leaders of companies, when we make decisions about buying or building AI, the network effect is almost always greater than we realize. You, as a leader of a company, buy an AI product, and that company that sold it to you uses your logo on their site, or an employee posts on LinkedIn about this great AI that the company purchased or is now using. You are a trusted source, and your decisions are the greatest form of influence. So thank you for taking on this responsibility with us, and with that, we'll get to our panel.
Super.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. That's very informative. And I guess what we're talking about today is bias in, bias out, vis-a-vis AI. So what are our biases also in creating the very AI that we're developing to get the bias out? And maybe my first question, Suzanne, is, does it work in the people space? Does the AI that you work with help you get the biases out of hiring decisions?
We like to believe so, for sure. I mean, I think it's an extreme that you're positioning. There's absolutely no bias. It is a little bit more nuanced than that. But in our in HireVue, what we do is it starts off with the data, right, as everything does. So we start off with as diverse a data set as we can muster. And because we started as just an interviewing software company, we collected loads and loads of data from all over the world, from different ethnicities, different kinds of people, and we brought that in as a first step when we started to build those algorithms to then assess who is a strong candidate versus not. So it starts with that diverse data. It also goes into the kind of providers we choose to work with, where we do thorough research to make sure we get the best that's currently available, and RevAI is a great partner in that. And then we take another step once we then start building our algorithms. Our algorithms are designed to predict performance in that interview. But then we have to be realistic and look at ours, not just assume that everything's going to be hunky-dory just because we took those first steps. We go back in and we do often then find some subgroup differences, and then we go in to mitigate that. And then it becomes a balancing act in reality, because we're on the one hand predicting that performance on the interview, on the other hand we're reducing the subgroup differences, and thankfully we work in a very regulated space where we can say, okay, there are certain standards we uphold, 4/5 rule is one of those, which I can explain later if we wanted to. But we take all this criteria, we set a standard beyond that where we can, and we end up hitting a spot that we believe is right, is ethical, and we're as transparent as possible on how to then use it in a way that doesn't end up adversely impacting anyone. It is a slightly more complicated story than just saying everything's gone, yay. But we get to a really solid point that in the end, if you compare it to the very basis of the alternative as a human evaluating your interview, we actually believe we have a better product there that's more fair and more balanced.
Yeah. That sounds promising. Now your inclusion, diversity, and AI. Tell us a bit about your thoughts on that.
Actually, I want to pivot a little bit back and build on some of the previous questions. And I know we're talking about bias in and bias out, but when working with organizations, the first question I always ask is, what's your definition of fair? Like, as an anchoring point, what's your North Star of fair? And if you look into the science and the research, it's very difficult to have one definition of fair. There's multiple definitions of fair. I always use, like for leaders, a simple example. If I have 10 students in a class, different genders, different backgrounds, different social, economic conditions, and I have 5 suites, who do I reward? How do I make a decision on what fair is? And if I ask different individuals, maybe on the panel here or individuals in the audience, I'll get different answers. And why is that? Because there's not a there's not a consensus definition of fairness, and B, everyone's got their own bias, their own unconditional biases or their own unconscious biases. And this is a problem, because this is where it starts. Without a clear definition of what your product or what you're building is of fair, when you start going down to bias, and I'm not biased, or some bias is okay, and some bias is discriminatory, so it's the discriminatory you want to avoid. But what is the ones that you're going to anchor on from a mathematical point of view as you build your models? And what is the ones that you're going to anchor your whole organization on and say, this is how we address fairness? Where it becomes more complex is fairness is attracted to social constructs, or the society or the region you're in. So what's fair in the US might not be fair in UK, might not be fair in China. So when you have a product or you're building something for an organization that needs to go global, you're going to have multiple definitions of fairness. So I thought I'd throw that in. Because then once we take that step, then we need to really think about inclusion and diversity. Because this is where a lot of the problems have happened, and this is why we've seen, especially in the media, where for example, we've seen black patients discriminated against in algorithms built in the US at a huge scale, because no one really looked at properly the data. It's not that we were classified based on race. It's a fact that there was a lack of a diversity and understanding, or actually, there is a disparity here. There are social conditions, but because of lack of inclusion, lack of diversity in building those algorithms, it was very difficult to spot until it arose and was published in a paper. So where I always come back to is ask the question on what is fair first. Then we go to bias, and then we go to, well, what's the team building here? What's the fairness of that team? And then we can dive into what do I mean by that.
And at Quantum Black, who's asking that question?
This is a very good question. so one, I do this, and we do this as an organization. And whenever we're working with organizations, the first question is, well, you're building AI, well, what's the purpose? Who is it going to serve? Is it for a specific group, or is it for a global group? And there's a question that we ask. And so we're really trying to anchor from a societal point of view is, what is fair? And it's very kind of user-directed, very persona-directed. But internally, what we also do is we focus a lot on making sure that the people working on projects or the organizations we work with are diverse in nature, and we really try to encourage it. Now, it's always difficult because we always hear the same complaints that the pipeline or the funnel is not there. There's lack of diversity in the funnel. But my always comeback on that is, well, you're not looking wide enough. There is plenty of diverse candidates out there, especially in data science, data engineering, software engineering, product, user experience. I think the mic is cutting in and out. But there's plenty of diverse candidates out there. So I think we ask questions, and we ask very hard questions, especially when we're talking about building AI that's going to impact individuals' lives.
One question for the three of you, but also Ryan maybe is, do you operate under the assumption of bias-free is actually a desirable state, and is that actually possible? So just riffing on your more philosophical stance to say, is the target operating model one where you try to create a bias-free AI? Is that a possibility? Because if we factor in also time, it starts becoming uncontrollable, because what we might think is no bias today was a bias in the past, or it will be one in the future. But
it is a little bit of a moving target. I think we have aspirations for bias-free today. Honestly, it may seem narrow when you look at all the languages that we speak throughout the world, but our focus is really English and eliminating bias from our English model. We have not quite gotten there with other languages, so it's a great challenge, looking beyond.
Yeah. Thank you. One thing I thought about when you were speaking, Nayo, was a bit the effect of unintended consequences. So you build the AI to the very best intentions, and then stuff happens. You didn't really predict. It just happens. This very clever engine spits something out. Tell me a bit about the surprises and unintended consequences that you've seen. You mentioned one of them, but I don't know if there's anything that comes up for you guys.
Yeah, I think that is one of the bigger challenges, right? Because you start off not including demographics as a potential predictor. Let's be clear on that. So you don't bring in sort of saying male, female can be part of what the model picks up as a predictor of your desired outcome. But then the algorithm can still find proxies. And that's where you need to continue to monitor. So for us, I just explained how we kind of build our algorithms, but then at the back end of that, we continue to monitor. And we're not naive in thinking that now we designed it in a way we did our best, we did our checks, now we're good. We then go back in, and with every client on a yearly basis, we ask them for their demographics. We run what we call adverse impact analyses, and we look at their data. Thankfully, often it looks good, but if there is something to address, we'll work with them to address it. So it's also a continuous monitoring piece. Just being aware that every data set is different, that we are working globally, and that there is no such thing as perfection just yet in this space. So, yeah.
No, thank you. I don't know if you guys anything comes up.
Well, I mean, 100%. There's no such thing as perfect, and I mean we've seen recently with a large cab company that there's an employment tribunal occurring right now because the software they used misrepresented or had racial bias. It couldn't detect people of color that looked like me or black. And individuals are fired, and so therefore there's discrimination. So now that organization is going through an employment tribunal based on that. And I'm sure that was surprising, because that cab company didn't write the software. Sorry.
Thank you.
That cab, is that working? That cab company didn't write that particular software. It bought it off the shelf. So it's a third party that's provided software, which is an interesting conundrum, because now it infers that organizations, if you are using AI in some form or fashion, the product that you're buying, if it is going to impact individuals' lives, has that product got bias in it? And if so, what is it? And what's the consequences? And where does a line draw?
Yeah. I'm very keen to hear questions from the audience shortly, but I guess one last question on my side is a little bit back to the who defines what is fair and not fair, and I want to pivot a little bit into the subject of responsibility. How do you hold the responsibility for this technology vector that you're developing. I'm very impressed by a quote I read the other day. It's an American naturalist and biologist called Edward O. Wilson. And he said, the problem with humanity's crisis is as follows. We have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. Godlike technology. Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. So as a leadership coach, my vision is that if I can help leaders develop their consciousness to hold this godlike technology, we're hopefully in a better place. But that's a huge ask, right? So what is my own responsibility to work on my own biases? What is the leader's responsibility to work on how do we hold AI in our business? How do you as producers, explorers, developers of AI hold that responsibility? What do you think about that?
I might just, on that, Rev, we stumbled upon a product that exhibits less bias than perhaps others, not bias-free, but a work in progress. And it was not an intentional, we set out to build an engine that would be the most accurate. And so if you look at the definition of accuracy, transcribing words spoken by people with different ethnicities and different genders falls into that category. And so from our standpoint, we've stumbled upon it, and we now hold this responsibility to continue to talk about it, to educate our clients, to continue leading in this space and hopefully help lead by example. I don't think that we're, back to your earlier question, I don't think that we're ever going to be completely bias-free, but we're constantly having conversations within the company about how to upkeep our mentality and our dedication to improving it constantly. And I think what we were talking about a little earlier before the panel was not just the responsibility of the leaders, but continuing that responsibility, cascading throughout the organization, inspiring people to want to constantly be going after it.
Thank you. Now I think you have a point of view.
I think you've covered it pretty well. And I mean, generally, it starts with the leadership. It starts with an education piece. I mean, to your point, it's not just software. And what we're talking about is software which has data biases which can affect individuals' lives. So there's an educational piece at the top, but then this permeates throughout the entire organization, and how you encourage and ensure that those practitioners, those individuals that are either buying or building AI are going through regular training. It can't just be a one-off when they start. It has to be regular. It has to be a constant awareness and looking at some of the, call it incidents that are happening out there already that are being well documented, well publicized, that this is a new technology, it's an exciting technology, but it does need to be treated carefully.
Yeah, Suzanne?
Yeah, I'm not going to add anything super new here. I agree with both my fellow panel members. I think AI is a tool, right, in my mind. So to very blatant analogy maybe, but a fork, you should know what you're using it for, right? You could use it to eat, or you could use it to poke somebody's eyes out. You do need to understand the tools you're using in a basic sense and make the right decisions in how you use them. And then I think there is a role for the leaders and the users, the end users of our product, to want to understand in a basic sense what they're using. There's an absolute responsibility on us to explain it as well as we can, and explain how to best use the scores, how best not to use the scores, not to poke somebody's eyes out. And there's also, I think, a responsibility we have to allow the people that are impacted to understand what we're doing. So we've recently launched an explainability statement, and we're very first in the HR industry. I'm really proud of that, to be honest, because we're just doing what's right there. You know, it's maybe not the most attractive thing from a competition point of view that you're throwing your process out there and explaining really what you're doing in terms of your product, but we feel it's the right thing to do. That way our candidates and our leaders and anyone who's who encounters our technology gets to see what it's about and gets to ask questions. So it's a lot of different parts that together, I believe, create that better place, but it's also ongoing work. Yeah. I do agree.
I mean, I'll hand over now to the audience, but for me, I think it's important, riffing on your analogy, that we don't try to eat a soup with a fork, and that actually we realize we had a spoon in our pocket all along, right? And so we shouldn't miss a trick, maybe on that as well. So with that stage setting, thank you so much, panel. Please, some questions from the audience. We have about 20 minutes, so all of you will be able to ask one. And I think the way to go about it is the gentleman here in the beginning, or the lady, please. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A riveting panel. Thank you for that. My name is Deepak Parmanand. I work for JP Morgan, and I build AI products day in, day out. So this is, me living through all of you. 2 questions. In your day-to-day, as you build these products, did you have a bias spot, like a blind spot you were not aware of, that in your work you were made aware and you now know it and you possibly are changing it? I'd like all of you to say one example. Second question is, why not use synthetic data to overcome the bias that you see? Have you tried it? Did you not try it? Do you think it's good, not good? That's me.
Should I start? So I don't actually, unfortunately, build the algorithms myself. I wish I could, but we have our data science team who does that. I'm on the psychology team. But there is a blind spot that I was made aware of in our product when I was working together with one of our partners. So we worked together with a partner called Integrate Autism Employment Advisors, and they work to support autistic talent coming onto the job market. And we provide interview questions as part of our product to clients. And we had, and what this partner helps us with is they review those questions and they give us feedback. So I ran through an exercise like that with them, and it was really fascinating. It showed me a lot of my blind spots. So for example, we had a question around team orientation, saying, tell us about a time you worked with a team on a joint call, and what did you do? Tell us about, STAR method. And they said, well, the moment you throw in team and goal, autistic talent tends to think about sports. So you kind of derailed them right there. And then we changed that question into, tell us about a time you worked with a group of people on a joint project, and that worked better. So it's just a very simple, relatively small example of a total blind spot that I had, where bringing in those external points of view is really valuable.
I'll start with the first question, and I can address the second one. So the first one, I think, look, we're all learning. And not to comment on any organization that I've worked with or seen, it's always a journey. And I've always found, and this is why I always divert back to the diversity and inclusion, when you have diverse teams, you spot things very quickly. And I'll use an example like facial recognition. Or facial recognition historically has not worked well for people of color. Or if you have people of color on your team, you'll spot pretty quickly in the process that actually it's not working. So that's one. It's always a learning journey, and when we talk about the training that we give, it's continuously updated. So it's not done from a management point of view. It's done by the individuals and the practitioners for the individuals and practitioners. So that's one. In terms of synthetic data, it's an interesting one, and this comes back to the topic of bias and validating your models. Who are you validating your models with? If it's against the synthetic data, then that's not representative of the real world. And that's a challenge. And I've seen that there are new technologies available which are generating, again with facial recognition, artificial faces, trying to generate synthetic faces that are not real, but trying to get a representation. However, they still have bias in it because they're not representative of the real end users. So synthetic data only gets you so far.
Mm-hmm. On the first question, in the context of Rev, we're very lucky to work with partners like HireVue. We also have customers in the police body camera industry that are helping us pave the way. And first off, they're generating a lot of audio that's challenging. It's out on the street. There's audio hostile environments that traditionally make it very challenging for automated speech recognition. So we've had to tune our model to be stronger in that realm. But I can think of an example of a French-Canadian police officer who was speaking with someone, and there was sort of wind in the background, and they alert our engineering team right away. They show examples. They say, "Hey, we'd love to get this to a better place." And I think that partnership with customers and partners is critical, right? You don't want the customer to come back and say, "Oh, look at this, and how did you not see this in the testing process? This is your fault." I think, at least in our world, there is a sense of joint commitment to identify challenges if they believe that we, Rev, are doing everything that we can to deliver the best product for them, and that's one that is the most accurate in many different audio environments and also with many different types of voices, then it's a partnership. So it does happen, but we almost celebrate it today because we get to work closely together. And I don't think I'm qualified to answer this second question.
I would say this: my wish is for an AI that's not bias-free, but an AI that helps me identify the fear that's behind my own bias. In other words, is there an AI possible at some point that will tell me how to work on myself so I can live more bias-free? Wouldn't that be cool? I think that would be the ultimate mirroring of the blind spot in the AI back to me, right? And then the work on myself. But we had another question in the audience. Please, could we have another microphone? Yes, you get a microphone.
Hi, I'm Sophia. I run Tech for Non-Techies, and this is a question for the AI specialists. On your teams, is it mainly machine learning engineers and data scientists, or do you also have non-technical specialists working on these projects? And if you do, then what are the backgrounds of these non-technical specialists, and what do they do, and what value do they add? Thank you.
Great question, and we have one sitting right next to me here. So, Suzanne, over to you.
Yeah, I think indeed HireVue is a nice example of that. So I come from a psychology background, and there's an entire team of us in HireVue, and we collaborate very closely with our data science team, who come from a range of backgrounds, but indeed machine learning is one of the key things we do. We also have our engineering team, and we're all together in one big group called Product. There is, I think the power lies in our collaboration. So we learn from each other. And Sven and I were having a chat about this before the session. I think one nice example maybe is that, for example, in bias mitigation, an effective way to mitigate could be to treat different groups in your data, men and women, for example, differently, and then to sort of get them to the same kind of outcome score. That would be illegal from in this hiring space in the US context. So the kind of conversations we'd have is about, okay, this is the psychology standard, this is what we also understand about the legal landscape. We also have our legal experts, of course, who also join in on the debate. We come in with, this is psychology has shown for decades, with decades of research, that structured interviewing is a really good predictor of job performance, that cognitive ability is a great predictor. And then we go talk to our data scientists about, okay, so how can we use the latest technology to automate this, to run this, to use your skills to make this even better for our candidates and users. So that's our day-to-day. And I think it's in that collaboration, because I think the psychology team doesn't necessarily come with all the technical expertise, but our technical talent doesn't always have that lens of, okay, what has the research shown works versus not, and also what's important to consider from a practical can-do versus shouldn't-do perspective.
Suzanne, anything to add?
No, I think you've covered it well. I mean, the journey does start with many organizations that I tend to visit with, let's hire a data scientist, let's hire a data engineer, and that's all we need. What it ends up with is you have a bunch of technical practitioners, so machine learning engineers, DevOps, software engineers, platform engineers, system reliability engineers, so the technical expertise. But then you have a number of other type of profiles that are part of the team, including social science, because since we're talking about bias, so social scientists, QA, user experience, product. So eventually you have a football team. are completely focused on this particular product, whatever it is. It's not just a model, the model's embedded into something else. So what is that product and how do you evolve it and how do you test it? And on the QA aspect, just to mention that, again, back to the diversity comment, is the QA team are diverse in nature. They're outside in. They're not part of the team per se, but they're really there to challenge and they're there to give the lens of, or their representation of the real world.
We need a microphone, that's for sure. Maybe the gentleman over there. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, thanks. Really interesting panel. So, I mean, the graph at the start in some ways alluded to it, that this reduction of bias is about trying to improve performance. And I think it was last year, Dan Kalman of Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow fame talked about actually there are two types of error. Bias is just one type of error. There's obviously also things like noise. And I was just curious to understand, and I think you touched upon it in the answering to the first question in some ways, that is our fascination with bias partly about our self-reflection on our human performance and our reflection in that in our modeling, as much as the fact that we think it will give us the quickest route to improving performance and removing a total amount of error? Or should we be looking at noise as well? Where do you see that, if you like, incremental model performance coming from?
May I ask, when you say noise, could you clarify?
Yeah, so I mean, you run an experiment, 100 times, or we'll try and calculate something. You get different teams to calculate something 100 times. They'll all give you slightly different answers, right? There's a error range, if you like, on that exact answer. So that's noise. I don't need to describe bias, but so there are two ways of trying to reduce error, essentially, and that's what he was getting at. That you can have a systemic issue where the error is always one-sided. That's the sort of bias, or you can get more of a spread, and that's the noise.
I mean, in my mind, it's both. It is the aim is to reduce both, right? Because there's the noise piece to me. Maybe I'm overinterpreting your question, but to me, it's more the accuracy piece, like actually being able to really read as well as possible the data point you're trying to predict. And then there's the bias, the sort of systemic. In this context, giving different people different kinds of scores, which isn't fair. So that's sort of more from ethical point of view. So they're both important, and I think we get really excited when we make headway on either of those points. But I do think it's a fair point to say there is. It's really interesting. I loved your point earlier, Sven, about an AI that might predict our blind spots. There are some more philosophical questions to ask about this stuff that are interesting around. We are here mirroring society, and then we're being super critical of a technology that's mirroring a wider issue. And yes, it's important to address the technology and get it as right as possible, but we're also talking about a bigger societal challenge at large, otherwise it wouldn't typically even creep into. I mean, AI is not inherently biased, right?
And I think that's where my fascination lies, is that AI, in some ways, in its imperfection, is a mirroring of our own imperfection. So we're looking at our own externalized version. And for that reason, I said what I said, is that wouldn't it be cool then if we can work on ourselves in such a way that the AI comes out of a place that is more resolved, more integrated, whatever it is. I think also, as long as we look at AI to tell us what to do, we're also abdicating the very responsibility we need to acquire to work on ourselves. That's the other danger in AI, in my view, that looking at this engine somehow gives us more answers than the ones we find in ourselves, is my perspective. But I don't know if you have a...
No, I think you've covered it well. AI, computers, they're not biased. It's humans. It's humans in the process and how you actually create the AI. So it's just, you're right, it's magnifying, but then it comes back to my original question, which is, how do you define what fair is? And it's a hard question. I'm not going to dismiss it, and it's one that leaders need to really reflect on before they even start tackling, I'm going to build some software that's going to do this.
Yeah. So, gentleman here in front, yeah.
We as Radiate B2B, I was wondering, do you think that these engines should be independently audited in the same way that financial accounts are? And given your point about fairness, is that even possible?
Good question.
We have been audited.
By whom?
Yeah, by various parties. We've actually voluntarily entered into a couple of audits because we believe that helps us with our blind spots. So we engaged in an audit with O'Neill's. It's called Orca. I can't remember exactly what all the letters stand for, but Cathy O'Neill's, so the author of Weapons of Mass Destruction. She has a consultancy, and she came in, looked at our algorithms, and concluded it looks good. She also gave us some useful points of improvement that we've been working on since. We then voluntarily invited Richard Landers, who's a big name in the IO psychology world, brought him in and said, "Hey, can you give us an IO audit?" Which was just something we wanted to do and see if he had some improvements. And actually, he's been working with us since on some of our pieces because he got fascinated by the technology and, again, gave us really good feedback, also some points of improvement that we're now collaborating on with him. And then you have those partners like the Integrated Autism Advisors I was talking about earlier. So we do lots of that because we feel that's useful. And yes, I would say it is a good practice. We also have an expert board that we sense check stuff with on a regular basis. Because you have one lens, so you get excited about your own stuff, and you, of course, you're biased in reviewing your results because you want them to work. So, yeah, bringing in those independent experts is really worthwhile.
Guys, auditing, regulation?
I would just say that I think, yes, and it'll help probably if we expand our definition of compliance, right? You talk about the financial industry, and if part of being compliant, maybe I was talking with Nair or a colleague from Quantum Black yesterday, if we expand our definition of compliance to include a level of work that hopefully results in exhibiting the least bias as possible, that might help us, at least from a framework perspective, in how we approach it. But I have to say, I'm very surprised and a little alarmed that more of our customers do not ask for. They're usually, and not surprisingly, interested in cost, quality, and in that may be, accuracy across all different types of voices. But I think the fact that we don't see it asked for, don't see companies asking for third-party reports is a little bit alarming, to be quite honest.
Nothing.
I think you both covered it. The only angle I would say is that you have the EU AI Act, which is coming soon. It's in a draft. You've got Brazil and China already leading the way. The FCA in the US wrote a blog post probably about a year ago now saying, if your AI is not fair, we're coming after you. And it's pretty out there, it's blunt. And that scared a number of organizations. Enough to know that, look, something's coming. We need to get our house in order. We need to really treat this with care.
And we're back to what is fair. Mm-hmm. Just behind the gentleman here, just another microphone, please, in the second row. Thank you.
Hello. I'm wondering to what extent we're seeing this as an imperative at the board level, beyond the area of HR, where it has to be. And is there investment actually going into this area? And if so, who are the leadership kind of execs who own this? Is it product innovation? Is it governance? Is it a collaboration? Really interested to understand also if this is being also linked to data, where there's also inherent bias. So it should be really a holistic approach.
Or risk even, no? Could be
Indeed.
The risk function, yeah.
I'll give two answers on that, and I'm seeing this at board level in various organizations, but with two lenses. One is on the risk lens. So the comment I just made about the FCA going up, potentially could go after organizations. If you were sitting on a board and you knew you were building, or didn't know how much AI you were building, but it had impact, you would want to know, from a risk point of view, how much am I exposed and what are we doing to mitigate that and what are we processes have we put in place? So that is a risk lens. The other lens is if you're building a product, it's in your interest to build a product that actually serves the many rather than the few. And I would think that you would want to serve more customers, you would want your product to work for more, and you would not want to exclude anyone, and you wouldn't want the noise out there or the negative press that actually is excluding individuals. So I think also from a product innovation point of view and a product point of view, you'd really want to focus on good business. So I've seen this already at board level, these conversations. Who owns it? I think it's an evolving area.
So I think that's an excellent question. And I see that more generally, the pressure on boards becomes higher in terms of their accountability and responsibility. And they're not equipped currently to fully own that. Also because their own knowledge, as you alluded to, is beyond understanding of what the very AI will produce and impact that they're funding. And so it creates a whole new level of leadership requirement at board level, I believe, that we're just about to explore. But we're far away, I think, from really understanding what it means for boards. It's a highly exciting subject.
And a great opportunity for investors.
I'll make our lovely organizers who did such a great job with this show and conference very happy by concluding just on time. I want to thank the audience for their great questions. I want to thank the panel for their wonderful contributions. It was a great pleasure. There's a lot of energy around the subject. I hope it will continue behind the curtain there, and we're obviously here to field any more questions behind the curtain. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sven, thank you. Also, you're very welcome back. Anyone that can finish exactly on time to the second, very welcome. So it's interesting, we're seeing today, we're seeing lots of themes starting to be repeated, which essentially, I mean, I think, and we'll do the review afterwards, it's around cooperation, very complex problems, and it came up here, Nio brought the point up, in terms of teams having to work together to solve complex problems. It came up in the energy transition session we did, it came up interestingly in the entertainment session we did, in terms of technology and entertainment, and I think you might find it comes up in the next session that we're about to do as well. So it might be that that's one of the trending themes that we're finding through CogX. Can I also just remind anyone that we're seeing lots of conversation online. If you are continuing it, whether it's in the lounge afterwards or online on Twitter, do use hashtag CogX2022. I think I'm about to introduce our next panel who are about to come on stage. And the session they're going to be doing is on transformational technology, how AI and technological development are affecting business. No problem. So with that, I would like to welcome our host. No, I'm not welcoming our host. We're still removing some, which I think is coming on now. The other thing I was going to say, when we've had a few questions in terms of other sessions, so again, I know I repeated this yesterday, obviously you're all very welcome in here. If anyone wants to go and see other sessions in either our venue P2, which is stage 1 and 2, or the Aga Khan Institute, your passes will get you in without having to queue. I know there were challenges yesterday, essentially because a lot of the sessions were full. If you can't get in, we will be putting all of the content online afterwards, and you can watch it all on YouTube on follow-up. So hopefully you can catch it. If anyone's missed it, we're very sorry. Lots of great content. Hopefully you can follow up afterwards. Now I think the stage is ready. Please welcome our host, Maria Accente.
Good morning.
Hi, thanks.
How is everyone this morning? Are you as happy as I am to be back in person in CogX? This is it. This is the real deal. So, good morning, everyone. We're going to have a very interesting session today, talking about our favorite subject, artificial intelligence. That's been in the news for the right reasons, AlphaFold and a few others interesting developments like DALL-E, but also for the wrong reasons, with Elon Musk and others that try to vilify it. But today we're not going to go in that direction. There is a session with myself tomorrow morning where we're going to touch the big Elon Musk subject. But today we're going to talk about AI in business. And with me, I have two heavyweights, superstars when it comes to AI. Lila Tretikov, Deputy CTO Microsoft, and Giacomo Corbo, co-founder and chief scientist at Quantum Black. Welcome, guys.
Delighted to be here.
Thank you for having us. And let's delve straight into the subject. besides AI, the last few years, we've been very busy with the climate change topic and trying to understand how to best use all the resources we have to address that. Is AI making a difference in climate change, Laila, knowing that you are one of the few experts out there that combine both technology and climate science?
Yeah, this is a great question, and it's starting to make a difference because it's really important for us to understand how we're using our resources. And if you're a company, for example, you actually need to understand what's in your supply chain. I mean, how much carbon are you actually using, just to stay with something really simple. But then in more complex way, how much risk are you exposed to because of your supply chain or because of the properties that you own and the buildings that you have, for example. All of that is now, of course, is starting to get affected by AI because AI not only can take into consideration all of those different data points, it now can run predictions and models to help you understand how much risk your company is exposed to, how much carbon is in your supply chain, how can you create redundancies, how you reduce it. So this is the first piece of that, is recording, understanding, reporting. But what's really exciting is what's coming down the pike. You mentioned algorithms for protein folding. The AI algorithms that are now becoming more and more potent have the promise, the potential to help us actually discover some of the chemicals or some of the different ways for us to create materials that could embed carbon or catalysts that will help us sequestrate it. Because we know already today, if we wanted to recapture all the carbon, there's not enough soil on Earth to actually plant enough trees to do that. So we do need to science it. And in order to science it, in order to accelerate deep science, we actually need AI. And we're starting to see that with these basic models for understanding how two proteins attach to each other and how they form basic structures, and down the line, hopefully, for new chemicals, new materials, new catalysts.
Fantastic. But there's another side of AI and climate change, is the impact of AI on climate. Giacomo, it's been a lot of debate lately on the impact of large models, environmental impact. Are there any sustainable approaches that go deep into technology stack rather than just focusing on one layer of it?
I mean, it's a good point, I think, and it's something that's attracted a lot of public scrutiny, which is that more and more of the, let's say, state-of-the-art models for a range of different tasks, across NLP on the one hand to vision to and again to even time series modeling are things are moving to larger models, and these larger models, just in virtue of having more hyperparameters, mean that they have larger compute requirements, and so there is a valid concern at the level of the compute cost that this represents and implications for for energy consumption. But I think it's a little bit that focus is I think a little bit misplaced. I mean, anytime that you have one of these like new state-of-the-art architectures, like it was GPT-2, and then after with GPT-3, you have a number of people who are able to basically replicate the performance, but to instantiate that in much larger, much smaller models. And that in and of itself is, I think, a really nice result, and not just from the compute perspective in terms of the carbon cost of it, but also in terms of the accessibility and consumability of those models for companies, let's say, that aren't OpenAI. I think that one of the things that we should be paying more attention to is maybe the point that Lila was making, which is at the level of AI's ability to basically move the needle on how we can optimize things in the physical world. As one example, for the last a little bit more than 1 year, we've been working on building a reinforcement learning bot, a deep reinforcement learning bot for steel production planning. So this is a heavy industry, very energy intensive, and to be able to do something which is going to sequence orders, and ultimately this amounts to producing steel that has very different, that
very different requirements to it by composition, by geometry, ultimately means that you need to optimizing that and optimizing how it's going to produce in what order is going to have massive implications for energy consumption. And I think the lift that we're getting from that technology is something that I think is, is the thing to focus on. And there's other companies like Carbon Re that are looking to do this in cement, but how AI can, I think, shape the physical world. And the other thing that I would call out, and this is very much at the vanguard of a lot of deep learning. Just since 2015, there's been a number of advances around geometric deep learning, and geometric deep learning is basically taking, think of CNNs and what they did for solving 2D image problems, like image recognition problems, and applying that to 3D geometries. And now we're in a world where we can basically accelerate a lot of multi-physics simulation using deep learning. And not only is this much less, let's say, less HPC intensive, so much less compute intensive to run these things. So that's one nice thing. But the real opportunity there is the opportunity to be able to optimize things in the physical world, whether it's a plane wing, whether it's the packaging for an electric vehicle battery, whether it's a wind turbine or a hydro turbine. I think that is the more hopeful thing about like the advent and the pervasiveness of these technologies.
And having the ability to learn from other domains and bring it back into the field of AI, I think is absolutely critical. But going back to the field of business, both of you, what are you most excited about when it comes to AI really delivering business performance, optimization, revenue growth? One or two use cases or examples you've seen that you're most excited about and you think that this one is going to make a massive breakthrough in business?
I can take the first one. If you look at what's happening, especially in the Western world, we're actually in the situation where in many Western countries, we are facing a situation where we're going to have fewer children than adults. And as a result, that is the productivity per capita needs to increase dramatically. How are we going to do that without having better tools to assist us? And I think that AI as an assistive technology, as a partner, is really, really important. So in the last 20, 30 years, we've seen every company turn into a digital company. I think in the next 20 years, we're going to see every company turn into an AI-powered company. In order to do that, we're going to need engineers. We're going to need people who are able to use AI, work with code. And I will tell you, a couple of years ago, we noticed on LinkedIn that companies that are non-tech companies are actually hiring more engineers than the companies that are technology-based by nature. But so what are these companies to do? How do they compete for this talent? Which means that actually technology needs to help build more technology. And what we're seeing today with tools like Copilot is that we actually can help engineers build their code. So with Copilot today is about 30 to 40% of engineers' code is actually written by AI. And that number is going to continue to increase, meaning it's going to help every company become more effective over time.
Super. Check them out.
I think that's exactly right, that every company is going to become like a form of an AI company. I think one of the most exciting things is the way in which that's starting to happen, which is that I think there are more and more ways in which the tooling that's allowing companies to consume and adopt AI is increasingly like right-sized for many different kinds of companies that are composed of people with very different technical profiles. And so whereas just a few years ago it was very much a monolith, you needed to get people who were deep practitioners, whether it's at the level of managing the infrastructure around ML systems, or just at the level of data science, or people who could transact in like the data engineers who knew how to build these big ingestion backbones. And we're now, I think, in a world where companies have more and more choices. That I'll give a couple of specific examples. There's the sort of big competition, global competition for building recommender systems and evaluating the performances, like the Rexis competition, run by ACM. And for the last 2 years at least, in 2020 and 2021, NVIDIA's Merlin team, and there's something called like Merlin framework that has won the competition. So it's been part of the winning solution. And the thing that's just a takeaway from what Merlin is it is a framework that has, basically replaced what would otherwise have been, hundreds of thousands of lines of code that teams developing a recommender system would have to put down and implement themselves to, a few dozen lines of high-level API code. And that's just one specific example as it applies to recommender systems. But there's some of you may have heard of platforms like DataRobot and H2O. Microsoft with Azure ML Studio is building a suite of different tools, and all of them are just a little bit different. But you have more and more end-to-end platforms. And more individual components that are making it easier for companies, both I think to build ML systems that are fit for purpose to deploy into even mission-critical applications in ways that are more, risk assured. And on the other hand, to be able to do it with talent that is maybe a little bit more accessible to them. And so they don't need deep practitioners in a specific area of data science, a certain ML method, in order to be able to build models that use those techniques, whether it's deep reinforcement learning or deep learning writ large, just because a lot of that is sitting behind components, is sitting behind services that they're configuring. So it's much more a form of software engineering.
Well, hopefully at some point you'll be able to talk to the computer just like we're talking here and ask it to do things for you. This is where we're going, right? We started with bits and bytes and zeros and ones, and the level of abstractions of language is coming to the point where it's like human language. So, I can ask a computer to draw me a picture. I can ask the computer to go and find how many pictures are there of the three of us in a video link, things like that, right? And it's just going to be human language.
And I wonder if your examples, the fact that we are now tagging AI as a software engineer problem, doesn't aid with demystifying AI, which, because it was so specialized, creates a little bit of this is a domain that not many have access, but democratizing it allows us to really understand that is software development. So is AI just simple, plain old IT?
So I don't know that on the one hand, that we're getting to a place where a lot of the development, as Leo was saying, is moving up the abstraction ladder. In some ways, that's improving the accessibility problem. It's making, let's say, the developers more productive, more code productive themselves. They need to put down less code. And for organizations that are maintaining these things as live systems, that's less technical debt. So that's all great news. At the level of whether or not it demystifies any of this, I think that it might, there's an argument to be made that it actually exacerbates the problem. Like I might have my Samsung Galaxy phone, right? And there's no sense in which I can look at that phone and understand what's going on under the hood. And a lot of the people who are consuming these technologies really at the level of applications, but even the developers themselves, more of this is sitting behind complex services where it's actually hard to understand exactly what is happening behind this. At the same time, if you think about the move that I mentioned before for a lot of models moving, going towards larger models. These larger models, we've known since the first version of BERT, with 110 million parameters, that these things are hard to train. In fact, some of you might remember a paper by Facebook a few years ago, Roberta, and it was basically not doing much at all to the architecture itself, but really improving the performance just on the back of how they were able to train that architecture. And the moment that we're in a place where we have billions of parameters and even like verging on 1 trillion parameters, we're in a world where this is extremely difficult to do, which is why Again, Facebook with its opt model just a few weeks ago published Chronicles, which is a little bit like what Hugging Face did with its big science project, which it published the recipes by which you train these models. But I think over time, this is something that's appropriate at the level of documentation for researchers. For people who are developing, enterprise applications or organizations that just want to do development and use these things, ultimately, though a version of Chronicles is going to sit behind software routines. And now at the level of someone who may understand a whole lot less about machine learning, to begin with, and is now using these services even to train these models, I think it might make it even more difficult for them to understand really beyond the documentation what is happening under the hood.
It's not just about what powers AI adoption in the enterprise. It's about the constraints that are coming down the line. And I want us to touch a little bit the upcoming regulation that will come in force for various jurisdictions. First is European Commission with the famous AI Act. How will that change the dynamic of adoption in the enterprise? It's first question. And secondly, looking globally, a lot of companies like ours operating globally will have a bit of a challenge to harmonize different regulatory requirements coming for different parts of the world and being able to bring it under the same umbrella. So how do you think, Giacomo, AI Act First will change the way AI is going to be adopted in the enterprise?
So there is an argument to be made that maybe it won't change things all that much, right? Because a lot of, let's say if you think of like some of the higher risk settings, and there's sort of a pyramid of concern and risk of application, but in places like the medical devices industry, in aviation, in the automotive industry, the regulatory bodies already exist. And in fact, what you've now done is, just made nominal adjustments to documentation requirements and to understanding a little bit like what specifically are the testing and validation requirements for these kinds of systems. But there may not be all that much change for those specific sectors. I think there's much more of an open question for enterprise that are looking to build things in the way that we just described, right? In the way of like I'm using, let's say, components and services within, let's say, Azure ML Studio. I'm, using some other platform, which is now where there are a number of things happening behind a service, and I think those questions are going to really have to query whether or not bringing in these things into a specific application, into a specific model and system, will meet those requirements. But I think. Where there are questions, the AI Act is also provisioning the creation of sandbox environments in which to be able to test and experiment. So there's also that
You're hopeful it's not going to impact as much. But what about other regulation? How does the world of Microsoft sees this moving ground of regulation around the world?
We actually see regulation as an important component of a healthy ecosystem. In general, and we see regulation in privacy, which is very important, and we actually supported regulation in AI, which we started working on years ago, and setting up some criteria for what AI should do, should look like, and should act like. And because AI is fundamentally, and we were just talking about what's actually happening, these models are getting bigger and bigger, they're getting better and better, of course, but they're getting less and less explainable as a result, because none of us, not even the best AI scientists, can hold the entire model in their heads. That's the power of AI, that it can look at, combine, and be trained on so much data that no single one of us can replicate that. What does that mean? That means we don't fully understand it. So how do we interrogate it? How do we understand how it's going to behave? What kind of biases are going to be embedded in the system, especially if this is going to be used in mission-critical applications? What are the failure modes of these? These are the kind of testing requirements that I need to get, and testing harnesses that are going to need to be put into place. And regulation can help that, and can help actually create some harmonization if the legal makers are actually talking to each other. So earlier this year, I was supporting a couple of work streams with OECD specifically around how to think about AI, how regulators should think about AI, and how they should collaborate so that we don't have one regulation in one country, another in another country, and we have some harmonizations across them, and also some harmonization across the providers. Because some of the things that are happening today with just plain data is that it's so difficult to take your data from one system and put it in another system that it's a blocker for you as a customer, for you as a company.
So you're saying it's really important for the regulators themselves to collaborate before
Very
they impose any rules on all of our companies.
Yes.
There's on the one hand, you want to have this, this multilateral coordination. On the other hand, I think it's a pretty savvy move on the part of like the European Union to say, like, to act quickly, and then there's an argument to be made here that there's a first mover advantage that it has in enshrining that its standards are going to be the ones that are going to be adopted. Like if you take LinkedIn as a specific example. A lot of the things that, even at the level of how job placement adverts are made, like to the sense that these things are model driven, then, or even at the level of a market making mechanism between people who see listings on the one hand and people who are recommended for those profiles, like these things are model driven, but to the extent that it is a single platform, I think it's very unlikely that ultimately Microsoft will, and I don't pretend to know anything at all about what Microsoft are doing in that respect, but that they will look to split these things out and to have an EU version and a non-EU version. I think in all likelihood these things will basically look to abide by EU standards, and that's at the level of the global platform. So I think it's a good move for the EU to try to sort of codify values and standards that it would want to see more broadly by acting more quickly than others.
Although I've heard voices saying it's not going to have anywhere the impact GDPR has had, but remains to be seen. I know time is flying really fast and I have plenty of questions for those guys, but I'll give you the chance in a minute to ask some questions, so prepare it. One more question from me. Laila, you touched briefly on areas where AI can fail. Are there more examples of concrete failures? We're not talking about existential risk that we should be aware, and we've discussed in the panel before us talking about bias, but on top of it, are there any engineering type of problems that are massive risk when it comes to AI, and how should they think about approaching mitigating it?
Well, massive risk that's a question in general for software, right? It's not an AI-specific issue. It's just as our systems become more and more digitized, they're more accessible to security risk, and we see this. Microsoft is the largest security provider in the world, and we see this as that risk grows. And it grows exponentially as more and more of our world becomes digitized. But I think I want to give you a really concrete example of where AI fails, not because AI itself fails, but because sometimes we fail to understand how we, as humans, interact with each other and interact with computers. So you probably all know really great systems called Teams. It allows us to talk to each other online. It translates if you speak across different languages. So I can speak one language, you can speak another language, and we can understand each other. It will summarize, it will transcribe, all these amazing features will record you. Well, when we build these features, one of the things that we do is we put it through an ethics review. And typically, engineers, they would want to turn the new hot AI feature on immediately, and that's when the design ethicists will come in and they'll say, oh, let us evaluate how people actually interact with each other. So the research team will come in and will say, well, if you turn the recording button on and transcription on automatically, what turns out is that actually people who are already a little bit marginalized, or there's already bias there, so if it's a woman, if it's a person of color, they will actually, there's a chilling effect. They will not speak up. So when you're faced with that, you actually need to think about how to build the product in such a way that people can utilize the features without having the harmful effect. In fact, create a more inclusive environment for them. So we've worked super hard. We've held the feature, in fact, for a little while, until we figured out how not only to mitigate, but to create a more inclusive environment. And those are the areas where if we are not careful, we can make things much worse for the world that we want to see. So it's very important for us not just to jump on these incredible things, but to really, really understand and design for the world that we actually want to create.
Perhaps we also need to be rethinking and reframing AI as not just a GPT, general purpose technology, but a socio-technical system, as NIST has recently stated. I have more questions, but I want to pass it to you guys. And who wants to ask for a question? Any questions?
Hi there. Thanks for the wonderful panel. Fascinating discussion. I build AI products myself, so this is very fascinating. One question I have for both of you is, yes, the panel is how to adopt AI and businesses adopt AI. Have there been examples where either you said in your capacity, no, you shouldn't do AI, or have businesses come to you and said, we want to transform this with AI, and you've said no? So do you have a stance like that? I know you can't give specific examples, but because I build AI, I see AI everywhere, right? But there are instances where you can draw the line and say, no, AI shouldn't be there.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've done it many times, in fact. And that goes back to the AI principles that we laid forward several years ago now. So I can give you an example. So as you probably know now, you can synthesize voice and you can synthesize appearance of a person. And we absolutely said, no, we will not make that technology available. Because it's obviously you can make deep fakes, you can create a lot of negative effects with that. It's just not something that is worth putting out there in the world, because our harms assessment framework told us no. That's an incredible technology. The AI was breakthrough, and we don't ship it.
I mean, in the context of the work that we do, it'll be more at the level of how these things should be designed. I mean, I think it's rare. I mean, I haven't seen any individual applications where, let's say, whether it's in the public sector on the one hand or private sector company outright trying to do something which is like looking to do harm, right? Some of you may have seen the Science paper just a few months ago, like where Collaboration Pharma was trying to took basically this is software, ML software that's looking to search a space of compounds in order to be able to meet some kind of objective. And what they did was this pointed at the space of nerve agents. And in roughly like 6 to 7 hours, it came up with about 40,000 compounds, many of which were like known nerve agents, including VX. So like there are very few, and all of that is in the context of that paper saying that a lot of the technologies that are looking to do good, right, which can be pointed at problems like discovering new small molecules for rare disease treatments. On the other hand, can be pointed at things that are actively looking to do harm. There are very few examples, I think, of companies that are actively looking to do that, but it's more a question of how to design them well and in ways that meet requirements, will have not lead to unintended consequences in the way that Leela described. And there, I think it's good to we talk a little bit of AI as a monolith. I think we all recognize here that we're talking about many different techniques and methodologies. And in many cases, when we think about designing, it's not a question of just meeting a problem, but also meeting even certain compliance and risk requirements. So you might very well pick a technique that could come at a small handicap in terms of performance on a relatively simple task, but means that it's intrinsically more explainable. It's easier to be able to understand like the marginal importance of different features, and this is something that is ultimately, perhaps because of the way in which it's going to be consumed by the end user, right? And so it's more a question of what are the right ways in which to design these things, at least in the way that I've seen it.
And this is where we see the role of ethics of AI, my field, in helping us understand the consequences, both unintended and intended, but also how do we able to understand the impact and translate it into design requirements, into controls to manage risk. And I can't stress enough how much we need ethicists to work alongside technologies to understand those type of problems. Any more questions? We have a microphone over here, please.
So taking that theme and trying to build in a positive way, one of the things that really fascinates me is why it is that we're now besieged with fake news. Why is the more and more of the facts which we are consuming, particularly sometimes in LinkedIn, some of your own projects, are wrong? And it would appear to me that there is very little clearly evolving to check facts in the media. It can't be that difficult. Many of them are binary. They're simple things which you could automate. And I wonder how much work is going on to do this and how much work is being, if you like, distilled by business, where obviously the more erroneous and provocative facts drive advertising revenue.
Excellent question. Who wants to take it? Laila?
So I think this has to do a little bit less with AI and has to do more with social media and how people actually interact with each other and how they interact online. In my past life, I had the privilege of being in charge of a little website, running the organization behind a little website called Wikipedia. And Wikipedia had near zero at the time, near zero AI on it, and yet, the only reason that Wikipedia actually became and then stayed fairly high quality in terms of news factors is because it has very clear parameters of how people were validating those news. Very similar thing is actually happening on sites like LinkedIn and on our gaming and all of our publicly facing sites today. There's actually, yes, there's AI application today to verify that the news are actually correct or the information is actually correct, or that the information is, or that the conversations are positive, right? So that we take down materials that are obviously harmful or illegal, right? All of these applications of AI are already in place today. They're not perfect, unfortunately, right? Because there are situations where it's a humorous thing, right? So you have to understand the intent, and AI is not there yet. These tools are not there yet to understand it in that depth of a detail, right? Sometimes it's a joke. Sometimes it's an imaginary thing that people are trying to pass. You don't always know if it's a correct news, and LinkedIn obviously is not a news channel. It's a sharing environment. Now, if we go and point at that news, that's a very different situation. And there, you actually need to go all the way down to what is the primary source, like who was there with the camera, and what that footage was actually the real footage, because now we can even fake that.
I think the question is an excellent one. I think you're right. Like there isn't. It's already a problem, and a problem of like significant scale, and it's a little bit at the level of these bots that are amplifying certain content. But by and large, a lot of the content is not used with ML, and I think you're right that there could be, let's say, more ML that's thrown at the problem of mitigating the problem, right? Or the severity of the problem. But I think, and this is maybe like where I'll strike a little bit of a pessimistic note, I think the problem, as bad as it is going to get like incredibly worse in the next few years. Because if you think about GPT-3, and like we're now in a world not just at the level of language, but also at the level of video and images that we can synthesize things that have no bearing in reality whatsoever. And so now in a world where these bots are just generating a lot of the content, what are the ways in which we really tune these platforms? Because I think ultimately it's a question of the design of these social media platforms. And there I don't, as Lila was saying, I don't know that it's it's a question of trying to solve the problem strictly with AI and ML. I think it's much more at the level of maybe curtailing the problem, the level of recognizing that, speech on these platforms needs to be regulated, but that you would regulate speech very differently when bots are the sources of that speech versus individuals. Like these, and I think a number of people have made that proposal that it should be really at the level of identifying, validating identity, and that has a host of other issues as well. But I mean, I do hope that we make a whole lot of headway in tackling that problem, because it's going to get a whole lot worse in the next few years, I think.
Unfortunately, time is running out. We only have 2 more minutes, and I want to ask you one last question. We focus mainly on the positive side, as it should
mainly.
be. Mainly. But thinking of the immediate future, what makes you even more optimistic about the prospects of AI in business, Laila? 1 minute each.
For me, it's starting to see it across everything that we do and helping us in our lives. It's very, our lives are busy, we're doing way too much. We could use another pair of hands, and those hands could be AI hands, which are starting to help us. It's starting to happen across the platforms. And for tomorrow, I am extremely excited about what AI can do for us in terms of helping us solve problems in health, helping us cure diseases, and climate, helping us restore our planet, and in science in general.
Thank you. Brilliant.
I'm extremely optimistic, about the general direction and like the pace at which a lot of these technologies are evolving in a few very specific ways. Like the move to these, some of the kinds of foundation models, whether foundation models around NLP, around vision, like the move to even these multimodal models, like these are really impressive capabilities, and capabilities that we couldn't even imagine just a few years ago. Like if you think about like DeepMind's Gato and having a single model that trained on such a broad range of tasks, whether it's robotic control to playing Atari to solving NLP tasks, like it is just strange that we're in a place where I think we recognize now that we still don't understand at what point, we are certainly not in a world of diminishing returns for these large models and these architectures. And that, I think there's something intrinsically hopeful about that, in that these things can solve incredibly hard problems. And the set of problems at which they will be pointed, I think there's an obligation on all of us as maybe as developers of these models and systems to point them at the right set of problems. But I think we have technology increasingly that is meeting like the size of those challenges. And I think the other one is something that we touched on at the very beginning of this session, which is at the level of changes at the level of tooling that are making ultimately this technology a whole lot more consumable for a broad range of organizations. And I think that's also incredibly helpful, because there's a lot of organizations, heavy industries, carbon-intensive industries, organizations that aren't full of engineers, DevOps engineers, machine learning infrastructure engineers, data scientists, but that could do with consuming this technology. And increasingly, we're in a world where they don't have to hire a whole lot of other, a large cohort of developers that aren't in those, aren't among their ranks. Like increasingly, the tooling is fit for purpose for the kinds of organizations that they are.
Thank you. That was brilliant. I can continue for the whole day and tomorrow, but we know we have to leave the stage. Join me with a big round of applause to Laila and Giacomo.
Thank you.
And enjoy CogX. We hope to see you next year. It's probably a longer session. We probably need a little bit more time. Charlie, where are you? We need a bit more time. But thank you, guys. See you later.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the morning is nearly done. Thank you very much. The morning sessions are nearly done. We've got a couple more left for you. So the following one is going to be on the metaverse. Can it be regulated? Regulating the unregulatable. And then we're going to have a session for anyone that looked online, actually, and saw the Lord Kamal keynote. So it's the Under Secretary of State for Parliament, for innovation. It looks like it's on for 45 minutes. We've had very panicked calls from the House of Commons. He's only on for 15 minutes. It's a keynote address. So just so everyone knows that. Interestingly, the themes again have continued. We talked about the fact that lots of the stuff this morning, given today as true tech transformation, has really focused on collaboration. Again, it sat there, the need for multi-complex teams to solve multi-complex problems. So it seems to be a theme for the day. We're going to slightly shift track now a little bit in terms of, as we start to move into regulation, some of the conversation will come up here in terms of the metaverse. I think it'll get picked up later. There's a Lego session in terms of children online. I think we're going to see some of those themes develop today as well. But for now, I'd like to welcome our next panel and our host, Kate Devlin.
Thank you. Oh, they're quite steep stairs. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you got a comfortable seat. Hello and welcome to the session, Regulating the Metaverse, Can We Govern the Ungovernable? I'm delighted to welcome on stage with me Professor Dame Wendy Hall, Regis Professor of Computer Science at the University of Southampton, and Karen Silverman, who is CEO and founder of the Cantelis Group. A key player in the field, Wendy was co-chair of the UK government's AI review and is the first skills champion for AI in the UK. In May 2020, she was appointed as chair of the Ada Lovelace Institute, and she joined the BT Technology Advisory Board in January 21. Karen is a leading voice on practical governance strategies for AI and frontier technologies. She's a highly experienced lawyer by training. She has founded an experts-based consulting group to advise leaders in business and government on how better to oversee and manage AI and other technologies. I'm Dr. Kate Devlin. I'm Reader in Artificial Intelligence and Society at King's College London, and I'm Director of Advocacy and Engagement on the Trusted Autonomous Systems Hub, a UKRI-funded project. I'll be moderating today. So I'm going to start just by letting you talk. So we're still very much in the infancy of the metaverse. Can I ask both of you just to take a moment each to outline how, at this stage, you view its potential? Wendy, would you like to go first? Oh, okay. Or Karen, I don't mind. I'll go first. I've had COVID recently, so if I get incoherent, one of these two will pick up for me. I've still got the brain fog. Why I was interested, it looks like there's another big metaverse event on, I think, in town today, so maybe people at CogX aren't that interested. I have been working in my lab at Southampton. We've had VR and AR, virtual reality and augmented reality demos for 30 years, right? It's just like AI, you know, this stuff comes in waves, and as the technology progresses, you can do more with it. And of course, I say, of course, I lived through the Second Life. Anyone remember Second Life? Yeah, okay, where's that? Well, of course, the issue about Second Life, it was, you know, great idea, but way ahead of its time in terms of what the technology could deliver. And it was launched, I remember going to a web conference in 1997 in Australia, where there was a huge Second Life. They were doing, all the universities in Australia had stands in Second Life. But this was such early days in the web, such early days. 97, it's like almost prehistory for the World Wide Web. And you know, we didn't have the powerful computers, we didn't, any access to Second Life was incredibly clunky and difficult. So at the time, Tim Berners-Lee was talking about the semantic web and linked data, and you know, that was where we were all looking at, was what was going on underneath the web. And we've learnt so much since then about the power of open standards, but also the danger of open standards. And I think that's something we've learnt from the web, and the lack of regulation or thoughts about regulation, ethics, societal values in the early days of the web have potentially led to us to where we are now, and we need to, and so it's going to be, so now we're into this wave of, the metaverse. It's all hype at the moment. How many of you have actually been on a metaverse? I haven't bothered.
I don't play games. I'm not interested. I'm certainly not getting. I can hardly walk. I have a walking stick out there. I'm not getting into putting goggles on to walk around the street. Youngsters, of course, will take to this like ducks to water, and that's part of the issue. So I think that we need to learn the lessons from the past, and we need to think about what we're trying to build here, and we have to set it, or what we might be trying to build, and what potential good outcomes are, because there are clearly, as with AI, as with the internet, there are huge opportunities and potentials for society, but there are major, major pitfalls if we get it wrong. And we grew up around a web that had open standards and was basically anyone can do what they like with it, which is partly where it's gone wrong, but also we've got the open standards, which means it all is interoperable. We're looking at a metaverse in walled gardens with major companies seeking to make money out of it, to use our data. There have been a lot of stories around on the back of Tech Week. I'll talk about that a bit more. The idea of physical digital twins, I'll talk about that a bit for another question. But we don't know what this thing is yet. We don't know what people are going to do with it or think about doing with it. And we've got to think about, and I'm going to hand over to Karen now, how we regulate something that is so embryonic, we don't know what we're regulating, but keeps people safe in the future. I'll stop there and hand over to...
So Karen, what do you think at this early stage about the metaverse and how you view the potential of it?
Well, I mean, exactly as you just said. I think we're at very early days. I think if we look back at how most of these technologies first are used, I mean, there's concepts around its utility in healthcare, which are spectacular, training, spectacular. The ability to simulate for not just in military uses, but in any kind of high risk, sort of first responder type environments or hazardous sort of job sites, spectacular. Educational uses with kids, spectacular. But the first commercial uses of these technologies are always going to be, and they are in the metaverse, gaming and porn, right? I mean, 100%. And the idea that we have to remind ourselves of that and be prepared to enjoy its benefits and its opportunities, but also start thinking about how some of the capabilities translate, right? And so one of the things that I spend a lot of time doing with our clients is sorting out what sorts of opportunities and risks are predictable, right? And what are we doing well? What are we not doing well? How is this like things we've seen before? How is this going to be different from things we've seen before? And there's a tendency to say, well, let's just say if it's illegal in the real world, we'll make it illegal in the metaverse. And that's just a completely insufficient answer. I think it's a really good start, but it's insufficient for a number of reasons that I think we all need to focus on. And one is that law enforcement is notoriously sort of various and uneven. In the US alone, there are tens of thousands of law enforcement agencies, applying differing standards with different jurisdiction and different kinds of remedial authorities. There's private litigation, so law enforcement is not one thing. Jurisdiction is not a concept that maps easily into the metaverse. And in part, I think the more tricky problem is that people will be going on to the metaverse specifically to have experiences that extend and exceed the experiences they can have in the world as we know it today. And that is going to challenge us as we think about what misuse looks like, right? I mean, when you think about gaming, Grand Theft Auto, which was, it's still, I think it's probably still the highest grossing game. So if I steal cars and run over a bunch of people in the metaverse, is like, that's not misuse necessarily, unless I'm one of the people run over, maybe, but have I consented to that? I don't know. So we've got to kind of rethink how we're going to define harms, and we're not particularly good yet at we're good at identifying harms when someone physically assaults or hurts you, or when somebody actually takes a thing from you that you can describe and they didn't have a right to, right? Those are things that we can redress in the law. When someone psychologically harms you, and even if you have physiological effects, we don't really know how to deal with that, in existing either law enforcement, public law enforcement, or private contract or private litigation. So all of those issues, and I mean, your work, Kate, in studying how the metaverse is going to impact humans from a mental health and physiological perspective, I think is fascinating because we don't know, and we're going to need some way to figure it out.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, I mean, we're still talking about something that's very disparate technologies that have some grand ideas, but they're not yet bringing it all together. And we have to look at how those will interoperate, and we have to look at the way that will eventually manifest. So, given that we have so many corporations that will be involved in this, do you think, and Karen, I think this is your sort of area, do you think the terms of service models are up to the task of producing the controls that we want? I mean, do they even work now?
Yeah, well, I was going to say no, they're not, but we don't really have a better model yet, and they don't in part because of this anticipatory problem, but also in part because contract law almost is amoral. Right? I mean, if you breach, you pay what the cost of the breach is. I mean, it's not. There's nothing in contract. I don't think there's anything in terms of use, sort of experience that we've had would suggest that it's up to the task of what's about to happen. I mean, it's, as you point out, it's barely sufficient for what we're experiencing now in whatever we're calling Web 2.0.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, and it's not realistic. If I agree or because I should back up. Terms of use are contracts, right? And that's all they are. They're not moral instruments in any way. I think what we have to, one of the things we need to sort through is where does public interest come in to sort of shape or constrain what we're capable of contracting for or contracting away. So can I contract away my right not to be enslaved? I don't know. I mean, we need to decide that, because in a world that's all about fact and fiction and kind of muddling the two, there may be circumstances under which that is just an experience that one might contract to have. We might have a public interest in not permitting that sort of activity in the metaverse or in certain of the worlds. And so that's it's one example of any number of examples that we don't have answers to.
And you've co-authored a report called Into the Metaverse: Technology, Legal Implications and Actions. And I really like this quote when you talk about the potential experiences. You say, we should assume that all the behaviors, assets and disputes that we encounter in the natural world will also take place in AR and VR, as well as new dimensions and capabilities. And I like these examples: automated profiling, flying, transforming, and invisibility. So one of the questions you raise is,
what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, right. I mean, is the conduct occurring in that private platform, and you've touched on this already, is that really in public? And how does that approach what we do?
Well, I mean, the answer is no. These are private networks that we contract to participate in, right? So they feel very public, and we experience them as public because either our true identities or our avatars or one of several identities we might have, which there's a whole other mental health issue, is how do I track all my realities?
Of that, yeah.
Right? These are private platforms on which we've all chosen to participate with some level of visibility and visage to others, right? And we should not expect the same sorts of protections that we expect out in the square here, where we are in public in the way that civil liberties laws would suggest.
Yeah. So, Wendy, that brings me on to, you mentioned digital twins, this idea that we can have an exact copy of ourselves, but one that lives this purely digital life. And we're already seeing some examples of this mimicking real-world systems. And presumably this is going to require governance in the form of very specific technical standards. So can you tell us a bit about that?
Well, I don't...
Okay, you don't have to give us the technical standards.
I wish. I mean, as I say, there have been some great stories out this week. Most of them are hype. The stuff you're reading that's come out in Tech Week, Lambda, it's just hype, right? You'll have a digital twin of yourself in 10 years. Nah. Right, be lucky while I'm still around in this planet, if luck is what we're talking about here, because so there's so many things to say. I'll come back to digital twins, but we have to set all this in the context of other things that are happening. there's the whole Web3 hype bandwagon. And to me, the metaverse is one of the reasons why we need Web3. Now, if you don't know what Web3 is the idea that we take our data back. We are empowered to manage our own data rather than giving it, sharing it, whatever verb you want to use, with the big hyperscalers, datagopolis, where it is at the moment, completely distributed between, we sign those terms and conditions and that's it, it's gone, right? And of course, we get a return on our investment. We like it, that's why we do it. This is the sheep thing, right? Everyone else is doing it, what's wrong? And actually, it gives it. We get a search engine. You couldn't use the web without a search engine. We get a shop, which is fantastic. Do the stuff the next day. I mean, what's not to like about this stuff? The point is, it's what it's doing to us, society, and democracy, right? These are big issues, and the metaverse is all that on steroids. So Web3 is the idea, and Tim Berners-Lee, I always follow what he's doing because I was going to say he got it right with the web. Actually, he got it partly right with the web. But we're now in a position where we need to he talks about fixing or re-decentralizing the web, and that's what he's trying to do with Solid. There are a lot of other people out there that have jumped on the Web3 bandwagon. It doesn't exist yet, but the idea that you will manage your data from cradle to grave in something that might be called a pod or a wallet or a vault, or this is the model, and you or your agents or your trusted third-party lawyers or bankers or whoever it's going to be manages your data for you. And there you're immediately into, well, we've got a whole new world of people who are going to make money out of us and another whole hyperscaler, but that maybe is the yin and the yang of this sort of stuff. But that, I don't see how we manage the metaverse without something like that. Otherwise, we are into absolute chaos. How do we prove who any avatar belongs to, who's responsible for its behavior, what happens to the data that your avatar or your digital twin creates with other avatars, and if you buy something in the metaverse, be it a block of flats or can you buy an ice cream in the metaverse? I have no idea.
Someday.
Someday that my digital twin may like because it's sentient and likes ice cream, maybe.
Who knows?
Load of rubbish. Anyway, so so there's that. You've also got to set this in the context of what's happening with artificial intelligence. So whilst I say this sort of notion that the Google thing is sentient, we are getting closer, and we can begin to see how we can create software, machines, that can do things in many cases better than we can. We aren't near general AI or AGI, whichever acronym you want to use yet, but we can see how we could get there. And we had Martin Rees, the Astronomer Royal. I'm not quite sure. I know Martin quite well. I'm not quite sure what he knows about this stuff, but he's echoing Stephen Hawking, who said just before he died, and Martin was saying in his interview yesterday, if we let this happen, so the machines become more intelligent than us, then that is the end of the human race. Okay? So we are in an existential issue here. Okay? So we have to think that through. So you've got Web3 and the whole issue of AI regulation, which we're still exploring. Yeah?
Yeah.
As to what's the right thing to do. And then you come to digital twins. Now, I'm just like, you can see huge potential with the metaverse in terms of the things you said, high, very risky, dangerous environments, helping people learn and do things. You could argue that flying an aeroplane at the moment is a metaverse, but that's a sort of philosophical issue. But we do try very hard to stop planes crashing by a lot of regulation. And we need to think about that in this world. But just to come back to, there's a lot of potential for digital twins. This is the idea of having a physical thing, have a digital simulation. And this idea of designing bridges and things like that is very powerful, and we're moving into a world of cyber-physical infrastructure where we'll have the cyber world and the physical world increasingly interacting. There are people working on digital twins of human beings. And you can imagine that in the future, that will be a possibility. And we can begin to do that with the avatars today. But what does that mean? And who, you started to talk about, how many of these are you going to have, and which world are you going to be in? And are we going to have walled gardens, or are we going to have some standards for interoperability that anyone who creates a digital twin that you could inhabit, or whatever the verb is, what are the standards they're going to have to use? What are the regulations they're going to have to abide? There's so many issues here, and if we just go into it blindly and let the companies do what they wish, then we will end up destroying ourselves, I think.
Yeah. And I guess I want to add that I think the companies that have profit motives, that's sort of one thing, and there are ways to regulate companies, and we've done it, and you start to see around the world in the AI space and in the data protection space, and that's the other thing about the metaverse, is none of it works without massive volumes of personal data being collected. That's how it works. And today anyway, that's how it works. So we know, so I think there's a regulation that's going to apply to the providers of these services and the people who provide services on the metaverse. Everybody from luxury good items to ice cream purveyors, look forward to that. But we have to talk about the people too, right? When you talk about community rules and when you look at what's gone on in the internet and how, early days of the internet involved a lot of, and continues to involve, to your point about the threats to democracy and the misinformation generally, it's community standards that we never applied, right? Or that we applied after that horse was well out of the barn. And that is its own separate risk. So we've got the regulation around companies and governments and lawful uses and unlawful uses, or expected uses and unexpected uses. And then we've got to essentially, as each human being, become much more active. I like to say we need to become active, guardians of our experience, right? What experiences do we want? What will we accept? What do we want our children exposed to? What kinds of communities do we want to live in? And we have to be affirmative about that. If we're not, we're going to see the same thing happen in the metaverse that has happened and we may anyway, which has happened online, which is, when you start putting synthetic content together with sentiment analysis, together with the ability to broadcast anonymously, trouble happens, right? And we're going to get that version of trouble too, but in these much more immersive ways that are going to be much harder for any individual to distinguish from real experience, real memory, real sensation. And so what that does to our brains and what that, how that, it's not, I think, I think the metaverse is going to be harder to turn off once we go there.
Absolutely.
And that's a real
danger.
It's a real, and we just have to have some personal discipline and responsibility around that. We're not teaching it that way yet. And one of the things we need to start doing is bringing that into, I think, everyday conversation, right, around, how do you bring that into your home?
But I would just say that I think I agree with you about the metaverse can be difficult to turn off, but actually the internet's difficult to turn off.
Right, and we're not doing a great job of it. And we don't do a great job of it. It's hard enough to put your phone down.
Yeah,
right.
And whether it's metaphysically or physically, it's hard to shut down the internet because actually we're totally dependent, not just we as individuals, but our countries, our companies, our ecosystems are, as we saw in COVID, even more so now.
Yeah.
So, and the metaverse would be, it's that on steroids.
And with that in mind, Wendy, because you've looked at sort of what can happen geopolitically with these kind of things. Do you want to talk a little about that?
Well, I was going to pick up nicely on what Karen was saying because there's a new book called Four Internets. Well, it's not that new now. It came out last year. That Kieran O'Hara and I wrote. And we talk about why do we say four internets? Well, very briefly, we have the basic standard open internet, which is the interoperability technical standards, which is what makes it global. And if those go, and I can tell you they're under threat, then we don't have an interconnected internet, and then actually you won't have interconnected metaverses, and all bets are off then as to what might happen. But At the moment, we have that, and we need our governments to ensure that that stays if we want a global internet. But the other three we talk about is the commercial internet in the US, where you've got very powerful companies that lobby Washington for the support and laws and regulation that helps them grow. Nothing wrong with making money, right, on the internet, but it's the value system. And then there's the free speech thing on top of that, which support, and then you move into Europe, where we are, where it's our lead, and we still follow the EU on this. We may break away in the UK, but we aren't at the moment. It's all data protection led. And if that's followed through for the metaverse, then it will be a European metaverse, right? That you have to, if you follow these issues through, because other parts of the world will not adhere to our values necessarily, our cultural values. And then the fourth internet is China, right, which is actually the biggest on it, and they are influencing a lot of the rest of the world, Africa in particular, the South Pacific, a lot of South America, bits of Europe, and we call that in the book the paternal internet. You could call it the surveillance internet, because the Chinese government demands the right to see any data, know who anybody is, and actually it's a safer place to be, as long as you don't value freedom of speech. It's a much safer place to be. Imagine the social credit scoring system in the metaverse. Now, those values will go into the metaverse. And the hard thing, we were tackling this with AI as well, because if we're trying to negotiate global AI regulation, you've got those different cultural values all competing for what the regulation should and shouldn't be. And what do we agree on? And there is a moral bit to this as well. We've sort of grown up with the idea you can do what you like on the because nobody can find out who you are on the internet. And that's not what we do in real life, as you said. If someone beats you up out there, they'll get arrested and put in jail, hopefully, right?
Eventually.
If they beat you up on the internet, that's probably not going to happen. But I'll just say, I've forgotten what. Oh yeah, in the book we also talk about the Russia, which is we don't give it the credit of being a fifth internet, but it's that we call Russia the spoiler model. It's the let's do things to other people because we can. And we also talk about India as a swing state. India is a very large country, and what it does in this space, it's very clever people, lots of big companies developing there. What India does in this space will also have a big determinating factor on what happens globally.
And all of this, of course, ties into this what Karen touched upon. There is no single jurisdiction here. When you tie that in with the idea of multiple thousands and thousands of different jurisdictions, and corporate governance, this is
right. And so
very unwinding.
So to whom do you appeal for redress outside the terms of use, which may or may not be particularly effective? And then the other issue, I think it's very hard to separate data protection, AI policy, which is very use case specific, I think, actually, and then cybersecurity, because to your point about, any large commercial, even small, commercial entity in the digital world right now is dealing not only with threats from individuals but state actors, and that will be a metaverse. So these different internets and these different metaverses will be in competition with one another, and so it's a very and using technologies that are literally designed to deceive, right? And I don't mean that in a bad way, deceive. It could also be in a bad way, but in a sense to cause your brain to believe it's having an experience it's not having. And in a way, when we think about regulation over the last, however many millennia, the expectation is that if you're of sound mind and body over the age of 18, and in some cultures before the age of 65, you're not entitled to any special protections. You're presumed to be a fully functioning, capable adult, and we focus higher levels of scrutiny around, what happens to children, some categories of minorities in some cultures, and maybe some elders, right? Or people who are diagnosed with disease states, right? I think in the metaverse we're all vulnerable, right? That like an able-bodied 24-year-old adult with no other underlying conditions is vulnerable to being deceived, tricked, confused, and in fact, that's kind of the experience you're signing up for, right? So it's not even a product defect. So how do we need to rethink regulation in a world where we can't just simply say, well, let's just protect the kids online. We got to kind of protect everybody online, right? It's a totally different element that we're now dealing with. And we see this with AI in some contexts anyway, but we will, to your point about steroids, we're not only going to see it, we're going to feel it on the metaverses, or in the metaverse as well.
Yeah, just imagine, I mean, when you go to sleep, things might be happening to you on the internet, but you're not actively doing things on the internet. In the metaverse, your avatar or digital twin could be doing all sorts of stuff you haven't got a clue about. Someone hacks it. I just think the whole thing's terrifying, personally.
But you don't even need to hack your avatar. I just have to hack your likeness.
Yeah.
I could develop an avatar that looks just like you, that you might be able to tell the difference because you would never say such a thing that I just made it say. But
that's
you
like
wouldn't know that.
Deep fakes, but in a 3D.
Yeah. And the potential for scary stuff is quite huge.
But I think really we have to think about regulation differently.
So I'm sitting here thinking, I think we need to license people to build the metaverse. I think they should be. I don't think they should.
Certification's not enough. We need a license.
No, I think people should have a license, don't you? I'm just beginning to talk myself into thinking that.
I don't know that I agree with that, but I do. But I like to think about it, and I often think when people ask me like, well, what do I need to know about AI or the metaverse? And I was like, it's a little bit like driving. Which is you need to know how to operate it and not kill other people.
And I would say flying a plane too.
Or flying a plane. Yeah. But most people don't know how to build a car, fix a car. You just need to know how to drive it and not kill other people. And planes, not very many people know how to fly planes. I don't know.
The cynic in me wonders if we're going to license this, do we leave it to the big tech companies? Because they're not doing a smashing job.
No, we don't leave it to them. No.
I do think there have to be, whether it's licensing or not, I think there have to be ways to effectively remove bad actors from environments. And to your point, there's not a tremendous track record on this.
Yeah. Can I just open this up to the audience? Does anyone have a question about this at all? Yes, in the front row. I think we have a microphone coming to you.
Hi, thank you for the session. Before the internet, we sort of had walled gardens, right, with CompuServe and AOL, and all the talk on the metaverse is exactly the same, these sorts of walled gardens. Can we not jump that phase by forcing companies to adopt open standards as they evolve, and that means everyone
we need
has to
the
speak
Tim
to it?
Berners-Lee for the metaverse then, or doesn't have to be one person, but we need that moment for the metaverse. And the worry is that this is obviously such big business now that and it's moving so potentially fast that it may be we can't wait for that to happen. But it's just like with digital twins. Well, I say no. We don't have agreed interoperable standards for building digital twins. Most digital twins that are being built at the moment, just of physical things, not of people. That's much harder, but of physical things like a company's operate, like the nuclear power, the SMR, the new small nuclear reactors that they're building. They're doing a digital twin of that, and it's good idea for all the safety and reasons. But they're not interoperable with other things. And there was talk in the UK of a national digital twin. That's still sort of in the background, but the government, nobody can think about how to actually make that happen. There's just so many actors involved, and now we're moving on to cyber-physical infrastructure. But we really need all this stuff pulled together so that when there's a crisis, everything interoperates, so you can work out where to send the fire engines or the police or to sort things out. And we are nowhere near that agreement. And this is just happening sort of in parallel with all that stuff and fast.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a different. In the U.S. right now, there's a bunch of proposed legislation that sort of would mandate interoperability, but not in the way you mean it. And it's meeting a lot of resistance because it's actually really hard to do.
Yeah.
Right? And it opens up threat surfaces like beyond, right? And so it by itself, I don't think works. I think in combination with a much better cybersecurity, much better kind of redress model, you could get there. But right now, just requiring interoperability between Google and Apple is easy to say, really hard to do.
And yeah, with the web, the internet and the web, the two organisations that have kept those standards open and forced the companies to actually use them, because various big companies have tried to pull away from the international standards, are the IETF and W3C, both of which are volunteer organisations that run on complete shoestrings and could collapse tomorrow.
Right.
And that's when I talk to governments, I say, this is what you've got to protect. But you shouldn't not take over, but you've got to protect. And there's a very interesting battle. The International Telecoms Union, I don't know how many people know about this, who really would like to manage the internet and have a big Chinese influence. They've had a Chinese president for 10 years. There are two people standing for the next president of the ITU. They manage all the telecommunications that make the underlying infrastructure of the internet. The two people standing, there's a Doreen Bogdan, I can't remember her name, from America, who's great, and there's a chap from Russia who's backed by the Chinese. Those are the two people standing for the president of the ITU, potentially for 10 years. I leave you with that thought.
Okay, any other questions?
The UK and US, please vote for Doreen.
I wanted your views about Facebook sort of stepping back and saying, we won't have our own metaverse, we'll have one metaverse. Because looking at it, how do you see it? Do you see it as the parallel to the internet? Or do you see it as a parallel to eBay versus Amazon? Because, like you said, the internet's broken, it's not great. So
No, I'm not going to let you get away with that. Right, the internet, the underlying internet is not broken. What we've done with it, and what the evolution of the web on the internet, there's all sorts of things wrong with that. I'm not going to let you get away with the internet is broken, because it isn't at the moment.
So now that we've learned from it, could we not have multiple metaverses where we try to fix what's broken or how the application of the internet was broken, and have multiple metaverses? Or do you buy into the idea that there shouldn't be many and there should be just one? What's your view about that?
Well, shall I go and then you can tell me what's possible? I was sitting here thinking about, is it possible to have one metaverse? Right? And if we had one metaverse, what would that feel like? I've read many science fiction books. There's a book, one of my favourites as a teenager was The Gods Themselves by Asimov.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, where there are actually two worlds, physical and, he didn't use the word digital, but I don't know, metaphysical or something. Yeah. And as I remember, sex happened in the metaphysical, as I remember from the book. I must reread it. It's a very good book. The first part is about the physical world, the second part's the metaphysical, or the digital, we might say today, and the last part's the Gods Themselves, it's called. And it influenced me a lot. And that, to me, is like you've got a global metaverse where all sorts of things, and you might have, things happen there and stuff happens in the physical world. And what does this mean to have? What would it mean if we had one metaverse? But also, the idea of lots of little walled garden metaverses is a complete nightmare, I think, because where are the optimizations and the big efficiencies and the power of it? I mean, Tim Berners-Lee with the web, obviously the internet was there first, then Tim built the web, and it was, as he said at the Olympic Games, for everyone. The idea was he gave it away so everyone could use it, and we'd build all these wonderful things on it. You could do the same with the metaverse, but we now know that could go horribly wrong. So I mean, you just got to try and think about. My favourite phrase at the moment is leading from the future. I was taught this by a very wise man recently. And I see the T-shirt say, what is it? What's going to happen in the next 10 years? Or what's the T-shirt say? I can't remember now exactly.
Someone has to turn around and show the back
10
of the
years.
T-shirt. Yeah.
Who's got a T-shirt on?
Yes, if you turn around, we'll know what you're saying. There you are.
How do we get the next 10 years right?
Thank you.
Thank you. I would say, how do we get the next 30, 50 years right? Right, that's what we're actually thinking about here. Because 1989 was when Tim put the protocols up for the web, so that's 33 years now, which is when the internet sort of became available to all of us. And we've got to think at least 30 years ahead, if not 50, in terms of what type of world are we trying to build here, what type of society, and then work back to what we should be doing today to make sure we're on the right sort of path. That's what web science was meant to be all about when we were looking at the study of the web from a socio-technical point of view. So I love this. I've got you've got a lawyer and a computer scientist here. We need the ethicist.
We could talk all day.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it would be
We've
great.
only got 30 seconds.
Oh,
no. Sorry, you have the last word.
Well, no, I don't want the last word. I'm just saying that this, if you put a science fiction writer, a computer scientist, and a lawyer together, yeah, we could talk.
Well, I want to finish by just asking you, what do you think the one step we have to take is, if we have to pick one thing that we need to work towards, what would it be? Would it be the standards? Would it be
more of this, actually?
More talking about this?
Yeah, absolutely. And with citizen engagement, more of this sort of thing.
So you just took the word out of my mouth. So citizen, I hate consumer, I hate user, as how we describe the people who are engaged in this, right? And we've got to get a lot more active in thinking.
Prosumer.
Prosumer?
Yeah.
No.
I quite like prosumer.
I want sumer. Well, I mean, it's an interesting term.
I didn't invent it at all. It's in the. But prosumer sort of means you're not just consuming; you're actually putting in as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think citizen. There's some Athenian model that we need to recapture, right? That if we're and so my one thing would be, how do we enable active engagement from people who are designing, prosuming, and building these tools to the point where we can be planning for the future, but like, where do we want to be? What kind of experiences do we want? How do we reward and incentivize people who are doing this well? I mean, that's the other thing, is we don't really have a great mechanism for encouraging and incentivizing this harder, messier work, and that's something we could be working on.
Never forget the matrix. We're just the bioenergy for the machines.
On that optimistic note, thank you very much, Karen and Wendy.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Now we're going to help.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, I sat in the hardest chair.
I know, we sat you in the furthest back as well.
Oh,
thank you very much, all. Gotcha.
Thank you very much.
So that's almost the final session of the morning. The last one we have is about to come up. So just in terms of a quick recap. So today's theme on true tech transformation, what we've covered essentially, we looked at how tech is transforming entertainment. We followed up with bias and how we're talking in machines. We've just had a session on transformational technology and how that's essentially affecting all of business across sectors. And now we've had the metaverse. What we haven't had all morning is anything on health. And so I'm really pleased to say that the next session from Lord Kamal is going to be talking about innovation in health. So I would like to introduce, now that we have our final stage set, I'd like to introduce a final address for the morning before we break for lunch. So please welcome to the stage Lord Syed Kamal, the Minister for Technology, Innovation and Life Sciences at the Department of Health and Social Care.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the applause before I start. I'm never sure whether I'm going to get applause afterwards, so I'll take what I can get. Can I start by thanking CogX for inviting me here today? I am really excited to be amongst so many like-minded people who believe in the transformational power of technology. And I will admit, I'm a self-confessed geek. In fact, I've been a geek so long, I'm now the father of geeks, and, and they show me up. From the days of programming, I'm going to test your age here. From the days of programming Sinclair ZX computers, BBC Micro, are you all much too young for that? Probably never. Probably your granddad told you about it. Writing machine code at university, wrote Fortran at university, to my current role at looking at how AI and better sharing of data technology can deliver both better health and better social care. And I know one of the critical questions posed at this summit has been, how do we get the next 10 years right? But in one way, anyone who's worked in technology knows that while you can assume that some of the technology being developed by companies and inventors and in labs today may well be commonplace in 10 years' time, some of the predictions would inevitably be wrong. While at the same time, there will be some technologies that we have no idea about today, and they will disrupt the markets of the future. But whatever our predictions about technology, we know that the next 10 years are crucial for the health and care system. We need to make sure that we have a fully digitized health and care system that leads to joined up and better patient care from birth all the way through an individual's life. And we help them live healthier for longer, support incredibly busy staff, but also make the best of scarce resources. And through innovation and technology, we will prevent, diagnose, treat, and cure a much wider range of disease than is currently possible. And as we set out in the Life Sciences vision, to achieve this, we need to build on the UK's world-class science and research capabilities to help make the UK the best place in the world to trial and to test products. But we can't do this alone, and we need your help to achieve our vision. And I believe that working together, we can create an outstanding business environment for technology companies, where incentives and structures are aligned to help to support the growth of your companies, while at the same time driving new innovation and investment. And only when the NHS becomes a better partner for innovation can we really make this vision a reality. So today I want to talk about 3 specific areas. The first one is data for research, ensuring that we make the best use of the rich data that we have to develop the very best technologies and solutions. Using artificial intelligence to improve decision-making and diagnosis, as well as freeing up critical time. And nurturing the right environment for innovators to work with our system of health and care to drive the adoption of digital health technologies. Now, data has been transformational throughout the pandemic, and we recognise this in the Data Saves Life strategy, which was published yesterday. And this sets out the government's ambition to harness the potential of data in health and care. But at the same time, we must make sure we do that while maintaining the very highest standards of privacy and ethics. Better use of data will support the NHS services in the recovery from the pandemic. It will give health and care professionals the information they need to provide the best possible care, and it will empower researchers to not only monitor the long-lasting effects of the pandemic, but also to develop life-saving treatments, diagnostics, models of care, and new insights. But we also have to learn from the past, where we did not always gain the trust of the public and clinicians in understanding how their data can be shared better for direct patient care, and how appropriate data can be used by partners in industry and academia to develop improved services and new treatments. And so that's why the government is committed to implementing secure data environments. Now, you may have heard some variations of this. They're sometimes called trusted research environments or data safe havens. And these will allow researchers and innovators to access appropriate data via an online platform, but also reassure the public and clinicians about the quality of the data, about security, about transparency and privacy. And we're spending up to £200 million in NHS data infrastructure to make research-ready data available to researchers in a streamlined, secure and privacy-protected way. But we're also putting in place an infrastructure to make it easier for you, the innovators, to navigate the complex system and to better use the data to develop novel health-improving technologies. And by March 2025, we will have an England-wide infrastructure of high-quality linked datasets from across the NHS, including genomics, imaging, and pathology, that you as innovators will be able to access for research and rapid product development. But to achieve this, we will work in partnership with civil liberties organisations, as well as Professor Ben Goldacre, the author of the recent report on the use of data in research, and the National Data Guardian, as well as engaging with members of the public directly. We have to remember that just because the NHS or the Department of Health and Social Care calls them trusted research environments, it doesn't mean the public will necessarily believe that they can trust them. And we have to build that trust. And we can build the best system in the world, but it will be useless if it is not trusted and people opt out. For fellow Jimi Hendrix fans, we can't build castles made of sand, since as Jimmy sang, castles made of sand fall into the sea eventually. I'm sure he sang it much better than I would. So digitization and data sharing will also create those large data sets needed by machine learning and AI systems to help out health and care professionals make better informed decisions. But we should not get carried away once again. As Kate Crawford wrote in her recent book, The Atlas of AI, AI is neither artificial or intelligent. And while AI can be used for all sorts of jobs that were considered mundane in the past, speed reading legal documents or doing the first sift of CVs for recruiters, we have to be clear that we're really talking about using large data sets to identify patterns and trends that in health and social care can help human decision makers to make more informed decisions. And the NHS AI Lab was set up to accelerate the deployment of safe, ethical, and effective AI in health and care. It has the potential to make the best use of clinicians' expertise, informing their decisions and saving them time. And the NHS AI Lab has funded and monitored the deployment of AI solutions developed by innovators through the AI in Health and Care Awards, so that we can assess and evaluate if and how AI can benefit patients. And there's some really transformational products that have been funded and developed through the award. And I'll give you a few examples. Brainomics, which uses AI to interpret acute stroke brain scans. Or Healthy.io, which uses AI to detect early onset of kidney disease using your smartphone camera. And the AI Lab funds and supports these solutions to be trialled in more areas. And that allows the NHS to develop methods to evaluate AI solutions in the real world, as well as understanding which technologies have the potential to be rolled out nationally. So, for example, Aidence has developed enough evidence to be part of NHS England's targeted lung cancer checks, the first large-scale cancer screening supported by AI. And the award is given out about £100 million to date, including 80 AI technologies across cancer, stroke, or mental health. And there are currently 183 live trials in 164 different sites in the UK, supporting over 100,000 patients to date. But once again, we always have to learn from the mistakes of the past. And I've had a couple of bad experiences where technology was seen as a substitute for human interaction. And I'll quickly go into them and tell you how relevant they are to health. In one case, I was denied a boarding to a plane when I scanned my pass at the boarding gate, even though a few minutes earlier I had scanned it to get through security. And I was gaslighted or lied to by at least 4 airline staff. Now, this behaviour may be seen as part of the business model of a budget airline, which claims to be the web's favourite airline. But imagine this happening to a patient waiting for a crucial operation. That's why we have to learn these lessons. I'll give another incident. An app-based bank using AI with the slogan, "Banking Made Easy," refused an application for a prepaid card. Fine. But the app then sent me a message saying it did not have to explain why. Where was the human interaction there? Can you imagine that message being sent to a patient trying to book an appointment on the NHS app? That's why we really have to make sure there's humans in that process, and you don't rely too much on the technology. And we've all seen articles about bias in data sets or AI algorithms leading to racial discrimination. And I know, sorry, but maybe I need more water. And I know you've discussed this here at the summit. And that may or may not be why I was treated so badly by both companies. But I will never know. But what I do know is that AI must be there to help humans make better decisions. But in health and social care, humans will often need to be the ultimate decision makers. We also need to make sure that the data sets reflect the rich diversity of our great country, and that those writing algorithms avoid building in their own biases, intentionally or unintentionally. And the NHS AI Lab is helping the workforce to get on board the AI journey safely and ethically. And we hope to do so in an open and transparent way that increases the ability of frontline staff to use AI practically. I hope one day that not too long in the future, clinicians across the whole system in every NHS trust will be supported by the very best AI technologies to help them diagnose and treat patients. Catching cancer at an early stage through enhanced screening programs supported by AI, and greatly improving cancer outcomes and outcomes in so many other areas, including cardiovascular, mental health, etc. And since they can provide alternative ways to access the help that people need without necessarily having to see a clinician face to face. So one example is the progress that we're seeing in providing cognitive behavior therapy digitally. So, huge potential, and come with us on that journey. But with an aging population and more awareness of physical and mental health conditions, Demand for health and care services is increasing. One of the things that we often discuss in the Houses of Parliament is that if you think about how we look at health and care these days, people are living longer, they may be living physically longer, but then we've got more incidents of Alzheimer's and dementia. At the same time, we're aware of so many things, particularly in the area of mental health, that only a few years ago you would have told someone, stiff upper lip or pull yourself together. We're actually understanding now the different forms of mental health. And then neurological conditions. When I had to do a question the other day in the Parliament, I was surprised to find out there were 600 neurological conditions. So it just shows how much more we are aware of, which presents even more challenges to our health and care system. Given these pressures, we must focus our efforts so that the most clinically and cost-effective technologies can be used by clinicians and patients to help manage some of that demand where appropriate. And my department is working with the Medicine and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, MHRA, the National Institute for Clinical Excellence, NICE, NHS England and others to reform the assurance and commercial pathways for digital health technologies so that new products, treatments and devices are assessed effectively for clinical and cost effective. And we want to make that pathway easier to navigate for product developers by helping you to enter the system of health and care, but also being able to scale up your product for adoption across the whole system. As you can see, my job is not only exciting, but it keeps me busy. And I hope I can work with those of you who have exciting solutions and want to scale up and want to become NHS trusted partners, but swiftly, safely, and securely. There are many challenges for the health and care system, not least clearing the post-pandemic backlog. But with a better use of data, new innovations and technologies, we can build a better system of health and care in this country. And thanks to the confluence of innovations in research, life sciences, digital technologies, and new materials, these are really exciting times ahead for health and social care. And I know that my department and the NHS look forward to working with you on that journey. Thank you.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lord Kamal.
All right.
So we're at the end of this morning's session. A couple of quick updates.
Oh,
We've got
hey.
I've got a hot mic.
Nice to meet you, Richard.
Could go wrong. Hot mic. So we've got. So we're at the end of the morning session. Just a quick update. So the Thomas Reardon session that was due to be straight after lunch isn't happening, unfortunately. Thomas can't make it into the country. So we would try and fix that, but we can't. So there's going to be no session in here until 2:45. So you're going to get a very long lunch. Given it's very sunny and everyone is outside having a nice time, please do come back because there's lots of brilliant content coming on. But for now, I'll let you go out and enjoy the sunshine and be back here for 2:45. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? This afternoon's session will begin shortly. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay. Welcome back. Well, welcome back, all. You can always tell that the after lunch crowd is always slightly noisier than the morning crowd. So I'm assuming you all had a good lunch. Welcome back. So we're about to kick off the second half of day 2 of the Leadership Summit, which is True Tech and Transformation. For anyone that was in for the morning sessions, brilliant morning sessions all over. I'm sorry again, I keep repeating this. For people that couldn't get into sessions on different stages, they will all go up online and you can watch them afterwards. They'll be free on YouTube. But for now, this is one of the sessions I've been asked most about today. It's one of my favourite authors, so I'm very much looking forward to it. And I'm going to read you the copy, because I think the copy says it all. I mean, maybe they're a writer. So the session is Ted Chiang, Beyond Techno-Utopias and Techno-Dystopias. And this is the copy they wrote. Is it possible to embrace technology while also recognizing that there are problems it can't solve? What is the proper role of AI in our future, and how could it contribute to a world of increased human dignity? Not bad. Please welcome Ted Chiang and Dorothy Chow.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here on the CogX stage with one of my favorite authors and also fellow Asian Americans, Ted Chiang. For those of you who might not know him, he's an award-winning author of science fiction. And I have to admit, I've not always been into the typical sci-fi narratives. But to me, Ted's stories are much more about who we are as humans and how to question the values we hold and build into our lives with technology. So it stirs the imagination in a way and helps ask questions that sometimes only art is able to provoke. And so over the course of 25 years and 15 stories, he's won numerous awards, including 4 Nebulas, 4 Hugos, 4 Locuses, and the John W. Campbell Award for Best New Writer. And the title story from one of his collections, Stories of Your Life and Others, was adapted into the movie Arrival, which some of you might recognize. And if you haven't seen it, I'd recommend that. So welcome, Ted.
Thanks.
So we're here today to explore the space beyond techno-utopias and dystopias, and also discuss a few fundamental questions around the potential of technology in the world that we believe it can enable. And crucially, that involves imagining and deliberating together so that technology is built with society and not just something that's done to society. So to kick things off, Ted, I'm curious, what do you mean by a utopia or dystopia when you're thinking about writing and in general?
Well, okay, so in general, because I guess I don't really, my own fiction is not specifically about, I think, utopias or dystopias. But I think, in general, I think that we need to either, I think we need to reconsider the word utopia or reevaluate what we mean by utopia. Because I think currently a lot of people think of a utopia as some place, some society where everyone is happy, where everything is perfect, where nothing ever goes wrong. And that makes it very easy to be dismissive of the whole idea. And I think that this conception of utopia is, in a lot of ways, I think it's analogous to the happily ever after version of like a marriage, where like the prince and the princess, they go off, they live happily ever after, they never fight, they are madly, passionately love every day for the rest of their lives. And and that is a fairy tale. That is not how real relationships work.
No.
A good relationship is one. It is not realistic to say that your goal is a relationship where you never fight and you are blissfully happy every day. A realistic goal is a relationship where you have healthy, functional ways of addressing problems.
Yes.
Because problems will arise, disagreements will arise, you will have arguments, but do you have good ways of getting past those problems, of resolving your differences, of going forward with your relationship? And I think that is something that is, I think, maybe what we should be thinking about in terms of what we want from a society, like a utopia. It's not a society where everyone is happy, because that is not a realistic goal. You will never have a society where every person is happy all the time, or even maybe like most of the time. There are always going to be people who are unhappy. That's just reality. But what I think we should be looking for is a social structure which offers good ways of addressing problems. So, because when people are unhappy,
yes,
do you have a way of dealing with that that is healthy and constructive, a way of addressing people's complaints and their issues, and not simply trying to shove them somewhere where they can't be seen. And so, in terms of like what is a dystopia, I guess it's I think probably clear that there's on this spectrum of like utopias at one end and dystopias at the other end. So if we stick with this analogy, and I don't want to hit this analogy too hard, but if we stick with this analogy of like a relationship, there are bad relationships. We have some idea of what bad relationships look like. There are abusive relationships. There are ones with that are psychologically abusive. There are ones that involve physical violence.
Yes.
And so those are very dysfunctional relationships. And so I think by analogy, we can see that there's some societies where there is active dysfunction, where where the dynamics of the society are profoundly unhealthy, where some parties are harming other parties, and that is that is the thing that we. I mean that. I should also say that dystopias. It's not obviously it's not a dystopia where like everyone is miserable. There are some people who are in any dysfunctional relationship. There's someone who's probably doing okay. It's the other person who's not doing okay.
Yes.
So in a dystopia, there are some people who are going to be doing just fine, but there are other people who are not going to be doing fine.
Yes.
And so that is the situation that we want to avoid is a situation like that. We want a society where people who have who are unhappy, who have issues, they have a way of addressing that. That they can seek recourse. They can make their unhappiness known, and steps will be taken to correct that. And it's not going to magically make everything perfect, but can you do you have a way? Do you have a mechanism of addressing issues when they inevitably arise?
So if we think about how to throw technology into that mix of that relationship, often in a relationship, I think it's not that the intention is always to harm, right? And so you have a quote in one of your stories that says, "It is true that we work with the purest of aims, but that doesn't mean we've worked wisely." And so I'm wondering how you might apply that to technology. And I couldn't help but be reminded of Asimov's quote, which is similar but slightly different. "I could not bring myself to believe that if knowledge presented danger, the solution was ignorance. To me, it always seemed that the solution had to be wisdom. You did not refuse to look at danger, rather you learned how to handle it safely." So how do we think about the relationship between intention in building a technology and a safe outcome? How do we think about translating good intentions into a safe, ethical outcome that reflects more of the utopia you described than a dystopia?
Well, okay, so I think before we talk about the, sort of the specifics of technology, I think we have to acknowledge the issue of climate change, climate crisis, because that is something that is an issue which if we don't address, then we probably will not even have the opportunity to address anything else. Because if we are like in a car and we're sort of driving closer and closer to the edge of a ravine, and eventually we're going to start sliding down the ravine to a point where we can't drive up. Like when that car falls into the bottom of the ravine, you will have a whole other set of problems. You are not going to be able to address relationship issues at that point. So in a sense, the most pressing problem, is addressing climate change, because only if we can steer the car out of the ravine, then we can talk about that is the only possibility by which we can then address other issues. Because if we go down the ravine, then we won't even have really, there won't even be the possibility of say building a healthier relationship.
Yes.
So assuming we manage to do something about the climate crisis, and so that we don't go down that ravine, then we have the opportunity to at least consider these other possibilities of things like the roles of technology on society, and how things like AI can either benefit or harm people. And so in that context, again, I'd say that it is the idea is that it's not that problems will never occur. It's do you have systems in place for addressing problems when they arise? And so we can't predict with any we can't predict with any accuracy what sort of consequences will arise in decades down the line. In general, we've had a terrible track record of that. But
COVID, maybe.
But I guess what I think the focus should be on do we have mechanisms in place so that when problems arise, we can address them, as opposed to simply ignoring them or hoping that simply going the way that we've always been going will eventually things will work out. Are there ways for the society to sort of dynamically respond to whatever crises arise? Because the nature of crises, there are some things that we can sort of anticipate, but it's often the nature of crises that they are unanticipated.
Yes.
And so the best you can do is to sort of set up systems, have systems in place for when crises arrive, and then you can respond appropriately. You can take some action, because you will never be able to predict them all. You can predict, you can try and reduce the likelihood of some, but crises will arrive, and you need to be able to react to them.
So whose responsibility is that, in your perspective? If you think about setting up that system for redress or recourse when something goes wrong with technology, what do you think the division of labor or moral labor or that role looks like between companies, people, governments, et cetera? Or maybe it's beyond all of those things and we need entirely new institutions. What would that look like?
Well, I guess I think that in general, I think in general you need sort of a distribution of power, and I think a lot of the problems arise when there is an unequal distribution of power, and so I think right now corporations hold a lot of power. I'd say, and there is this also this tied to that is this vast wealth inequality, and so a lot of power is concentrated into a very small number of people, extremely wealthy individuals, and so I think in terms of I think any healthy system will involve the sort of checks and balances, and it is certainly possible to have when I say, like, for instance, I think maybe we need more government regulation, and that is not because I think the government should always be more powerful. It's that right now there is an imbalance of power, and one way to correct that imbalance would be for the government to gain some power, and accordingly for corporations or the ultra wealthy to lose some power. But at the same time, it is also possible for the system to go off balance in other directions, and then you would have to make corrections for those. But I guess I think that right now in, say, the West, I think the power imbalance is shaped such that there's an excess of power in the hands of corporations and the ultra wealthy, and so the corrective to that would be probably government, or a shift to, say, workers, labor as opposed to capital. If there's a way to increase the power of unions, or else. If there were a shift toward things like worker-owned corporations, those things do exist, and that would be a way of sort of, I think, redistributing power. That would be a way of where you could have corporations, but those corporations would be would reflect a more equitable distribution of power than the way than currently existing corporations do.
If we take like a concrete example, for example, of right now it's a big trend in AI to build large language models, and for those of you who aren't familiar, it's the ability to use existing corpus of language to predict and generate speech. And this is something that it's emerging tech, so regulation won't be there quite yet, but we want to be able to facilitate some norms around equality and representation in that technology. How do you think about that and the systems that have shaped tech? And how would you think about ensuring that cultures are more represented? I mean, I think there's a quote from Wittgenstein where he says the limit of his language is the limit of his world. And so our worlds are actually limited if we only have certain dominant forms of speech. What does that look like for you in terms of reflecting on AI and power?
So I think AI, like most technologies, is often a way for the powerful to reinforce their power. And that is certainly, I think that is more true of AI than a lot of other technologies, because like large language models, they require like huge amounts of data and huge amounts of compute, and those are things that only like in general are only available to large corporations. And so for that reason, it's very easy to see like AI as being something that powerful corporations have at their disposal, and the powerless find it unavailable to them. And so that is true not only in terms of like sort of corporations versus individuals, but also things like dominant cultures and sort of maybe or subaltern cultures that are have been the subjects of imperialism or colonialism. AI because of how it is more readily available to the powerful, it is very easy for it to reinforce those power imbalances, and both across classes and across different cultures internationally. And yeah, that is this is obviously a really big problem, and I don't think that there is an easy solution, but I guess if people working in AI want to be working towards solutions to trying to solve problems rather than exacerbate them, I think this is something that they need to consider very carefully. What are the uses to which their technology is most likely going to be applied, and is it going to help? Is it going to help laborers in their workers in their struggles against capital? Is it going to help individuals? Depending on the country, in their struggle against either corporations or the government? Is it going to help, countries in the global South in their struggle against the global North? All of these things are things that I think that people in AI need to be thinking about if they want to be able to legitimately say that they're trying to make the world better.
I mean, you've previously mentioned you don't like the concept of like superheroes because you think they reinforce status quos and validate superior complexes. And I'm curious, if you imagine though AI, like you're saying, is superhuman, what would that actually look like in a utopian society? If you throw out everything that we know about AI today and you could build it for utopia, the way you've described it, with redress, what would that look like?
Well, okay. So what I said about superheroes, this was in the context of the Ezra Klein interview.
Yes.
So one of the things I said about superheroes is that the superhero narratives that we are usually presented with, superheroes are always defending the status quo. They are always trying to restore society to a presumed idealized state that society was in before some attack from outside. and superheroes in the superhero narratives that we're traditionally given, they don't do anything about systemic injustices. Superman does not do anything about police violence, or wealth inequality. Superman doesn't do anything about the climate crisis. Superman basically keeps things the way they are. So that's a problem with superhero narratives, that they reinforce the idea that the way things are right now, that's good. It's the way it should be, and if they're these superhero narratives, they gloss over the problems that currently exist.
Yes.
The other issue with superhero narratives is that they put all of the agency on a single individual, or just a small number of individuals, like Superman acting alone, or a handful of individuals. They make the decisions. They have all the agency. They're the ones who can act, and so in a way they are sort of the unelected kings of society. Even if they are not technically rulers, they are they wield a lot of power, but they were not elected.
Yes.
And that's, I think, not a society that we want to live in. We want a society where collectively the people decide what should be done, and so if we think of it like AIs as being superhuman in some sense, which I don't think is really a useful way to think about AI. But I think the tendency to think about AI as superhuman, in some ways, that is a way of shifting the decision making to someone else. These are problems that we don't have to
address.
We don't have to figure out ourselves. We can let the superhuman AI figure out these problems, and we don't have to grapple with them ourselves. And so when and so I think there is this tendency where people say well, if we can just solve AI, then it will solve these other problems for us. We just create some superhuman AI, and that will solve climate change. It's it is. I mean, no, I've never seen any specifics about what that might look like. What how is some superhuman AI going to solve climate change for us? But it seems like there's a sort of this subtextual message that that means we won't have to actually do anything. We don't have to make any tough decisions. We don't have to change anything. We can just sort of offload that onto someone else, onto this superhuman. They can solve the problems for us, and there's something I think clearly very comforting about that idea. Just as there is something very comforting about the idea that Superman will always, keep us safe and prevent anything from ever hurting us. But yeah, that's not only is that not realistic, that's not I think a sort of a healthy or mature way to think about your problems. Like these are things that that we as a society have to address. We as we as a society have to address things like wealth inequality and police violence and climate change. And I should also be clear that when I say like we as a society have to address climate change, by that I don't mean like we should each be trying to reduce our carbon footprint. I mean that we as a society have to enact sweeping changes at a governmental level to address climate change. We need to make the government act to do things that governments are supposed to do, to work on behalf of the people.
Sounds like what you're saying is that we shouldn't be giving AI or ceding the responsibility or moral agency to AI, but rather have it work with society. Is that?
Well, so I don't think that there is a I guess my conception of AI is not something that one can cede moral responsibility to, because I don't think of I think in the foreseeable future, AI is not something which can be a moral agent and which can take moral responsibility. It is a tool used by people, or either not, whether it's people individually or more likely institutions that are under the control of certain people or under capitalist interests. So there is there's this quote I like. There's a technology critic named Michael Sakasis, and he said that technology is with technology we're building machines for the evasion of moral responsibility, and in some ways, he's like that is something that like. That is what bureaucracy. That's why bureaucracy exists. It absolves individuals of responsibility because this is just the way the system works, and I think a lot of the sort of the technologies that we call AI are different versions of that. They're ways of sort of encapsulating the evasion of moral responsibility which exists in bureaucracies and sort of packaging that up into a box. But again, it is it is still a way of for people to avoid taking responsibility for their actions, and so I think that that is also something that like anyone who's working in AI, and if they want to be able to say, with a clear conscience that like they're trying to make the world a better place, they have to also consider like, is this something which is going to allow individuals to evade moral responsibility? And because because if the system, if these systems that they're building are going to be used that way, then they need to really I think take a hard look at that and consider again are they actually making building a better future? Are they working to making the world a better place, or are they just sort of making it easier for people to keep on doing the same things that they've always been doing?
Well, super salient advice for me. I think with one last question, and then I think we have some time for questions as well, which is, and we had chatted about this before, but what do you think it means to be a Luddite today, or to be anti-technology in today's world?
So, so people use the word Luddite to refer to someone who has sort of an unthinking antipathy toward technology. But if you actually read what the Luddites' actual goals were, they were not anti-technology. That is kind of a slander of what they were actually after. The Luddites, they were actually they're actually protesting for better pay and safer working conditions. They wanted factories where children did not develop lung diseases because there was so much cotton dust in the factory. They wanted all the things that that unions basically are working for now. They destroyed machines as a way of getting the attention of factory owners, but it wasn't because they disliked technology. It was because that was really the only means available to them at the time. And it's also worth noting that Luddites, they were very specific about whose machines they destroyed. They did not destroy the machines of factory owners who treated their workers well, who paid their workers a fair wage. So over time, we have taken the term Luddite and radically distorted it, because they were not anti-technology. They were basically they were struggling for economic justice, and I think that it is it's been sort of one of the great successes of capital over the last couple hundred years, that they have managed to turn this name of a movement for economic justice and corrupt it into a shorthand for some sort of knee-jerk anti-progress movement. But I think anytime anyone accuses anyone of being a Luddite, or anyone accuses anyone of being anti-technology, I think it's worth asking: are the people that you are criticizing, are they actually anti-technology, or maybe they're actually for economic justice?
Yeah.
Maybe they are for workers' rights, and because we have had this historically, we have had this very strong identification that more technology equals progress, but what does progress mean if it does not include greater human flourishing? If it does not include better lives for workers? This sort of narrow definition of progress usually winds up to mean greater profits, but that is, I think, not what most people if we really think about it, that's greater profits for factory owners. That's not what we want more of. We want greater human dignity. We want individuals, to have more autonomy, more control over their lives. And there are ways in which technology can help do that. So whenever anyone is accused of being anti-technology, we need to ask, are they actually anti-technology? What are they actually? Maybe they're actually advocating for economic justice, and the people who are calling them anti-technology, are they actually defending progress, or are they defending greater profits for factory owners? So I think that we should all be Luddites, because that if you look at what the Luddites actually wanted, those are things that I think we want. We want greater dignity in our lives.
Yes.
And so there are, I think, very few people who are accurately characterized as being anti-technology. I think what most people who are called that, they are perfectly fine with technology, as long as technology works to increase, sort of individual autonomy and control over lives, and not decrease it to the benefit of factory owners.
Yes, and I think it's incumbent on those of us working in tech to open up that dialogue as well with people who are wanting to give the feedback and wanting to be in that conversation, like yourself. So I'm curious to see if we have time for questions. I'm looking for, I'm just looking at the organizers over here. But yes, great. Yes, right here. I think there's a mic that's going to come around as well, so.
Hello, my name is Kutlu from the Creative Destruction of Oxford. So thank you for bringing this perspective into this discussion, which is, I guess oftentimes we just look at unicorns and more technology, bigger, better, faster. So that's interesting. So I'm curious about some examples of initiatives, leaderships, projects that you like going in this direction, be at grassroots level initiatives, open source, government, society. So, I mean, do we expect too much from the big corporates? Just curious about where you see some good things heading up and where we should also look for more.
Well, okay, so I'll just mention, there was an article in the magazine Technology Review recently. They had a series of articles about AI and colonialism, and one of the articles was talking about this project in New Zealand to build a large language model for, I think, Maori, and this was a project being done sort of against the typical direction of language model development, which is mostly English or some other dominant language, and it was a sort of a community effort to both develop an actual corpus on which to train the model, both develop the model and create a corpus on which the model could be trained, which they did themselves rather than relying on any corporation. And because as language models become more prevalent, and if there's more voice activated technology or technologies dependent on speech recognition, if those are dependent on you speaking English, then that will inevitably disenfranchise speakers of other languages. And so so I thought that was a really interesting example of a project that was not corporate led to fight against that trend, and as a way of preserving the Maori language and making sure that Maori speakers would be able to make use of technology that if we continue in this sort of voice activated speech recognition direction. So that's I guess that's one example that I just encountered recently, which I think deserves attention.
Thanks so much. As you've touched on before, the utopias are so subjective. And I think throughout the 20th century, there are many, many examples of people trying to create utopias that actually lead to horribly racist or horribly exclusionary results. And so I wonder, do you think that trying to aim for utopias is the wrong approach? And if so, how would you sort of see a way to build a better future?
Well, it has been said that anyone's vision of a utopia is probably someone else's dystopia. And I guess I think that that arises from in some ways this idea that that there will never be there's a simplistic idea that a utopia means there will never be disagreement, which implicitly means everyone will think the way I think. And that, as I said, that, like the marriage that never has any arguments, that is not a realistic goal. That's not a healthy goal. The goal is, I think, the goal should be, a way to sort of a healthy, constructive way to deal with disagreements when they arise. Whether that means either reclaiming the word utopia to take on a different meaning, or it may be too late for that and simply rejecting the word utopia. But yeah, I think the goal that we should be aspiring to is a society that can accommodate differences, that does not require everyone to share the exact same set of beliefs. And that is absolutely not easy, because there because it's very tempting to say, like, well, a utopia, at the very minimum, we're going to say, like, everyone's going to agree on a couple basic things. But it's like, actually, it turns out it's very hard to find even a couple basic things that every single person agrees on. And like I said, there is always going to be disagreement. There's always going to be differing opinions, and I think, the measure of a healthy society, of a good society, is whether it can accommodate those different beliefs in sort of a way that both doesn't harm those people who hold those outlying beliefs, but also does not harm the people as a whole. That is, I think, the challenge. And yeah, it is not easy, but yeah, I think that as a goal, that acknowledges sort of the reality of millions of people living together, that you are not going to get universal agreement on almost anything.
Well, with that, Thank you, Ted, for providing all these insights, and thank you, everyone, for joining us for this session. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you, Ted. Thank you. So we're going to take a bit of updates in terms of schedule. We're going to take a 5-minute gap now. You're welcome to stay in your seats. If anyone wants to have a comfort break, get a glass of water, go and have a coffee, please do. And then we'll come back with building trust and transformation. Just a quick update on it. So the session that was due, we have TS Anil, Future of Financial Services. Michael Acton Smith, the session today, isn't happening. But I need to clarify it's not happening because of us, because we had a scheduling issue, because Michael's here. So if you see Michael walking around and thought for some reason he just hadn't turned up, it's on us, he is around. So we'll give you 5 minutes now, and we're going to come back and start the next session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? This afternoon session is about to continue. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back. So one more quick thing. I've seen lots of people, I mean, there's lots of conversation going online. If you are continuing it, do use the hashtag CogX 2022. So many tech people who keep getting it wrong. We're going to welcome now, we've got a panel that's going to be on building trust and transformation. It's a brilliant panel. I'm really looking forward to this one. I'm going to welcome our moderator, Caroline Daniel, and the panel.
Oh, we're all going.
Off to you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm just going to grab my water. Good idea. Hi everyone, I'm Caroline Daniel. I'm a partner at Brunswick and former Financial Times journalist. So hopefully I have done this before. We're here to talk about building trust and transformation. And I'm just going to very quickly introduce our panelists for those who haven't done the homework. Hopefully I have. So on my right I have Ashley Casavan, who's the Executive Director of Responsible AI Institute. Also the former Director of Data and Digital for the Canadian Government. So any Canadians in the room? Just me? What? One over here. Yay! Drinks later. We have Joey Jagdarajan, who's a PwC partner and board member and responsible for technology and risk. And then we have Mayank Pankaj, who's the president of the British Computer Society. He's the COO of Evelyn Partners, which changed their name this morning, so I looked them up to find out what it was called before. And also, he's a non-executive director at Uber UK. So any questions about Uber UK, obviously, all go to him afterwards. And finally, Mark Warner, who's the CEO of Faculty AI. So what we're here today is obviously talk about trust and transformation. I'm going to start with an anecdote, which is always a great way to start a panel. And this one goes back to 1589 and a leading technology innovation which is called the new knitting machine. So this is a story about the impact of technology and transformation in the 16th century, obviously, which is the title of our panel. And what happened was William Lee applied for a patent for his new knitting machine to the Queen. And the first Queen Elizabeth denied him the patent, arguing that consider thou what the invention could do to my poor subjects, and assuredly bring them to ruin by depriving them of employment and making them beggars as a result. So I think that's the frame for our panel about trust and transformation. Is it always good? Does it always lead to more benefits for humans and workers in particular? And what I'd like to start with the panel is looking at that particular challenge. What's the biggest impact you see at the moment between trust in technology and transformation? I'm going to start with you.
Sure. It's a good question, right? So we have about 4,000 technologists in our practice, and we talk about this a lot. I think in a human-led, tech-powered world, arguably it's easier to build trust within isolated solutions. But the way we look at it is, how do you build trust in the broader ecosystem, right? When you've got a number of organizations needing to collaborate to drive society forward. So if I take the financial markets as an example, over decades and decades, we've had data, technology companies creating ERPs, we have regulators, standards, and now we have a system that works. Arguably, you think maybe confidence and trust in the financial markets is dropping a bit, but when organizations create P&Ls and balance sheets and it's audited and it's verified, we make investment decisions off the back of that, right? It's taken a long time, and we could only ever do that with a community of solvers, with a number of organizations and an ecosystem working together. And so I think the biggest risk here around trust is we all in the crowd here, we don't work together, right? And arguably we're motivated by different things. If we don't have a common purpose and work together, we're not building trust. We might build trust in our own point solutions, but that's not driving society forward.
So Ashley, if you look at this question from where you sit, where do you think the biggest sort of challenge is at managing sort of issues of trust and responsibility and transformation?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of, it's not my opinion, there's a lot of sentiment analysis that's been done quite recently on understanding the implications of technology and how it's impacting people, and then therefore the trust related to that. And not only is it low, it's low where it matters or it's impacting somebody's lives. So if we think about using technology for health services or predicting your insurance, these are things that can impact your livelihood or your wealth, and therefore it's something that people don't know that they can actually trust a human or a machine to do that, where a human would have done that previously. And so I think that thinking, as we're saying, about the ecosystem of regulators, of the service providers, and the work that they need to do to try and call out some of those challenges that have been identified by the surveys that have been done, to try and establish an understanding of how to mitigate some of the potential concerns that come from that, through things like regulations, through things like having the work that we're doing, I'm sure I'll share more, trust marks or certification marks, to try and think through what does good and effective look like, and has that been adjudicated in an independent and an authoritative manner?
Mayank, the same question to you.
Well, I'll take two perspectives. The first one is one that over 60,000 members of the British Computer Society, the Chartered Institute for IT, repetitively say, which is, trust is what constrains us from exploring the potential of technology. Now, that's much better understood by the audience here than by the millions of users of technologies, and therein lies our question and challenge, which is, if technology may be fantastic, but if people don't trust it, they're not going to let it do things that explore its full potential. And then the other thing I'd say is, for me, the choice is really simple, and it is about choice. If technology removes human discretion, then it loses trust. And we all have different choices we want to make. But if technology lets us make choice so that you can be yourself, you can explore who you want to be, that I think is at the core of human spirit and is at the core of maintaining trust.
Mark, finally, obviously, trust is sort of central to sort of faculty's mission and how you build trust, and particularly in AI in your case. Do you want to just talk about where you see some of the biggest points of tension at the moment between that sort of trust debate?
Totally, yeah. So at faculty, we've done, well, now probably hundreds, many hundreds of different AI projects with a whole variety, like from governments to startups to large companies. And over the last few years, we've taken a look at our best work, and we think there's a common theme that runs through it. Basically, we are not at the level of human level artificial general intelligence, right? We can bank that. Hopefully, we won't be for quite some time.
Isn't it always 20 years away?
Hopefully that stays true. But in the intermediate time, the AI is still a very powerful technology. But given that it's not a general intelligence, that basically tells you it has to be used to support humans, right? The combination of the machine and the human intelligence are most effective. And so we've started focusing much more on what we now call decision intelligence. So helping people to find particular decisions and then integrating AI or broadly just data insights into that decision so that they can effectively drive what they want to do. So that is nice for a bunch of reasons. One, it means you always have human in the loop. So you naturally get some elements of the trust that you'd get a human doing it on their own. But we've also invested really heavily in what we call AI safety, so ensuring that algorithms are fair, private, robust, and explainable. And so that combination allows us to then, when people are making those decisions, to actually explain to them what's happening. So, probably the most public example of that was the work we did with the NHS when we were helping them predict COVID patients across the country. So every day at sort of 5:30, we'd sit down with the C-suite of the NHS and the commander of the COVID response, a person called Keith Willett, and we would help them understand what was going to happen across the country and in individual hospitals across in different places. And for them, of course, these were literally life and death decisions, and it was totally critical that they understood and trusted the system. And so we were able to build in a bunch of the AI safety technology. We were able to make it so that this was never about automating the decisions, it was always about surfacing the insights for them. And we also built in a bunch of functionality that made the history of the predictions open to them. So they could check back and look at how the real data, what the predictions were and how the real data fell. And that meant that they trusted it the right amount. Because of course, the faculty is not asking for anyone to trust our algorithms perfectly. We want them to trust it the right amount, which is often very good, but still needs to be built in with a level of human judgment.
So can your AI help build more trust in Boris Johnson?
I think that might be a lost cause.
I heard something there around building human imperfection, right? Into
that's
AI
a very nice
strategy,
output. You should be a diplomat. I'm going to turn to the issue of governance of AI and technology in particular, and where it sits in an organisation, particularly in business. So there's a few sort of seemingly good facts and alongside some bad facts from some consulting companies recently. One looked at AI governance and looked at 850 companies globally, and it said that 65% of them had implemented responsible AI governance frameworks, but yet only 30% of them had actually been implemented. So there's a pretty big gap in terms of even those who are trying to talk about it in the right way. That's a pretty big gap from big companies, and these are some of the biggest companies in the world. Second was from PwC, which also showed that 3/4 have formed ethical guidance in place, but just 1 in 5 had ethical frameworks, and just 35% of them had plans to improve governance. So what's fascinating about that is the disconnect between everyone sort of realize that they get that they have to be doing something, but the implementation of it and the follow-up from many of the biggest companies in the world isn't really there yet. So I wonder if I can start with you, Ashley, on that, about that disconnect and whether you see that in the work that you're doing around AI accreditation and what that looks like.
Yeah, thanks. And I really want to build off of where Mark left off, which is saying that these AI systems or technology generally needs to have these safety criticalities thought about. And then for those of you that were tracking what he said, really started to define when we're talking about what does trustworthy AI or responsible AI or ethical AI, common terms he's already alluded to, robustness, safety, trustworthiness, explainability, and these are all things, fairness. These are all things that as a community we're trying to have common definitions around so that it moves away from boards or organizations saying, oh yeah, we got this. We've set up a governance committee or we've put some principles in place with not only limited follow through as you're indicating, but follow through to what extent and against what evaluation. And so part of the challenge that we have is, do those terms all mean the same thing? And I'm sure that, Mark, you did an excellent job in thinking through that and using really good research that is available, but that's not something that a lot of efforts being made to do within these organizations to take a really strong investment to think through what the implications are of actually implementing AI in a responsible and trustworthy manner.
But if we go forward, can you just sort of unpack what AI auditing will look like?
Yeah.
I mean, in the way we've got ESG has obviously become a massive issue about how to sort of have accreditation, including the challenges of is the data useful? Are we going to see a landscape when every company will have to have something on their website which is a check by an auditor to say the AI is working in the right way? What is that going to? Can you just unpack
That's my main goal in life right now is to do that. And so we've actually just launched a pilot with Standards Council of Canada, to review the framework that we've developed to respond to the framework around defining what does responsible AI actually mean with some of those qualities and characteristics that I just mentioned. And in that context, part of this pilot is to understand what that end-to-end implementation actually means. And for us, that's an independent audit. And so Ernst & Young has agreed to be the auditor for that, for this first phase. And what we're trying to understand through that is not just how do you evaluate this, but through an independent process. And so we're just like any other financial type of audits, processes, or for those involved with cybersecurity, SOC 2 certifications, really trying to define that, understand then also what does good look like? What are the appropriate evaluation criteria that an auditor can go in and say, yes, you've completed this task to a satisfaction that's been agreed upon. And we're doing that through, as an independent nonprofit organization, and that's why I mentioned independence and authoritativeness earlier, not only going through that formal verification process with, in this case, Standards Council of Canada, but we're seeking to do that now with UCAS and ANSI, UCAS in the UK and ANSI in the US as well, who have agreed to do a harmonized review because technology doesn't have physical boundaries in the same way that our laws do, and so doing that across these countries is quite important. So we'll tell you about the pilot.
Yeah. Could I add one thing, Caroline, just because my competitor EY was mentioned? So if I could just get something in.
We're only allowed one. Yeah, I'll make sure that only one consultant, is mentioned.
I'm looking for their logo. No, I'm joking. To build off what you just said, right? I think this gets to the heart and the crux of trust, actually, and it's why I was talking at the start about the ecosystem. So you mentioned ESG. So we take ESG. So one thing that we've created is something called Rewired Earth, which is a community organisation. We founded it, but it's open source effectively. The goal and the ultimate aim here is to create an end-to-end trusted network where if you take an organisation, right, that literally requires things pulled out of the ground, going through a huge supply chain, creates a product and hits the end consumer, right? That's so much broader than just one technology. And ultimately what we need to do is create a trusted network where every system, where every regulator is involved, we have metrics, we have standards, we have government involved, setting basically what we did with the financial markets over decades, but doing it immediately over ESG. So I think the broader question for me is we can do point solutions, but how do we create the whole ecosystem? And until we really get there, I don't think we'll ever truly trust ESG or sustainability reporting, and that's an example of why I think we need to make a real step change.
So as we come to issues of trust in technology more broadly, what are some of the issues you're finding working with boards? So, I mean, I work with a lot of different kinds of boards, and I find that there's a massive disconnect between how far they actually understand not just the terms, but any of the technologies, and what kind of questions they should be asking. So I'd be interested, both from you and then Mark as well, on how do we help companies be better at asking the right questions in the governance framework? Because if they don't get it and it's sort of left to the technologists, how do you get that right balance?
It's a good question. So I suppose, so two thematics I'll pick up, right? And I wouldn't say anyone's solved this yet, but when I speak to boards, two things that are coming out compared to even 2 or 3 years ago. Organizations are demanding real-time forward-looking insight and trust. And so there's an element of they don't want information to be reported backwards. They need the trust to have the data and the tech to report forward. So there's something around real-time and forward-looking, which is what we need our technology to get to help organizations really make fast decisions and effectively, win in a very, very competitive world. The second thing I'd say is transparency. So if you take Gen Z right now, right? Gen Z are all born with a smartphone in their pocket, right? Now, there's two schools of thought here. One school of thought is that they truly need transparency, right? And they're very purpose-built. The other school of thought is that they will join any social media platform as long as it's the hottest to drive social interaction. So it depends where you land, right? But ultimately, they are requiring more and more transparency. And from a governance perspective, real-time, fast, forward-looking, and transparent data, whether there's an auditing stamp that we could trust it, or whether there's a big consulting company, or whether actually it's part of an ecosystem that's governed by regulators, the nature of the data is real-time, forward-looking, and transparent.
Maya, I wonder if I can bring you in here on, you obviously worked in government and you're sort of involved in advising Uber. What are some of the differences you see between how they have gone about trying to build trust in their technologies?
Well, I'd make two observations. The first one is learn from others. And then don't try and invent the entire wheel yourself. Doesn't matter who you are and how many resources you have. There is value in working with organizations like Responsible AI, Turing Institute, BCS, learn from others so that you can actually build on that. And my second observation would be there's a lot of hype here. And I know I have a reputation for straight talking, but there's a lot of hype here.
In what area?
Just almost every part of AI. The word AI itself is overhyped. 9 times out of 10 at the receiving end of solutions that I'm pitched from organizations and consulting firms, not naming any names.
Yeah. The others.
It is machine learning being pitched as AI. And that's the hard reality of where we are today. But actually, if I go back to more generalization, just like, we are in an amazing building here, creating something requires more than just the content and the materials. It requires deep thought. For a building to have character, that requires deep thought. Similarly, if you as an organization want to create AI principles and values, give that some deep thought. Test it with use cases. Test it with misuse cases. Are you going to be okay with a scenario where it tests fairness but compromises on privacy for your clients? When the push comes to shove, where are you going to vote on that decision? We were talking about ESG. The reality is we now have the world's biggest carbon producers are also the most responsible organizations. If you look at shareholders, not naming any organization. Greenwashing is so popular. It's more popular than ESG programs at present. So just look deeply, test use cases and misuse cases so that your principles withstand the test of time.
I want to bring in Mark on, you have something that you do with CEOs and chairmen because you sort of realise that actually educating boards is kind of important to how you actually implement AI programs effectively, not just responsibly. I wonder if you can just talk about your experience of sort of the naivety of some of the companies, not naming your clients obviously, but some of clients in general about how what they think AI is going to do and actually what kind of questions they should be asking.
Yeah, well, I actually think there's an interesting angle on this that isn't really being appreciated. So whenever anyone hears like trust in AI, they always assume that it means the kind of downside risk, so AI is going to be bad. But like, if you take a look around, our institutions are failing, and we're like, the trust in our institutions is going off a cliff. And that's probably fundamentally because they're just not making good decisions at its core. And so for us, when we talk to executives, a whole load of the concern about being trusted is also just providing the things that their citizens or patients or customers need. So when you're compared to Amazon, when everyone's daily experience is, the top tech companies, and then you can't provide the services and you send the wrong thing or you deliver somebody goes to the wrong appointment, or they have to fill in their name and address 5 times when they go to a doctor's appointment, a hospital appointment. All these kinds of things. There's enormous trust lost with people on that side of things as well. So I think when we're talking to people, we're trying to have a more honest conversation about the upsides and the downsides. It's very easy to sit on a stage and sort of take the moral high ground of AI is going to be terrible, and we need to make sure that everything is trusted. But of course, for a bunch of applications, for very small things that have very low impact, it doesn't really matter. Whether it's a red jumper or a blue jumper that goes top of a website is not the sort of thing that needs an independent audit. Actually, You just let people get on with it and let them take the risk.
Depends which
privately.
football club it involves.
That is true. If football comes into it, maybe it is more important. But I guess from our perspective, this question of trust is much broader and requires a consideration of both the upsides. Like, damage happens when you don't give your patients, citizens, customers the best service possible.
Yep.
Damage happens if you're irresponsible on the downside. And now, so for us, a lot of the education we do is trying to give senior execs an intuition somewhere between the AI is all hype and there's nothing there, or AI is magic and it's just going to solve any problem. The truth is, somewhere in between. There's very powerful technology for an important set of problems, and used correctly can be game-changingly valuable. But it's about trying to help them build an understanding of that. And it's actually not that hard. Like, it takes a few hours to take people through on a journey enough to build some kind of an intuition for it.
And just want to talk about that, about how far the media in particular spend too much time thinking about the risks of AI and regulation of AI, and actually not enough time writing about what's actually working and how do you actually do this stuff well, not just in AI, but in digital transformations in general. What would you say to that?
So I think it's very clear if you look at the media landscape, there's a negativity bias, and I don't think we're going to fix that very easily. You and I have tried to some extent in the past. And so I think that is inherent and will continue to be true. But it's important for people in this room to represent some of the positives as well. Not to go irresponsibly, right? It has to be done well. It has to be done with the right safety considerations. But you actively harm if you don't embrace these things as well. So you don't get a free choice to just kind of avoid all the time.
I want to come back with actually just one quick question, which is the debate we had about what AI is and ML. And actually, if people can't actually understand what the words are, how can you build trust in something which is so ephemeral in terms of people's understanding of the actual words? And you're at the cutting edge of trying to understand how do we certify what is an AI program and audit against it? How are you finding that problem? Because it's pretty hard that no one defines it well and everyone just has a broad brush kind of definition.
Completely, and I don't know that it even matters that, maybe I'll say this very controversially. I don't think that the definition of AI matters, and I say this often when we're talking to standards organizations around that, and I can understand organizations that want to know, okay, well, I'm buying a real AI system or not. Fine, for comparability in the market purposes, but I think Mark's making really important points in outlining that we really need to just understand if the technology is fit for purpose. Do you need to use AI? Do you need to use really good data processing? And whether or not that's called AI or not doesn't really matter. But what does matter is the same guardrails or oversights. And one of the other things that Mark picked up on is really recognizing when you need what type of oversight. And so a lot of the regulations are trying to factor this in. The work that we did in Canada was the first national government to look at the implications. And it was for exactly the reason that Mark's talking about, is the potential benefits. When you have people that are waiting 8, 10, 12 months to have a visa processed because they're waiting on humans to be doing it, you have to take a look and think, okay, well, there's probably technology that can help us to advance and expedite these processes, especially if we know that 98% of them are going to be accepted. And so what are the ways that technology can help? And so federal governments, in the Canadian context, we have 236 different departments, many lines of business and services related to that. Technology can absolutely help that, but there's different risk implications. So if you're processing visas, that can be tricky if you're not doing it in low-risk scenarios. And there's already criteria that's been set up for humans to go through those processes that can then be applied in those contexts. So I just go back to whether or not we call it AI doesn't really matter until we're trying to understand how to provide that oversight. What is different about AI than other types of technologies is when we think about it in terms of, does it learn? Is it changing? is it teaching itself? And therefore, is the system continuing to act the same way? And that requires different types of monitoring and therefore oversight processes. And so that's where we really need to take this into account. To Mark's point, though, most of it's not even doing that yet. So we just, is it fit for purpose? Do you need to use AI? I think is the first question we need to ask ourselves.
Hi, I wonder if I can bring you in from the British Computer Society perspective on government regulation in this area. Where do you think the government has actually helped build trust by intervening in terms of its policies?
I'm not sure I know of a single example, this could be controversial, I'm not sure I know of a single example where any government around the world has got this right. I think we are on a learning journey at present. I think several governments around the world are very progressive. For me, this is back to technology has huge potential to do good for mankind, because our biggest problems are the biggest opportunities for us to solve, and there is absolutely no doubt, I'm sure we'll universally agree here, that technology is going to be part of the solution. And we need to explore that upside potential of technology and look at what is right to achieve the outcome that is being looked at. To Mark and Ashley's point, doesn't have to be whiz-bang technology 9 out of 10 times, doesn't have to be anywhere close to a GAN, and to actually solve for most decisions that most organizations make. And so this is pretty mature, it's here now, it's about safe implementation, it's about professionalization, it's about making sure you get the basics right. If you train a technology to make decisions on the basis of data that doesn't represent the decisions you want, well, guess what? You're going to get an outcome that's not fit for purpose, and governments really care about it. I'll add one more aspect, which is, rightly so, I think governments care to get the last 2% right. And I say this as somebody who's been in government and is now not in. It's important that the 2% of people who break laws are looked after, because that makes for a safer society for us. It's important that the 2% of people who need help and support are looked after. It's important that that 2% is got right. We can't just get 98% right when you are in government, because society counts on you being right. I am a huge advocate for what my colleagues are advocating, which is to use technology to explore the upside.
Just sticking briefly with regulation, the EU AI Act, do we think this is a force for good or another GDPR?
Do you want to go first, Mark?
We're smiling because in the green room earlier we were debating this hotly.
I mean, these things are very hard to get right in the very early days of a technology. So there is such a danger if you, like, imagine a silly little world where, there were 2 uses for steel. One was for guns and one was for girders. And you were trying to regulate at the level of steel. You could choose very restrictive regulation, so you didn't get any guns in your society, or you could choose very lax registration, so you got enough girders. Sorry, this is poorly explained, but nevertheless, you basically understand that if you try and regulate at a single technology that spans multiple applications, each with very different harms, you're forced to choose something that aggregates across all of them and is not right for any of them. And so, in principle, AI regulation, well, certainly AI regulation in particular circumstances is profoundly important. The critical question is, do you approach it as AI, where you're regulating medical diagnosis the same as red jumper versus blue jumper, or do you do it in a domain-specific way? And it seems to me at the moment, the tendency, because we don't really understand how this stuff is going to be used in practice really effectively yet, the temptation is to try and regulate this level of just AI, which is the equivalent of just regulating at the level of steel or something like that, and you just end up with all kinds of crazy unforeseen implications.
So the EU AI Act, though, does distinguish. I'm going to come off and sound like I'm pro-regulation all the time, which I totally am, but in a way that is meaningful and makes sense and measured, and requires conformity assessments, aka certifications. But the EU AI Act, so there's a lot of problems with it. It will be my caveat on that, which we can detail later. But the pros of it are that it was one of the first to identify that there is a distinction between all types of AI systems, or that they're not all the same, and therefore was turning to look at not only the applications, but then the risk associated with that, and having requirements for just high-risk applications. And then part of one of the big problems is what's the definition of that, and then they're requiring an inventory of all of these, which is an impossible task. That said, it does make that distinction. I think where that is an accurate statement, though, when thinking about this oversight, is that, is there really one body that can oversee all types of AI applications, or do we say, okay, well, maybe the Transportation Safety Act needs to be updated or improved, or health services standards, the FDA software as a medical device needs to be updated to integrate these different implications. So I want to make that clarification, because regulators often get a very bad rap, and it's fair. There's not enough support, I think, to understand the implications of these technologies. Governments should be funded better for technology, but we are starting to at least get some more maturity. And the last thing I'll say on the EU AI Act is that in its current phase, its draft, does require conformity assessments. So then there's back to the point about the ecosystem, which is super, super important. And for the record, it's just EY in the pilot. You'll have your chance. And PwC already has management system certification accreditation, so you'll be able to do it. But the point is that it does require that entire ecosystem to understand how do you identify what the problems are, how do you then put the right regulations in place, and the role that they're playing right now is to say, thou shalt do this, now demonstrate conformity against that in an appropriate way, and that's where the standards within the ecosystem support it, and independent auditors play a critical role in demonstrating that value.
I'm just going to ask one last question of the panel before moving it up to questions from everyone else. Can't stop but ask a question about the Washington Post article with the interview with the Google engineer who got fired for arguing that the AI chatbot from Google was sentient. Interestingly, in some of the reporting, he was also trying to hire a lawyer, an attorney, to represent Lambda, the software system, to claim that it was actually an independent actor and should have its own legal representation, which I think is a fascinating area we're moving into. Another legal case in America at the moment is whether an AI can actually have its own patent. So there's a case in America. So there are lots of these sort of issues emerging about AI, legal representation, and whether these are sort of becoming sentient in legal terms as legal constructs. Question for anyone on the panel who wants to answer it is, do we think, based on what we've read about Lambda, that we are seeing a sentient AI? I'm going to start with you first.
Well, I'd say to you, I say here what I said behind closed doors, which is publicity stunt. But look, this is a serious point. I have two observations. First, if you look at the Industrial Revolution as a metaphor, machines do things for human beings for now quite some time. It's not new. So who do we hold to account when a machine does something? It's the person or the legal entity behind it or the company behind it that we hold to account. I suspect that that offers us a good metaphor for what we are going to embark onto. That said, I have some empathy for the fact that we are heading into a new space. We're heading into a new space because if machines can learn beyond what they are taught, and they can have a decision-making capability which is not based on what they've been taught, that is new territory for us. And that new territory is going to require a lot of social debate on who's actually responsible when you have something which is both an upside and a downside. What happens if a machine invents something was a use case we were talking about earlier, Mark.
Then take all the credit if it's a good thing, right? I think if I just build on that, in a human-led, tech-powered world, human ingenuity is key. If not, we're just creating assets for the sake of assets, right? I think you brought up a good point about the purpose of tech. We did this global CEO survey, and one of the big messages coming out from the CEOs of the biggest organizations is that too often they're just getting tech for tech's sake, right? So in a human-led, tech-powered world, human ingenuity is key, and if we get that right, I think ultimately, my view is humans live and die by the sword.
Great. Mark, is it sentient?
No.
Are you sure? Can you say why it isn't?
So I think if you look, obviously it hasn't, the details of Lambda haven't been released, but if you do equivalent questions with GPT-3, people have tried this, and you can ask similar questions. And so the classic is, and this has been a sort of weakness of these statistical languages models for some time. In some ways it's been solved, but not completely. But I'll give you a simple example from a couple of years ago. Like, they'd ask the question, a robin is a, and the language model would fill in bird. And you could ask it similarly, a robin is not a, and a language model would fill in bird. Because the correlations, the statistical correlations, are very close between those two sentences. And so people have taken, I mean, if you read the text, like, it feels a bit weird. Like, it feels a bit weird. But then you get there's people who've like taken GPT-3, which is more widely accessible, and played with these dynamics. So like when it says, whatever, I'm an intelligent being or something, and you ask it, what are you not? Are you not an intelligent being? It says, I'm not an intelligent being. So you can play with the dynamics to, I think, basically irrefutably prove that it's nothing more than a sophisticated language model. It gives a kind of slightly uncanny appearance.
So you can lead the witness, like a journalist.
Exactly.
I have 7.5 minutes for questions. Question in the front row, quickly. Any other questions, just so I know who's to come? Man next to you as well, so great.
My question is about Lambda, and you were all really quick to say it's clearly not sentient. But my question is, in the future, we are going to move towards a situation where we potentially do have AIs that become sentient. And who's going to be able to decide, okay, this one's sentient, this one's not? Do we need to set up structures for that? Do we need to have rules for it?
Maybe
Ashley.
just I'll add, because I agree with what everybody said. I don't think that in this case it is. That said, I think this is why we need to almost put the training wheels on right now and understand how do you provide oversight and when does responsibility apply to who and how. And so one of the problems with the EU AI Act is that, just to go back to that, is that it puts the onus or the liability on the provider. And so that is who's providing it to the end user. But in many cases, AI systems are procured. And so in that case, who would have the liability? And so if we then extrapolate that and think about it in terms of if machines do become sentient and then the liability is on the machine, what types of pre-work needs to be done, like contracts that then would A, establish that in advance, and B, then have some sort of requirements, whether that be fines or jail time or being shut down if it's a machine, I don't know, then you have to have some sort of recourse mechanism for that. But that's why we need to understand with what those implications would be with some lower risk cases.
Anyone else?
The bit I'd add, and I agree with that, Ashley, is in the business world, having contracts, having liabilities and insurance are well-established principles. The new thing that will get added as we have more decision-making capability in AI technologies is that they impact many organizations or can impact many different scenarios. And so does a breach of a commitment result in that technology being shut down for other use cases as well? That is the added dimension, but that added dimension has precedent in liability. Today.
In a pre-tech world, right, you could localize regulation and governance. Where tech now is global, right? You can sit in your house right now and create a company in Kazakhstan or Saudi Arabia or America. In that case, I believe you've got to get the ecosystem working, which is why your question is very good and it's very difficult to answer, to actually get real governance and real teeth in this.
Anything else?
I mean, we don't understand sentience, so it's quite hard. Like, we don't know the science of it. I mean, I guess the one thing I'd say is that sentience, consciousness, whatever, shouldn't be a distraction from the fact that very powerful optimization algorithms can have complicated behaviors. Even like, I don't know, we have to have a bunch of the regulation-y stuff around very complicated, very powerful algorithms, irrelevant of whether they're sentient or not as well.
Great. If you could pass your microphone.
Hi. I have a question linked to, all of you seems to agree that we need to share data to bring trust. And all the organizations, government need to share data to bring great AI and trust in the transformations. But I don't feel you answered the question of how are we going to push them to share the data? Because everyone knows that data is valuable, so they don't necessarily want to share it. But if they don't share it, it's not valuable because they keep it for them. So how can we push them to share data and build something together? Is it going to come from regulations, or is it going to come from big players actually pushing everyone to follow them?
Who wants to take that on? Ashley first.
Well, I think there's two demand mechanisms. One is regulations. Yes, if you're required to do it, then you have to. I think when you're talking about data, though, I don't know that we got into it that much, but only that data is helping to train and then is an input for the algorithm that's then processing that. And so why that's important is because the data being used is going to be an important part of that system. And as a result, that does need to then have regulatory implications. From that perspective, I don't think, to Mark's point, there's enough detail in a lot of this to really create those requirements at the moment. And so there do need to be forcing mechanisms, but the rub is going to come where we're thinking about then privacy protection. And so data is talked about quite a bit from that perspective. But if we really want to do things like try and understand what the potential bias could be in a system, you actually need to be able to collect that data, which is often protected class information, in order to understand what those implications are. So I think there's some alignment that needs to be done on regulations first and foremost, and that needs to be thought through. The second thing, though, is the market's going to have to demand that. We all need to demand that from our consumer products, and part of that is well, it's a challenge, but it is exactly the market, one of the market forces we think about with something like a certification. Put a stamp on it, understand that it's gone through an evaluation process, but without that, I don't think that companies will be forced to, or organizations broadly, will be forced to change.
Mark, I wonder if I can, sorry, I'll just bring Mark in first. Obviously, you've got experience of that within the NHS. How easy was it to share data inside government?
I mean, like, the government actually does a very good job of data security. Like, they're the most thoughtful about it for very good reasons. But I would like to just slightly unpack the idea that you have to share data to trust. I mean, I just it sort of aids. Like, think of your most trusted loved one. Do you know their training data? Do you know what they were exposed to their entire life? Sharing data is helpful in trust. It's one element of it, but to build trust is more complicated. And you know, the truth is, you can go and look at the data that goes into, let's say, GPT-3, for sake of argument, that doesn't actually help you understand that much about the algorithm, right? So it's not even sufficient. It's not necessary or sufficient. It's like a piece of the puzzle, but it has to, like, in the kind of context that we were talking about earlier, it's in certain circumstances, it's very useful. In others, it's not. In certain circumstances, it's very easy to have a third party go in and look, like what we do with financial auditing. So a third party goes in and looks at the data. You don't have to share it publicly. So when it's valuable, you can get around it that way. So there's just lots and lots of subtleties in here that mean that it's helpful, and in the right circumstances, we should do it more. But I don't think you should think of it as like this binary on-off switch. Either everyone is sharing all data, and that's the only way we get trust, or not, and then we've got no trust. There's lots and lots of middle ground there.
All right, I'm afraid I have to wrap up there. The good news is that we won't be replaced as human panelists with an AI sentient Lambda bot anytime soon. And just want to join me in thanking the panelists for their time today.
Thank you very much. I knew that was going to be a good panel. Thank you very much. Well, so in terms of housekeeping, again, a couple of things. We're going to take a 5-minute gap, just so we can turn the stage over, and then we're going to start with TS in a moment. Can I ask, if you are going out to use a comfort break or whatever you're doing, fantastic. When you come back in, because we've got quite big queues, because they're all really good sessions, to just, if you come back and take your seat, to make sure there's no seats in between you. So if you give us 5 minutes and we'll reset the stage and come back. Oh.
So if you have more, if you'd like some alcohol and more questions from Mark, he'll be downstairs at 5 o'clock.
Well, that's a good offer. That's not a bad offer. Great.
Follow him anyway.
Follow him. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The next session will begin shortly. Thank you.
Welcome back. Welcome back. So we have only 2 sessions left today. There's 2 left. Can I ask also for, because it's been very busy, to avoid sitting on the cameras or sitting on the decks that the cameras are on. We've realized, reviewing the footage, it's slightly shaky. So if you can sit anywhere but on the cameras, that would be great. I'm going to introduce the first of the last 2 sessions. So we've covered, obviously the theme of the day is true tech transformation. We've covered multiple industries that I'll recap at the end. The final one that we haven't touched on is the financial services industry. And so I'm very pleased to welcome T.S. Anil and Caroline Daniel.
Hi everyone, it's me again. So I'm here to welcome T.S. O'Neill, the CEO of Monzo, who joined Monzo at the start of the pandemic. Pretty tough time to join a new business. And he joined after more than 2 decades in the financial services industry at traditional banks ranging from Citi to Standard Chartered. So he's got a great expertise in terms of looking at the moment right now that we face in financial markets. Obviously, we've got both at the fintech sector lots of challenges to come about access to finances. They're cutting back on spending, they're cutting back on employees in order to secure enough funds to sort of last the next few years. You've got massive turbulence in financial markets, very high inflation, concerns about public debt. Lots of apocalypse to come, basically. I was just in Washington at the weekend, and Larry Summers, who predicted inflation correctly, is now predicting recession next year in America. And if you read the Financial Times today, you've got a crash in the financial markets in America. So there's a lot happening, and a lot for a fintech like, sitting in your shoes to be preparing for. And you don't have any blood on your shoes yet. But let's talk about, as you look at Monzo and some of these risks which are coming on the macro side, what are you worried about at the moment, and how are you sort of managing through prioritizing how big those risks really are for your company?
Great. Well, excited to be here, Caroline, and thanks for that question. So I've seen cycles before, as have you through your career, I know. And what's interesting is that in many of these cycles, what ends up happening is that you separate the great companies from the others, and the great companies are the ones that are building long-term sustainable models, from the other companies which have either just ridden a wave or have built a business where the revenue and the business model is not sustainable, or it's not great for customers, or it just relies on some version of cheap cash. Right? So I think this crisis will not be different in that sense, and there will be a separation between different kinds of companies in each sector, which is exciting in some ways. As it relates to Monzo, we're incredibly well positioned, we're well capitalized, our business is growing at an incredibly exciting pace, both in terms of number of users, but also revenues. And we're building a responsible business, a business that is centered around customers. So we think it's unassailable from that perspective, because we're building a business model that makes money when customers do what's good for them, as opposed to making money when customers are vulnerable or when they make mistakes. Leaning into your point about the crisis itself, we will continue to be rigorous in the way we do it. We're continuing to invest for the long term. We continue to build out our business. And most importantly, we're here to take care of our customers. Rising cost of living and the overall macroeconomic context will make it hard for some customers. And it's important for us that Monzo stands by those customers and actually helps them. If you look at the Monzo product itself, we have a great set of tools inside of the app that are meant to help customers manage their cash flows better. Budgeting tools, giving people the transparency and visibility over their money, are features that are required at any point in time, and certainly at a time like this.
Now, can you sort of talk in specifics about what you're seeing your customers actually doing? Are you seeing evidence yet that those tools are being used more often now because of the cost of living crisis and higher energy prices? Can you just give some examples of tangible sort of changes that you're seeing in terms of how customers are using your products?
So we're not seeing significant changes just yet, because the usage of most of our features has always been very high. So for instance, one of our most loved features is the idea of creating pots inside of your current account, and pots for different needs. So features like that have always been used. And we continue to build more stuff as well. So whether it's giving customers a view of trends of their spending, giving customers the ability to sort their salaries, create pots for bills. So all of those features have always had high usage. We're not seeing any dramatic change just yet. But I know it's there for customers as they get on board and want to manage the money better.
But as you think about the sort of your plans for product development over you have ambitious plans anyway. What are you sort of changing as a result of you're looking at the year and a half ahead? What are you starting to change or slow down?
Sure. So I think you have a good sense of our vision, which is to be the single app, the single financial control center where customers come for all of their financial needs, to transact, to pay, to save, to borrow, and over time to invest as well. So, it's no secret that we're thinking about launching an investments product, giving customers the ability to make their money work even harder for them. So across these big product categories, we will continue to invest and make the existing products even better with more tools and features, but also add features and add products that help across that set of customer needs. And we're going to do it in the way that that is true to who Monzo is, which is really about a vision that is about the future of money being about simplicity, about taking away the clutter of having to have money managed in lots of different places and bringing it to a single place, putting in, continue to raise the bar in terms of how we move the industry away from complexity of terms and conditions to transparency of simple terms that anybody can understand. So all of those things which have always been relevant just become more relevant at a time like this, Caroline.
But if you look at the sort of market, 85% of sort of consumer bank accounts are still held by the traditional banks. Do you think they're going to become more conservative about moving their money or sort of their salaries into a company like yours or some of the rivals, faced with this concerns about what's happening in the marketplace?
So well, I can respond at two levels, right? One is clearly the data suggests the exact opposite.
Talk me through the data then.
So we have more customers continue to come to Monzo without us having to spend large amounts of marketing to attract customers. The vast majority of our customer growth is still entirely organic because a customer uses our product and tells their friends and family about it, and they experience the product as well. So the user growth has not slowed. The users that we attract have an incredibly high activation rate. So one of the metrics that we track is weekly active, right? How active are customers with the product? And that continues to increase, and it's close to 60%. Right? The percentage of our customers that use us as the main bank has doubled in the last couple of years. So the data suggests otherwise. But I think to your broader point about 85% of the market being with the incumbent banks, I think that is the reality. Yeah. And for a host of pretty well-documented reasons, incumbents have never been at the forefront of transforming their industries. Yeah. Right? Whether it's legacy technology stacks or legacy business models that they can't get out of, or legacy mindsets, incumbents have rarely really transformed. But we welcome competition. We welcome the idea that more people will build products for customers that actually make their financial lives easier. And we're a mission-oriented company, which means that it's not just about what Monzo does, but about raising standards across the industry.
So, given your background at the other banks, without wanting to be rude about your former employers, but be rude about your former employers if you like to be, what do you think the biggest sort of changes are that you've experienced in terms of the kind of culture you've got or building at Monzo and the ability to turn things around fast compared with where you come from?
It's impossible to overestimate the value of having a clean slate to start with and truly building an organization which is centered around the customer. So we've built, and what does that mean in practice? Everybody says that they're customer-centric. What does it mean in the context of Monzo? It means that we really listen to our customers. We've built a community of our customers with whom we co-create our products, who we build products with. It means that we will never build a business model which is about, as I said earlier, against the best interests of the customers. The incumbent banking industry for too long has been built around either customers' inertia, their unwillingness to move, customers' vulnerability, right, when customers get over-leveraged, or some version of customers' lack of understanding about how the product actually works. We're building a business model which is really anchored in the daily lives of our customers, which is about making revenues when customers make decisions that are good for them. You don't create that overnight. You can't will it into existence. That's deep in the DNA of what Monzo is. Really caring about the customers and how we communicate with them and not trying to be cute about terms and conditions, not trying to build a model where we make money when they make mistakes. And that is really, really hard to replicate besides everything else, which is an amazing tech stack that we have, entirely microservices built in the cloud, right? Has product velocity and product flexibility better than any banking stack I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen a few.
So as you look ahead, and you've got a very ambitious plan for moving from not just the services you have, but towards all of different areas of financial services. Can you just give me a sense of, if we're sitting here in 10 years' time, what would Monzo be looking like? What is the vision of the integrated bank?
Sure. So our vision is very clearly to be the single app, the single financial control center for all of your financial needs. And the ambition is global. The ambition is clearly to service customers around the world. And in the next decade, we think there will be a handful of companies that do this at scale around the world. And we think Monzo is in pole position to be one of those companies.
What makes you so confident?
What makes me confident is that we've chosen to solve the hardest problems first. Being a regulated bank, making sure that we build this business right, and taking an incredibly long view with how we're building the business. There's lots of ways to grow short-term revenues. We walk away from those as we build what we think is the best product. So the business model is a sustainable business model from that perspective, built around sticky revenues, built around really engaging with customers and doing what's right for them. And in the long term, those are the things that really bear fruit.
And just sort of coming back to sort of the regulatory environment, obviously we were both there during the financial crisis. I was at the Financial Times at the time, and you were obviously at sort of traditional banks. And you're going to see a lot of sort of different moves ahead of time, probably from the Bank of England starting to be concerned about assets under management, levels of debt, consumer debt. What are you, again, if you sort of quickly landscape the kind of things that fintechs need to be thinking about right now, that you're also thinking about Monzo, but the sector as a whole should be thinking about as they look at their balance sheets, and not just have they got enough money to last, but what should they be thinking about in terms of credit risk and things right now?
So let's just pick one of those points to begin with, credit risk. Right? We've never at Monzo had the hubris that says we write good software and therefore we must write good loans. Right? We understand that credit is different. It needs different skills. It needs different depth in terms of responsibly underwriting, both in the best interest of the customer, but also the best interest of Monzo. So we've built a business that looks like that. Right? And the magic of Monzo is bringing the best of technology and the best of banking together. So for that particular one, I feel really good about the way we continue to lend responsibly, but also take care of customers through the life cycle, which means everything from how we onboard customers all the way to when customers are vulnerable or in financial difficulties. And in terms of advice to other fintech players, it is to see it like that, because fintech is tech plus fin, right? It's easy to over-index on tech and believe that if you had a great front door, everything else will follow. Yep. That's just not the way it works.
But as you look at the sector, are we going to see big fintech companies going bust because of what we're seeing in the financial markets?
But I hope not. But I do think what will happen is the separation, as I said, between companies that have built a great longer-term business model versus those that have ridden a wave. And we've been focused on building a responsible business model, responsible for customers, but also from a Monzo perspective, because we want to be around for the long term. We're here to service millions of customers in the future, and you don't do that by building a business that is reckless.
But do you think that you've got the advantage of the Monzo had a very high valuation, and that's obviously came back down over the last few years, and you've had to build it back in a different way? Do you think that helps you sort of look at this current market sort of volatility, and therefore you're less worried about the fact that you've already had a big valuation? Yeah,
they said never let a good crisis go to waste, and we certainly, through the pandemic, have continued to become stronger. We've emerged stronger from the pandemic, both in terms of the size of business we are servicing, millions of more customers. Revenues have grown several times over in the last couple of years.
Can you give us a sense of how many customers you have at the moment?
6 million customers, and continuing to grow.
And on the revenue side, I don't know what you've disclosed recently.
You'll find out soon.
All right, watch this space, or we'll look at Companies House, I think is what he's saying. As we look at new developments and sort of let's talk about sort of the retail trading platform, how do you think about introducing that to the market?
Sure. Much the same way we've thought about everything else that Monzo has built, which is it starts with listening to customers, trying to figure out what the gaps are in the way they think about investments. And when you look at the market, there's a large segment of customers that are just too scared to even start. They don't know where to begin their investment journey. They don't know what they need to know. And as Monzo, that's who we are, right? We will make sure that we create the transparency, give customers the tools to think about investments, and in that context, allow them to trade. Because really, this is a journey, and our mission has always been about making money work for everyone. And to do that, it does start with really understanding the customer and listening to them and co-creating with them. So that's the heart of who we are, and that's what we will bring to investments as well.
So as you're talking to your customers at the moment, let's talk about crypto. And how do you think about the sort of the crypto landscape on behalf of your customers, given what's happened, in the terms of the extreme volatility in the market and the absolute crash recently?
Sure. So let's break it down first, right? So because when people say crypto, it's a conflation of many different kinds of things. So it's the first piece, right, which is digital currencies, particularly stable coins. I think in the long term have the ability to solve real world problems by bringing down transaction costs, by creating financial inclusion, and so on. So we're watching that space carefully, which is digital currencies in general. The second piece of crypto, of course, is Web3 and DeFi and so on. And I think, again, that has the potential to transform the industry in the coming decade and some. We're paying close attention to figuring out how we can actually leverage it as part of the Monzo business model. But the question you're asking, of course, is cryptocurrencies and cryptocurrency investing. And here's my view. I think cryptocurrency investing is really only for sophisticated investors. The vast majority of people investing in crypto have invested out of some version of speculation or FOMO-based investing. And that's just not the product we wanted to offer our customers. I think as part of customers getting better educated, and they want to invest a portion in crypto, that's fine. But clearly, recent data shows that nobody needs another very volatile asset class to be, thrown at them.
Have you invested in crypto yourself?
Yes.
So how was that for you?
You should watch the charts. It's a small amount of what I have invested, and I put myself in the category of people that have taken a small amount of calculated risk, and I can write that out, and it's fine. It's just not for the lay investor that that thinks crypto is the next thing, and I just want to be on that bandwagon. And I feel like it is for sophisticated investors.
So if we sort of just again look ahead to the sort of future of banking and financial services, you'll be obviously hoping to play at the sort of as a super app level. What does that mean for the traditional banks and financial services companies? Let's say, of course, are they the ones who are going to suffer most with the rise of fintechs in terms of that market share coming away from them? What's your expectation?
I mean, I think that's already happening, right? If you track the data of the last several years, just the relative growth rates of incumbent players versus players like us tells you what's happening from a market share perspective. And the single app, as I said, the single app for all financial services needs, is the vision we're playing for. And I think we can uniquely solve that being Monzo, right? With the tech stack that we have, with the way we build products, we can truly bring that vision to life. And to the extent that it raises the standards for the whole industry, that's a great outcome on this, on this side as well.
So, so if you had to say, if you want to compete in all those different areas you've talked about, how do you sort of prioritize between them all? Because obviously that goes off, your peers are then lots of people. It might be Hargreaves Lansdown, it might be, the traditional banks. How do you look at your peer set at the moment in terms of who your real competitors are?
Yeah, well, look, the honest answer is that the vast majority of the market is still with the incumbent banks. So that really is the market we're up against. And as I said already, I think we're in pole position to benefit from the trends of digitization. As customers experience better and better digital products and digital ways to manage their money, we will obviously continue to benefit from all of that. Your point about prioritization, I think we're playing the long game over here. So we have a roadmap of how and when we're going to get to these different products, and we're sort of staying true to that. And when you're playing the long game, shorter term prioritization becomes less of a thing. You may need to be responsive to the environment for sure, but we really are building this for the big ambition and the big vision we have.
You've obviously done something interesting in terms of offering sabbaticals to people who've been there for 4 years recently, and also being very progressive in some of the other assets you're offering to workers. Is that because it's just so hard to recruit sort of the right kind of people at the moment?
So Monzo is banking like it's never been done before. And we wanted to transform banking not just for our customers, but also for our employees, which means creating a culture which is really built around two things, right? The first piece being centered around what's best for customers, and the second piece being about values that we have stayed true to and will continue to stay true to. And the culture continues to evolve. And what it means in this particular context of sabbaticals, as you're saying, is we also recognize that building the ambition that I'm talking about is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And along that journey, some of our staff might want to take a few months off, give themselves the space to, spend time with their families, take a holiday, write a book, travel, or, just take care of themselves. And, we designed that policy in that context to allow tenured employees to take 3 months off, fully paid without worry of job security, and just get that, give themselves that break while they get back on to building out the ambition.
Now, we're out of time, but I want to just pick up on the point about writing a book. And in one of the profiles of you, it says that you write poetry and you're very interested in literature and short stories. Are you turning your life at Monzo into poetry?
It's poetic enough as it is. So I don't need to turn it into anything else. But yeah, it's something I will do at some point, write more poetry.
So you're not going to go and pen a poem about CogX?
A poem on
today?
Monzo, that would be an interesting ask.
All right, so I'm inviting anyone in the audience who wants to write a poem about Monzo to submit it to TS Anil, and we'll have a review next year.
Most definitely, I'd love to do that.
A slam poetry festival organised by Monzo.
You're full of amazing ideas, Caroline.
So I'm afraid we're out of time, and it says the word wrap in front of me, which doesn't mean anything to do with sandwiches. And thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for the panel today.
Pleasure, Caroline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, TS. Well, I didn't expect the session to finish with Monzo proposing a rap poetry festival. I didn't see that. We're going to have, thank you. We're going to have a 10-minute break, and then we get to the final session of the day, which is on quantum computing with our partners at Tech UK. So you can either sit in your seats or go and have a quick break, and we'll be back here at 5:30. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The final session of the afternoon is about to begin. Thank you.
I'd like to, it's our last session of the day, the very last one of day 2. So in terms of transformational technology, thank you again. We're going to finish on quantum computing, and I'd like to, especially for this one, thank our editorial partners for this, Tech UK, Sue Daly and the team, who are absolutely brilliant. We love working with them. So for the final session of the day, please welcome Sue Daly from Tech UK.
Can we just give Michael a huge round of applause, because he's been emceeing this stage all day long. Please join me in applause. Thank you for welcoming the panel. We're just going to get seated. And we are here to talk about, are we ready
just
for a...
under our photos.
Are we ready for a quantum future? And you know, today is all about emerging technologies and talking about innovations. And this is really one that's on a lot of people's minds right now, because quantum-powered technologies, as I'm sure we'll come to discuss, are no longer just the reserve of science fiction. They are becoming talked about in rooms like this, in conferences around the world, and as we may talk about in boardrooms as well, and with industry leaders. So we know that quantum technologies have the potential to transform everything. So what we're going to talk about today in this conversation is the potential impact, the implications of quantum transformation, and think about, I'm going to ask the panel, are we ready? Are we ready for that future? And if we're not ready, perhaps who is ready for that future? So we're going to get a bit of a sense of where we are right now, what the future could look like and how we get it right for not just industry, but for society and for everybody everywhere. But then also, how do we move forward, and what could moving forward look like? And I'm hoping we may have some time for questions, but we'll see how we go. Let's kick us off. I'm just hoping that the time on my clock might start, so I know how long, because we could go, oh, thank you, we could take up the whole evening, but I'm sure you might have homes to go to. But let's kick off the conversation first. I'm going to ask my panel to introduce themselves. We have a really amazing panel, but enough from me, let's hear from them. Philip, perhaps could you just introduce yourself to everybody, and thanks for being here. It's really great to have you here.
Very happy to. So I'm Philip Ernst. I'm with McKinsey. I'm focusing on tech-enabled innovation, and within that, specifically on quantum technologies. Brilliant. And we put a lot of effort in that research, and I'm very happy to share some thoughts about it today.
Right. Carolyn, great to have you with us. Just tell everybody who you are.
At CogX. I'm Carolyn Tenholter. I'm at the University of Oxford. I'm a researcher in the Responsible Technology Institute. And we look at kind of responsible applications in a variety of domains. Quantum is one of them. We also look at autonomous vehicles, but it's all about how new technologies can impact society. So looking forward to talking about that today.
Oh, great to have you with us. Marcus,
yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm the founder and CEO of Terra Quantum, one of the larger quantum tech companies globally. And how did I get there? So I'm a quantum physicist actually by education, studied quantum field theory at CERN in Geneva, but then left the space for more than 20 years doing investment banking, corporate finance, private equity. And 4 years ago, actually thought it's time to combine those two things, my passion for quantum and the corporate finance background, to commercialize quantum.
Brilliant. Oh, right place, right time. Perhaps we'll talk about that as well. And Stephen, really great to have you with us. Please introduce yourself.
My name's Stephen Nundy. I'm a partner at a venture capital fund called Lakestar. I look after the UK office. We're a pan-European venture capitalist. We invest in early and up to growth stage. My background, though, is I'm an enterprise engineer by trade. I spent 20 years working at Goldman Sachs building technology, both here and in Asia. And so I came across quantum for the first time actually when I was working at Goldman, and so I'm now in a fortunate position as an investor to be able to follow my dreams, or the hopes and dreams I think many of us have, and helping kind of build that next generation of quantum software houses.
Yeah, it really does feel like we've been talking about quantum at Tech UK for a few years now, but it really does feel like we're at the kind of cusp of something really big, and we're going to touch on what that thing might be in terms of how we move forward. But before we kind of look to the future, I always like to think about where we are right now. and whether, where quantum is right now in quantum technologies. And of course, there's lots of different quantum technologies, but I'm sure we might touch on that. So when we think about preparing for the future, we actually need to think about where we are with quantum. And there are a number of early forms of quantum technologies that are available now. So I want to kind of start with exploring perhaps, how quantum is being used today, and how can this help us understand what the future may look like. I mean, Marcus, can I perhaps start with you, given Terra Quantum is already working in this field? What are you seeing?
Sure. I mean, in general, of course, I mean, we have a disruptive technology, right? I mean, the speed up of the compute power of a quantum computer will be exponentially, right? So that explains it all. So it will disrupt on the long term almost every industry which has to do with optimization, simulation, machine learning. Where we are today, I think we have, I call it a broken compute stack, right? We have the classical high-performance computing architecture, which comes to certain limits when it comes to optimization, simulation, and these things. And then we have the quantum side differentiated or divided in the software piece, quantum software, and the hardware piece. And we all know potentially that the native quantum chips, they do not yet scale, right? There's a lot of R&D, great R&D going on from academia and the quantum techs and the big corporates. Everybody is thrilled on that, but it still takes a few years' time until those native QPUs are powerful enough so that you can do really meaningful things with it. But the quantum software side, the quantum algorithms, they can be developed right now, actually. And what we especially do as Terra Quantum, that's our USP, we kind of hybridize the approach. We fix the broken compute stack and take the best of breed approach, meaning we use the quantum algorithms and run it as long as we don't have more powerful native QPUs, we run it on virtualized qubits on classical HPC compute architecture. And by that approach, we can already unleash some of the potential of quantum today. And we actually have a lot of clients who use quantum today and achieve big savings today already with it. So the short answer is quantum is already more advanced in its application than a lot of people think.
So if that's the case then, and quantum is here, how do we then explain? How do we get business leaders to understand what it could mean for them? How do we get them to understand what it could mean for them right now as well? Stephen, I don't know if you've got a view on this. Do we need to help business leaders kind of understand? Do they think quantum, no, it's not for us? How do we get them to think about it?
I think you've got business leaders under a lot of pressure to run the here and now.
Yeah.
We're all either re-platforming or we're looking to use the latest and greatest to give us efficiencies in our day-to-day.
Yeah.
And I think what Marcus and the rest of the quantum ecosystem are saying is you can start experimenting today in a meaningful way. And so I think that's where we need to start having this dialogue across the corporate world and elsewhere to say that you have to start experimenting now. These technologies will take a long time to fully come up to speed. You need to start understanding what this means to your business if in 5 years' time there is a solution that could revolutionize the way you think about a certain aspect of your business and start preparing the change of how you pivot from a business that does it this way to a business that does it this way, because these things take time. If there's one thing I learned working in a large organization, it's time it just gets eaten away. Unless you start early and you prepare early, you're going to miss the boat.
Yeah, and Philip, I'll come to you in a minute, but Carolyn, you wanted to come in. Is it, what do businesses need to think about then?
It's just that, we think that the quantum computing community absolutely needs to be starting to have these conversations with business. There are some highly likely first use cases for quantum, fintech, pharma, materials, and the community really needs to be having these conversations with businesses, sort of making them aware of what's coming. I'm sure, Marcus knows the ecosystem very well as well. So.
Yeah, and we'll come on to how we do support the ecosystem. But Philip, from your point of view, helping business leaders to understand this, in your view, how do we need to do that? And talking to Stephen, how do we start that dialogue? Is it looking at case studies? Is it looking at, what outcomes quantum technologies could mean? Is that how we need to approach the conversation?
So the first thing is that there are actually players who are early movers who actually work with the industry already, right? Who are working into the first use cases in order to establish advantages, right? And some competitive advantages in time. I think the second thing is, when we talk to business leaders around this is often around the strategic aspect. Does quantum actually disrupt my industry? What are use cases around this that have significant value for us? And when is also the time when we have to start actually investing into this and get going? And this is obviously with a couple of industries like pharma, where it's early on, around chemistry, in general, but also automotive has already put in quite some work already, and this is starting up. But also, I think it's not yet there where it should actually be, given the potential impact it can have.
Yeah, yeah. So timing is everything, right? And knowing when to invest is everything. And I suppose, Stephen, that's part of that conversation as well, of helping business leaders to understand where we are right now in terms of when's the best time to think about what it means for their business.
Exactly. I think there's going to be some business changes that may take years to implement off the back of this. Mm-hmm. And so you could wait around until the hardware is mature, but I think to Marcus's point, to the extent that you're already experimenting, you may not see that step change speed up or outcome for a number of years, but you can start modeling this out, and you can start getting confidence that when the change is there and the hardware is there, that you're ready to embrace it. Because if you don't, and another business leader has taken a more progressive view, you're going to be behind the 8 ball, right? And we've seen this a number of times where these kind of sliding door moments happen, and before you know it, you are playing catch up.
Yeah. So Marcus, I'd love to bring you in on this point, and please do give your reflections, but also I want to ask you around, we're talking about business users of quantum, right? But as Carolyn kind of set us on that track around the ecosystem itself, the quantum industry itself is really thriving and growing here in the UK, but around the world. So what thinking about them as the enablers of our quantum future, what do we need to do to help them scale and grow? But please, you wanted to come in as well.
Well, that's a very, very exciting question, actually, an interesting one, but probably more to Stephen's point. I mean, how do you get started with quantum as a corporate when at an early stage of the industry, right? That's why we established the approach of quantum as a service, because to lower the entrance barriers for corporates so that they don't have to have their own quantum talent, because scarcity of talent is a big one.
Yeah.
And secondly, that they don't have to invest in hardware at this early stage. Yeah. So therefore, we bring everything kind of and help them to migrate use cases which they currently tackle in a classical way into the quantum room, and then deploy it via the cloud on our own hybrid quantum machine, right? And by that, we can achieve early advantages already today. Just very briefly, one example out of the financial services industry, there is within investment banking a mission-critical optimization algorithm called the collateral portfolio optimization. It's a couple of $100 billion sitting on the balance sheets of the investment banks. So if you can just improve the performance of that by a few bips, it's huge, right? Yeah. And what we did actually was, based on the data of a European investment bank with a 400 billion collateral portfolio, did exactly that approach, and by running it on our machine, we could improve the performance by 6 bips, and that translates in that special situation into 240 million euro annual recurring cost savings. Wow. And that is something we can achieve today, right? So therefore we say quantum is now. But now, of course, the hardware research goes on, and what do the quantum ecosystem, what do we need, so to say, right? Because we have the large corporates, and then we have that kind of flourishing, growing quantum tech ecosystem. And I'm a strong ambassador to support those startups and scale-ups heavily, because I think this is also the driver for future economic growth, right? If you look into who has disrupted the automotive industry, it was not the incumbents, it was a startup, right? Yeah. And I do see the same thing partly also happening in the quantum industry, and therefore I think it's a very wise decision of every region actually to strongly support quantum tech startup scale-ups. And what do they need? They need more talent. We need, thousands of quantum physicists. Yeah, so education should, increase, and of course we have to have a flourishing venture capital industry. So we need capital to drive those product developments.
Look, just wonder if, from your view, is that what we need, or is there something else that you think the industry needs to thrive?
So first, building on that, we've actually done an analysis looking at quantum talent. And yes, it's very clear that over the next 5 to 10 years, there's actually going to be quite a bit of scarcity, given the ramp up you will need to do on the type of use cases once the industry really realizes the value behind it. So that's number one. I think the second point is also very much in line, and specifically if you look at Europe, in comparison to the US, it's still the case that specifically scale-up capital is much more geared to there. And if you're looking at the investments in terms of startups within this, then it's definitely like almost 80% in the US. And we are actually publishing our latest edition of the Quantum Monitor tomorrow, which gives an insight on how the capital flows, what's happening there exactly.
So we should end the panel now and then come back tomorrow. Is that what we need to? But no, we'll be looking forward to seeing those results, and it's really important to see this industry grow and evolve as well. So huge benefits, huge potential, but just thinking about how we move forward, and Carolyn, how we get this right? There's huge benefits, as Mark has outlined, huge economic potential for lots of different industries and sectors. But how do we get this right for society? How do we get this right for people? How do we get this right for all of us? Because this is, as I think all the panelists have said, this will transform, this will have an impact on not just industries, but all of our lives, right? So how do we get this right from, and this is very close to my heart, from a kind of ethical and responsible tech point of view?
Well, actually, some of these points around the investment that's needed and the people that are needed are also part of the kind of the building this responsible technology.
Yeah.
Because when you look at finance, for example, evergreen funds that are now able to just kind of trickle in money over the longer term, rather than, say, giving big tranches to startup companies in one go. That means that companies can make more progress over the longer term without so much hype. And we see hype as a real challenge because it can lead to over-promising, and then you either get a quantum winter, as we've seen in numerous cycles of AI winters, or you kind of, the over-promising leads to people perhaps pushing the technology further than they should, or not going about things in a responsible way because they feel that pressure to deliver.
Yeah.
And the capacity question is really interesting as well. We were talking earlier about the conversations that the quantum computing ecosystem needs to be having with industry. When you start having these broader conversations, especially as the industry expands, you don't just need quantum physicists, you need all kinds of people. And so the more awareness there is, the more you have these conversations, the more people can be drawn into the industry.
Yeah.
And like a lot of the tech industry, it skews perhaps in a particular direction. And we need more, we need to see different people coming into the industry. We need more diversity, as we do in so much of the tech world.
Yeah. Philip, did you want to come in there?
Yes, I think let me take that from a slightly different angle, because I think what we should not underestimate is also what quantum can actually change to the positive. We've looked intensively at sustainability use cases and really identifying what would be elements where you can accelerate tech roadmaps in important technologies, for example, in the hydrogen economy, around direct air capture, solar cells, and really pull that up by decades, right? And if you really do this, you can come to a point where you save something like 7 gigatons of CO2 per annum, which is basically something like 20% of today's emissions, right? This is just the potential, but just laying it out there, right? There's also responsibility in actually pushing this and making it happen, because this can be one of the technology aspects that can really help with climate change.
So an ethical responsibility to pursue quantum technologies and what they could mean. But Carolyn's point about not going too fast. And, yeah, Stephen, I was going to bring you in about, because this is so key to public trust and public awareness is key to this, right?
It's interesting. We can talk about, and obviously with my venture capital hat on, right, sources of scale-up funding in Europe is a challenge, right?
Yeah.
And that's why funds like us exist, and we're trying to unlock capital from other pools to allow us to invest in deep tech startups and startups in general in Europe. I think that's critically important. And the US has a massive strategic or structural advantage in the fact that it can tap into pension fund money to fund startups. And the irony is right now, a lot of European startups are actually benefiting pensioners in Canada and the US more so than pensioners here in the UK. And that's we can have a whole session talking about that.
The whole other panel.
But I think the piece that really highlights, though, is we need European companies to emerge. I think to the ethical point, we can talk about the use cases of quantum being very important, but let's look into the future where we have a world where the use cases are working and they're running on technology that's owned by non-European startup. We need to learn a little bit from what's happened over the last 20 years with payment rails, with Visa, MasterCard, American Express, with cloud, Azure, GCP, and AWS, right? Where are the European winners in that category? There are none, right? And open banking is going to help us on the finance side, but we've failed on the payment rail side. We've now got a brand new compute paradigm that's going to be emerging over the next 10, 20 years. Shame on us as Europeans if we don't have these great opportunities, great use cases run on European software and European hardware. Because if we don't, then guess what position in the queue we're going to be if the hardware and software sits in another continent when it comes to being in the queue for this new wave of compute. I remember being in CogX a few years ago before COVID, and there was a quantum conversation then, and people were talking about how much data has been harvested that's just waiting to be cracked by a quantum computer, right? You can't crack some of these secure codes today, but you can in the future. And so people are just stealing data today to be cracked at a later date. So he who gets there, or he or she who gets there first, unleashes a whole series of other ramifications. And so again, as Europe, we need to coalesce as investors, as entrepreneurs, as research scientists, to make sure that we don't just run to the water's edge, kind of drip a little bit of money into quantum and then run back again. And at the meantime, you've got nation states in Asia and the powerhouse in the US throwing big amounts of money in, and they're not afraid to fail. I think one of the challenges as Europeans, we talk about the US innovates, Asia replicates, Europe regulates, right? We need to get out of that mindset of just being super cautious, nice guys, to being a bit bolder.
Yeah. Caroline, I saw you nodding there, because part of this is also not just helping the community grow, but then it's retaining that community, right? And supporting it to grow here.
Exactly, and particularly in the UK, we haven't been very good at keeping industries here, making London particularly an attractive place for them to list and to grow. And yeah, we do need to think about how we address this, but I think we also need to be thinking about this in a global sense. The quantum computing community is a very small one at the moment, and everybody knows everybody else, and there is an opportunity there to kind of keep it global. Let's not get too nation-statey about it. There's still so much work to be done. Let's keep collaborating as long as we can. And I think access is a key as well. Yeah. There are countries in the global south. Is this going to be a Northern Hemisphere technology? We need to have those conversations too.
Yeah, absolutely. Marcus, did you want to come in there?
Yeah, no, I totally agree what you say. So we have to collaborate. It must be an active ecosystem where everybody contributes to make it happen. But nevertheless, we have to look as Europe, I would say. I mean, our company is based in Europe, continental Europe, and therefore we are quite proud that we recently finalized one of the largest global quantum tech fundraisers, not sitting in the Silicon Valley, but in Europe. I think that's very, very important, because I mean, every region must have not only, I would say, access to a quantum computer, but you have to own it, right? Because in these days where you see suddenly disruption in the value chain, I mean, what happens if you can only run on a quantum computer, but you don't own it, right? So I think we have to think carefully about kind of how do we manage kind of ownership and access to quantum computing. Also, because it's geopolitical, it's important for the economic prosperity of a region, and then also because if you don't, you become a third world region, so to say, and it creates huge inequalities. And I think we have to balance out these inequalities which will arise from access to quantum computing, yes or no?
Yeah, that's a really key point about the inequalities and what it could, amplify, and how do we address that? And I'm thinking about it from a governance point of view as well, not just how do we reckon? Well, we need to recognize, right, as we started to with the AI conversation around. Let's identify some of the inequalities. Let's identify some of the really tough questions that we may need to think about before we find solutions. We need to identify them first. Do you think we need to do that around inequalities and governance, and then work, through those issues? I don't know if anybody wants to come in on that.
I mean, we are actually already, if I may start, we are already contributing as Terra Quantum in a kind of open think tank called GESTA in Geneva. That's the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator, where we actually discuss already these questions in terms of access, how do we avoid inequalities, how do we apply quantum for good, like climate. And I think, yes, I think it's very necessary to start now to think about that, and not in terms of regulation that it stops kind of the economic stimulus, but to think already kind of in an advanced way, how do we make it work, how do we manage kind of accessibility and stuff like this.
No, completely. I think, we need to start having these conversations. But again, thinking about where do we want to get to? Let's not just think about what's the next step in the technology. Let's think about the kind of world that we want quantum computing to enable, and then figure out how we get there. And as I completely agree that it's far too early to think about regulation per se, but governance happens at many, many levels. So you've got legislation, regulation, you have industry standards, you have kind of research ethics in universities. All of these things are governance. And again, having conversations with business leaders, with the public, that is a kind of governance because it provides transparency.
And we can learn from conversations we've had around other technologies. Stephen, you were mentioning some of the technologies that we've seen evolve over a number of years, right? We've had this conversation before, so we can. Obviously, there must be lessons that we can learn from our experiences in the past.
I think we can. As I say, I think it comes back to the point of collaboration. I think we just need to be progressive in our thinking here as a European startup scene. We need to liaise and work with folks in the US and folks in Asia, undoubtedly. I don't think, when I talk about Europe as a geography, not the 27 nations that we don't happen to be part of anymore. And I think that's just important, that we don't become an island state here as well, right? So I look at this from both sides. We've got to make sure that the British are working with the French, working with the Finnish, working with the Germans, that we don't start really kind of closing down shop and flag waving about we've got a quantum computer in this city or that city and you haven't got one. We need to collaborate.
But I think at least in terms of the importance versus kind of the last digital revolution, which Europe had missed, at least now governments are spending much more and are much more active already. So within Europe, also what you see within China, the spend is actually much higher from the government side than it is in the US right now. So at least on that front, governments have understood this and are pushing also strongly in Europe.
Yeah, so it's interesting because we always see it, Tech UK as public procurement and public sector investment in technology is going to be a real catalyst. So I'm thinking about who's not part of this conversation that we need to bring in. Maybe we need to be starting thinking about what the quantum technologies could mean to public service delivery. But I'd be interested in the panel's views on okay, who's not in this conversation? Who's not in this room, but who's not in the room that we need to have in this conversation? I don't know, Marcus, if you want to keep us on.
Well, I mean, my opinion actually is we have to have, yes, we need this kind of public funding, and there are public funding programs, but one should have a business model which is commercial in itself, yeah? Because I think there is one danger, you know, a lot of these quantum techs are spin-outs from universities, so kind of they come from academic roots, yeah, and kind of they are used to that kind of public funding scenery, whereas I think, you know, no, we should have a commercial business model, and therefore those early use cases which show a quantum benefit are so important, you know, to increase the level of interest of large corporates, because that's what I think we need. You know, we have to have very kind of open large corporates who want to deploy quantum at an early stage, who want to experiment to get it kick-started, right? There's no better thing like this. And if I mean, we are doing, you know, business development on a global scale, and I experienced that some of the large US corporates are more open to just get started with something, whereas some of the European companies are a little bit more hesitant to start experimenting. So I think we need a stimulus from the industry actually to use quantum today. So this is not a thing where, you know, you should just get started and be kind of, you know, intellectually informed. This is about getting really started with some mission critical use cases which you explore what quantum will be able to do.
I think one of the things that I bang on about sometimes here in the UK is I think the R&D tax credit that the HMRC have put in place has been used to an amazing extent.
Yeah.
So the question I'd pose to the audience and to policymakers is, how can we use those types of incentives to ensure that we are promoting the right type of R&D in this country and across Europe? Should there be a higher bar to getting, if you're a corporate, to get those R&D tax credits, because you have to show you're truly innovating and using the new technologies that are out there? To me, it feels that the bar is relatively low for corporate to get those R&D tax credits. So can we change the bar, or can we add an incentive structure to unlock the innovation budgets in some of these large companies? Because otherwise, I think we need that encouragement as well. Maybe that is something the government can help with, or policymakers can help with.
And I think, listening to Marcus, I think that's really the risk of missing the boat again, right? If now the application starts and is driven more from the US than here, that's also where obviously the talent will go, right? Because it will coalesce around these use cases where something's really done, where you can really see value. And if I have the choice, where do you go, right? Do you go to a group where you do some basic research, which is nice, or do you go to the place where you can have like the first real impact and make it big?
Yeah.
And I think this is the point where also now the corporates start to get aware, but it's really where they have to take also some of the risk which is involved in this, because it's a multi-year journey. It is coming with the typical technological uncertainty, but the size of the prize in this case is so large that you actually have to take some risks.
Yeah.
And here I would like to probably to put a positive note on these things. I mean, this is a totally disruptive technology, and it's not a question of if it works, it's just a question of when is it how powerful, right? So we could be really excited to have a technology at hand, which we, you know, all experience in the next years, which is doing so amazing things, on almost every
our quantum future, as I'm sure we all are. But back to that question of who's not in the room, who's not part of this discussion. I remember when we had our very first, I think, digital ethics summit many years ago at TechUK, and one of the panelists said, I'm interested in who's not in the room. It's great to see so many people. We had a packed room. It's like, but who's not here? Who needs to be here? And we were talking about, you know, the philosophers, the ethicists, you know, the people in the room.
Yeah.
So who needs to be in the room so that we get this right from a societal and an ethical and responsible way? Not just you, obviously, you're brilliant.
The short answer is everybody. This needs to be a societal conversation. And, you know, these are where the rubber hits the road, where you've got really kind of real world challenges. you need really interdisciplinary work for that.
Yeah.
So we do need economists, we need lawyers, we need social scientists, we need behavioralists, as well as, engineers, quantum physicists, and all of the technical disciplines. And we need to be having those conversations. And they're often very difficult conversations to have because people are coming from very different starting points. And you get challenges at the boundaries of disciplines, like people use the same word for a different concept or different word for the same concept. And it takes time to really get these disciplines meshed. But in order to look at real-world challenges and things like sustainability, things like sustainable development goals, these need a kind of a broad range of approaches. And I think quantum computing and the way it's going to impact society is another of those challenges. And so we need to hear from as many people as possible. And this is why I keep saying we need to be having the conversation. There was a public dialogue a few years ago, but we need to be having that in a much bigger, much more systemic way. And not just with, civil society. We need to be talking to policymakers. We need to be talking across industry. So even if you're not in an industry that is going to be necessarily directly in the first wave affected by quantum computing, you need to understand that it's out there, that other industries that you may deal with, that you may have those interfaces with, are going to be affected.
I am optimistic that we're at least having the conversation that we need to have the conversation this early on, as this technology is still evolving, right? At least we're recognizing we need to have that conversation, which to me feels different. I don't know if it feels different to you.
No, I completely agree. I'm actually quite optimistic. I think it's partly because quantum is so difficult and so expensive. Because it's still quite a small community, there is this sense of care, of let's get it right, let's be careful of the future. And we've all seen object lessons from tech that has gone wrong in the last few decades. Those lessons are out there. And I think, there is a willingness to learn from that and a real desire to try and to get this right and to shape this in a way that does benefit society.
And Stephen, we need to balance that, be careful, but also move, you talked about culture and getting the culture right, move in a way that we move this technology forward and we don't miss that opportunity, as Philip's saying. So it's a balance, right?
Yeah, I remember my mum once said to me, I don't believe in the internet. And I chuckled to her as I was using Skyscanner to get a cheap flight. And we just can't have our head in the sands on this one. It's a complex topic, right?
Yeah.
It's something that can scare most people off, and it could be something that's just, it's in the future. But to Marcus's point, and to the point of the panel has mentioned, it's like there is applications today, and so if you are the CEO, or you're the CTO, or you're head of innovation, then you should have a pocket looking at this and investing the time and the talent into it, because you become aware, and then you understand what your risk-reward profile looks like in your organization. But just ignore it, that's shameful.
And there is this element where you can't get it wrong on the quantum threat, right? I mean, you spoke briefly about the security issue, right? I mean, quantum computing will, sooner or later hack every classically encrypted code. So an organization has to be made quantum safe today already, because you have that concept of harvesting the data, the classically encrypted data now, and deciphering them later on a quantum machine. So there is no way to just wait and see. We have to make our organizations quantum safe today, prepare for the quantum hack, because we do not know when the hardware will be there in the various regions of the world. Once the hardware is there, which is powerful enough, you wake up and you are hacked. So therefore, that is an urgent task all actually organizations who deal with confidential data have to tackle.
I think this is one of the aspects where I think which creates a lot of fear, because people don't understand it. But out there are actually already technologies around post-quantum cryptography, right? Which you can tackle this, with which you can actually prepare. Problem is obviously kind of the delay in this. So if you have a car now, that's obviously going to be on the street for the next 15 years. It's probably possible to crack that at some point in time. And while I believe this is an important aspect, I think it often derails the conversation from the really positive elements that this thing can bring. In terms of applying it to the right to the right aspects. And I'm bringing up the climate technology again. And this is, you could bring up medicine, drug discovery, right? So this is just huge and can be huge for humanity.
Yeah.
And it would be a shame if kind of technology, which can always be used also for wrong, if you make that headline so big that you are losing the opportunities on the other side and trying to regulate this to death before you already start.
The back to balance again, and how do you get the balanced conversation and narrative right? Stephen, sorry, did you want to comment?
No, I was going to say, I think it's bringing it to use cases that we all understand. Not all of us will understand how this helps genomics
Yeah.
or how this helps climate, right? But the way I was explaining to my kid the other day was he always complains that Deliveroo takes ages to deliver, right? And I said to him, if you think about the maths that goes into route optimization of getting food from 3 different restaurants to 3 different people in our area, what the sequencing should be for the driver to pick that up, what route that driver should take, how that will change depending if they're picking up a curry versus chips with a burger versus sushi, how that changes different times of the day, different days of the week, different weather conditions, whether there's roadworks, whether the low traffic neighborhood is live or not live, right? Just that, to be able to do that every second of every day,
Yeah.
a regular computer cannot do that, which is why delivery drivers challenged to do more than 3 drops an hour, which is why some of these delivery models aren't as efficient as they could be. So we can talk about all this amazing things that are going to be done for good, but if you want to start bringing and boiling this down to things we all understand, just think about how you get your food delivered and how much you're paying for that and how inefficient it is. And computers, quantum computers, can solve at that level all the way up to climate change, battery technologies, finding new molecules.
Yeah.
And it becomes really very soon very complex. That is a very good example. We are working for a retailer actually who has a huge fleet of trucks, right? And empty miles, if a truck drives with empty miles, that's not a good thing, right? Also not for climate. And what we do actually is a quantum-powered route planning where we could bring substantially down, again, already today with our quantum algorithm, substantially down the amount of empty miles driven, right? So that's of course a good thing. And we just published work we did with Volkswagen on the optimization of the workflow scheduling system, which is really kind of getting into the area of manufacturing, bringing it at scale, right? So again, there are a lot of use cases which are very practical where we can work on today already.
Yeah, I should say for balance, other food delivery services are available.
Absolutely, they are. As is your feet.
As is your feet, indeed. Or your bicycle. We are very quickly running out of time, so I'm just going to bring this, I'm sure you'll all agree, this fascinating panel that we could go on for some time to a close. I want to bring us back to the title of the session now, Are We Ready for a Quantum Future? And rather than go down the panel and go yes or no, because that's terrible, I wondered if I could ask each of you, all right, we've covered a lot of ground today, right? And this has been a brilliant conversation, but what is the one thing, the important thing we need to get right, perhaps now, to make sure that we are ready for that future going forward? Perhaps, Philip, let's start with you, and then I'll work down.
I think it's really corporates starting to think about what it does mean for them in order to trigger everything that comes down the line.
Carolyn?
I really want to see just a kind of rising public awareness and knowing about these different use cases, as well as things like the security implications. But also, as we commercialize, let's not be too focused on dollar signs, and let's take some of these responsible approaches with us.
Marcus?
I would rather really say that the key lesson is quantum is now. There is no quantum winter. There is no wait and see and just get intellectually prepared. Quantum is now. There's a lot of useful stuff we can already get started with. Let's do it.
Yeah, Stephen, the last word.
We talk a lot about the war for talent and repeating what some of my colleagues have said. I think universities and schools talking about these game-changing technologies now, because in 10 years' time, my son and daughter are going to be in the workforce, and if they don't know about this because the schools and universities aren't training people to think about these things in a different way, then it's going to be for nothing, and we're going to have another talent issue in 20 years' time, 10 years' time.
Yeah, it's amazing. I remember somebody mentioned before in another panel the BBC Micro. That was my first ever computer. I'm remembering how to like play games and program games, and then probably that's where it all started. And then if I think about school, you know, I was learning how to use Excel, and to think that kids may be taught what quantum computing is just blows my mind. But look, I'm sure you'll agree with me that that's been a fascinating panel. But also, I think, if the CogX gods are listening, definitely a topic we need to come back to and we need to keep talking about, because it's going to be increasingly part of the, and it is already, but increasingly part of the tech conversation, not just here in the UK, not just here in Europe, but around the world. And we need to make sure that we are all ready for our quantum future, to say Carolyn's point. So can you please thank the panel in the normal way? Philip, Stephen, Marcus, Carolyn, thank you so much. And with that, it's been our absolute pleasure at Tech UK to bring this panel to you. So thank you from my side as well. And then I think I hand back to Michael. Do I?
You certainly do. Like clockwork. Thank you very much to our panel, Sue. Thank you, everybody. So that is day two of the whole Leadership Summit is now done. Thank you for attending. I hope you've enjoyed the day as much as we had. Given the theme was true tech transformation, we've covered quantum, we've covered health, we've covered financial services, we've covered the entertainment industry for those of you that came with us this morning. Tomorrow, for the final day of the festival, seems weird to say after building up all year, the final day, we're looking at the future of work. So that applies to jobs, technology, education. I do hope you'll join us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.